Chapter 1 with Humanity as the center and ancestry as the radius. Hey there, you know I so high hand straight, let me see if what's below is just as impressive. A wavy of designy swashed over Chen Yang, plunging him into darkness, obscured biapi shove blackless. Moments later, he grasped he gravity of his situation. Ha heard Trover said dimensions. Ha found himself an april world, akin toth blue planet. Andy had inhabited the Budjofano obscure, 18 Linlina celebrity. A flicker of excitement surged within Chen Yang. It seemed he was on the brink of being seed Bethune spoken rules of industry. The out sent a thrill for him. In his previous life he had been steeped in malevolence, toiling away early morning jobs, enduring hardships to those over higher status, with grievances severe ghosts. He had prayed daily for royal the patron to descend from the heavens, to lavishly exploit, pamper, and torment them. At long last it seemed totty heaven shad heeded his fervent wishes. Wash finally destined to embrace a life of luxury. Just then, a gust of winds swept her, blowing the blackless from eyes. In deference to professional ethics and respect for his benefactor, Chen Yang lifted a calming smile, preparing to avoid his night apparition. Suddenly, in a daze, he seemed to see a lecherous, human-eared bullfrog lunging towards him. In that instant, the teachings of Mencius echoed in his mind. Wealth cannot corrupt, poverty cannot sway, and power cannot subdue. In that moment, Chen Yang's soul views unwavering, he forceful shoved he hefty patroness against Jewel, honorably to extricate himself, and declared, I'm sorry, but mimeth a wooden talomi to beer keptman with that, has printed way with the speed of subing Chen. The sound of his retreat reverberated through his space, Chen Yang, it while makes we can survive in the entertainment industry. Chen Yang grinned less from the hotel before he finally exhaled in relief. Before being gentangled in the unspoken rule, let's just find some annualty. After being gentangled, some uilth is beyond my reach. A kill breeze swept past, sending a shiver down his spine. He glanced down. In an instant, he was petrified. What hell? He was clad in a maid suit fit, complete with gaiters. Chen Yang held and lie shrink into an by bush. As the saying goes, good things come with trials, beauty seemed the heavens truly guarded him as a full. The original owner was embroiled scandal, plagued by workplace bullying, amino celebrities antics, under Cali slyly a keter photo tot bound him to rumor so fast scandalous risotto fame, earning the label of fantasist. Usually reviladen line, blocken ed to thico. If you were remery infamous, that willed be an ething, but he original owner was both notorious and obscure. Suddenly, a luxury car drove by, coming to a whole tight line in front of the bush where Chen Yang was sitting. Moreover, the luxury car, right before him. Indescribable. Chen Yang was plunged into deep suspicion, contemplating that perhaps his current misfortune stemmed from a few years ago when those QQ space bust sabout not forwarding or facing a lifetime of barred luck had an element of truth. No, Chin Jin, what if waged photographed by paparazzi here? What's there to fear? If we're going to be reckless, let's go the way. Indeed, when his bad luck does not merely stop it and lie intensifies. Memories flooded Chen Yang's mind, clearly of yelling that you woman in the luxury car was no new 13 from a sex-girlfriend of the original owner Dong Jiaoyue. The original owner and Dong Jiaoyue have been together since college, entering the entertainment industry as a couple. However, after 3 years of dating, when the original owner wanted to go public, Dong Jiaoyue vehemently refused, going to great lengths to avoid suspicion. Not long ago, Dong Jiaoyue had collaborated with Chin Jin owner Hitidol drama. Since then, the two had engaged in very syntax high their on-screen relationship, and enough to rage, the original owner heard posted a photo with Dora Jiaoyue to assert this claim. Instead, he was thrust into Thelamalite, subjected to torrent of Lin abuse. Dong Jiaoyue, perhaps finding the original owner's plight insufficiently tragic, had delivered the final blow by breaking up with him, leaving him utterly heartbroken. The original owner, consumed beselfdite, believitative achieved fame, Dong Jiaoyue my treason, leading him to reach out to worry the patron her har been persistently harassing him. As the atmosphere inside the luxury carry day for pitch, articles of clothing began to fly out of the sunroof. From a shitting place in the bushes, Chen Yang caught a suit that fell from Thesky. His Lola revealed a smile, showcasing eyes a gleaming teeth. Moments later, Chen Yang emerged from the bushes, clad in a custom-tailored suit that was a light little short. With his hands in his pockets, he discovered her phone within his pocket. Without hesitation, he unlocked the passwords were inconsequential, and he pressed the emergency contact dial 110. Hello, police officer, in Wisconsin citizen. After making the call, Chen Yang nonchalant lighted the phone back into the bushes. With that, he left, concealing his deed Sandra Nan. After a long day, Chen Yang returned to his dilapidated rental apartment, feeling as how his life was nearing its end. He picked up the phone he had often his bedside preparing to shake his balance. A headline accordions more never have eyes in a brazen and shameless individual. Within a short time, the comment chat skyrocketed from 1 for 9.99. Curious, Chen Yang clicked in, eager to discover her cult inside such public outrage. This celebrity has truly gone too far, shamelessly pursuing me. Yeah, it's disgusting. Can't this spineless person just disappear? Maya you and Jinjinary perfecto Gedria, a washed up celebrity, should just get lost, if I don't know we are no famous, took you a moment to reflect. Can Chen Yang just go already? Chen Yang grazed any bro. Well, it turned out they were cursing him. Alright, this time, he old Harry for last room more directed at him. Chen Yang flexed his fingers. Taking a deep breath, helps up that he's so fueled. With humanities the center and ancestries the largest let the cannon fire. Chapter 2 The world kisses me with pain, and I succumb to it. Potato grown in earth Chen Yang is nothing but trash, just seeing Gia makes me into vomit, get you to the entertainment industry, just get out. Chen Yang even if shook Caprison were cured, they'd still drill. Secure research graduate Chen Yang, in kissing you directly, you, a washed up nobody, Darato act like big shot. Truly, shamelessness no snobans, yes, in kissing you shameless wretch, if you're satisfied, go ahead and report me. Chen Yang will need a dog catching squad to catch him. Sheep Village's brother Yi Chen Yang, what are you barking about? Chen Yang them just too excited to see Sakamas of Epilio done for the first time. 360-degree no-angle shitstorm Chen Yang, you have at the audacity to slip and post our photo Fio and Princess Yui but lack the courage to admit it. You're a Lakito dreaming goofy 18s one meet Princess Yui wouldn't have England see you, you're simply unworthy of her. Chen Yang I've got looks, I've got charm, I've got a degree, I've got a medical history, I've got intelligence, and I've got wit. Why am I unworthy? Unworthy to have without aided. My legs were longer than her life. You say I'm unworthy, am I even capable of overshadowing her? She won't even give me a break. What on earth is happening? Har. Has Chen Yang gone completely off the rails? Is she trying to explode at you holy world? Chen Yang exactly. You're a person of understanding. I understand Wishumian, and am also person of understanding. Those who understand should grasp what I'm conveying. If well understand, then the online environment will be filled with people who comprehend what others understand. Rather than being driven insane by others, I might as well embrace madness myself. The trending topic surged forth like an unrestrained flood. Chen Yang goes mad trending. Seeking tutorials on how to insult Chen Yang trending. The comment section swelled with an ever-increasing number of participants, the contrasting geometricalized Chen Yang not attached netizens were in our frenzy. Feeling it weighs about time to reuniting, he decided to turn down the heat. Chen Yang accessed his emergency and opened the settings. Activated the grey button that and load von document. Instantly, a multitude of pent-up comments fell silent like a dampened cannon, theatheron lialos von comments. After re-illuminating the button, Chen Yang prepared to return to the battlefield for another round of combat. At that moment, his phone vibrated uncontrollably. Grandpa, your grandson is killing you. Grandpa, your grandson is killing you. The Caller Wash's manager, Sister Andy. Chen Yang swiped to answer. And the other end, a voice boomed, filled with fury. Chen Yang, what do I think you're doing? Chen Yang felt haste how Zeus would burst from the volume, her rubbed his ear, Sister Andy, I'm just trying to shine in the carrier love. And roared, from what eyes, you're just stinking up the place. Chen Yang replied, Sister Andy, don't rush to scold me, just take a look at me follower account first. Andy, flustered, retorted, look at your follow account, you me anti 3, 661 follow us that airy lab out of drop off, what hell? Follower count soared rapidly. 10, 000.50, 000.100, 000.1.7 million.2. 5 million. Anda kept climbing. Anda screamed in disbelief on the other end of the line. Chen Yang gasped, what's wrong? Anda stammered, Itu karaman to regain her voice. Your follow worship co-main. So insidiously. Chen Yang smiled, a gentleman love shisfans with respect, while a scoundrel love shisfans without courtesy. Andy. She find herself wanting to follow him too, but not for any other reason than talk her it. Anda hung up the phone insolence, her mouth filled with expletives red out burst forth, but her follower can't wait undeniably substantial. Buying a 200,000 fake followers would surely be hefty expense, let alone at the fact that Chen Yang's followers were genuine evidence among Pictavians. Recalling Chen Yang's infuriating remarks, she decided to follow him. She wanted to document and vent the frustration. However, she noticed he had changed his signature line. Signature everyone laughs him for being insane, but I suspect everyone else is foolish, weta keechtry I curse him for fading, and I curse you for your downfall. And dissolent lied litted her prepared comment. Men. She didn't want her facet that downfall. Chen Yang battled through tonight. Yun Li should a barrage of quotes their twilter co-threat trending on numerous topics. Chen Yang should die trending. Debt-seeking personality trending. When I kiss others, it's deserved when others curse him, it's samural failure trending. Quality unraveled meets strength, sweeping morality to return to self-trending. Neutral netizens exclaimed in delight what splendid quality, what a beautiful statue of mind. Chen Yang's follower count surged dramatically. However, among the trending topics, one titled Chinjin the best actors could lie love as wearing made outfits briefly climbed the charts before being swiftly moved. At that moment, Dong Jiu and Chen Yang a private message. Dong Jiu a Yang Ji, don't act like this, those people in Lin were just grasping at straws there is no need to respond, we know that we're head on good terms, and that's enough. Before Chen Yang could reply he's for now pinged with a notification our friendly I follow eyes mention EDR. Go check it out. Chen Yang clicked in. Dong Jiu of a very and stop guessing, I met Chen Gain college or good friends. Let's put the stories Chen Yang. Chen Yang get lost. Chinjin Chen Yang, don't go too far, Chen Yang. Chen Yang get lost. Weibo official please RZ appropriate language and line hash word scan when deeply. Chen Yang view get lost too. Netizens observed, is she still firing indiscriminately, even passing dogs rejecting cursey dat. Chen Yang lay in his bed, his stomach rolling with indignation, gurgle, gurgle. Food is paramount. With argument paused, he opened a food delivery app, decisively opting for free chicken and a cold soda, just a shekel head to pay, a reminder popped up in sufficient balance, please select a different payment method. It dawned on Chen Yang that the hard forgotten Toshik his balance. Hebergen cycling through various bank card song payment apps. Total amount 0.23. Damn. This system didn't even have a direct conversion to physical goods. And Donald just give in. It's better toast of Ethan to play this game. Grandpa, your grandson is Scalinju, Grandpa, your grandson is Scalinju. Chen Yanglin see Dathis phone it was Andy. Hence wed warily, hello. Andy Waster Kennebach, what's wrong with, weren't you falufanergy last night? Without waiting for Chen Yang to respond, she said honestly, Chen Yang wait of options we in Liavian. Only where death would be off at all. Chen Yang peacefully closed eyes. The world kisses me with pain, and I succumb to it. Andy broke yet in a cold sweat, what's wrong? You Reno going to shut down from the insults, are you? Should I you from this job? You'll fees more important. Chen Yang showed up front heaped, Sister Andy, what are you saying, a job? Andy replied, yes, after a year, Wafanilla found a job for you, beauty's not hissinging Anderson grape you wanted it's. It'll take height, it's not just about the money it's that thrill of competition, the intritio of ice politics, the whispers behind walls, there's Mila shitting dagger shuka captivate in experience, Chen Yenj exclaimed. As Ande heard Hefuna disconnect with a beep, the toe urched wanted to say final escape eat her lips. Dating show. Chapter 3 As long as one does not perish, one shall strive to the utmost. Heartbeat Thump 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 officially commences its production. This is a reality show centered on romantic life, featuring both live streaming and pre-recorded segments. The inaugural lineup consists of 8 celebrity guests. In addition to weekly highlights broadcast across all platforms, a dedicated 24-hour live streaming room has been established, allowing viewers to immerse themselves in the everyday lives of the stars. To enhance the entertainment value, the names of the participants have not been disclosed, only that there will be 4 men and 4 women. However, the astute netizens have already deduced the identities from various clues. It is known that this dating show is a major IP from SS, and the guests will not be simple. They are likely well-known figures based on the schedules of the stars. The female guests are likely Yang Yoshi, Dong Jiayue, Tian Xiaowei, and Li Mi, while the male guests are probably Qin Jin, Hua Chenxing, and Zhang Han. The person above is truly a modern-day Sherlock Holmes. Impressive, but why can only 3 male guests be guessed? What about the 4th? The 24-hour live stream quietly begins, with the background showing the interior of a vehicle, each participant's face cleverly obscured in real time. The audience in the live stream can hear their voices but cannot see them. The barrage of comments flows rapidly, as viewers eagerly speculate on the identities based on their physiques. Each staff member in the vehicle begins to utter the same phrase. Dear viewers, welcome to our Heartbeat Thump 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 24-hour live stream. Our guests are currently en route to the recording location from different locations. While we have a moment, let us pose some questions to our guests. The staff shifts the camera to the guests. What brings you to participate in our show? The first female guest, a charming and proud individual, responds, I want to see if love is truly as sweet as the viewers claim. I can tell at a glance that this is my girlfriend, Xiao Yoshi. If offered 3 million, I would gladly date her. That guy above is quite the opportunist. The second female guest, gentle and amiable, states, I believe I will meet someone I truly like here. Her voice is so soft. It must be Xiao Ye. Wow, this couple is practically formed. Did that netizen not mention that Qin Jin would be here? He must have come for the show. Qin Jin, I hold a grudge against you for vying for my beloved. The third female guest, sweet and adorable, exclaims, I heard dating is a lot of fun, so here I am. The moment she spoke, I was utterly enchanted. It's too sweet. I don't even need to ask, she is my girlfriend. Xiao Qian, I love you like a mouse loves rice. The fourth female guest, exuding a cool, intellectual aura, quips, I'm just here to find a man to have some fun. Sister, I'm available. That alluring voice can only belong to Da Mimi. Cutness pales in comparison to seduction. I choose Da Mimi. The male guests are similarly engaging. The first male guest declares, I hope to encounter a sweet romance here. The second male guest adds, I seek a kindred spirit. The third male guest states, I wish to find my destined constellation. When asked, what constellation, he replies, tailored just for me. The staff is momentarily speechless. Har, the first must be Qin Jin, the second with the mention of a kindred spirit is definitely Hua Chenxing, and the third is undoubtedly Zhang Han with that cheesy pickup line. The staff's eyes widen in astonishment upon seeing Chen Yang. Their dating show is a significant project, attracting considerable investment, thus featuring prominent celebrities. To their dismay, they have enlisted a relatively obscure, low-tier star, one whose notable works are non-existent. Consequently, the staff's expression remained neutral while posing questions. Expecting only standard responses from the esteemed guests, they doubted that this lesser-known star could provide anything of interest to enhance viewership. Inviting Chen Yang was undoubtedly a misguided decision. The staff, adhering to the script, asked with a flat demeanor, what motivates you to join our program? Chen Yang earnestly replied, if for the money, of course. 30,000 per episode, would you not do it? As long as one does not perish, one shall strive to the utmost. The staff jotted down casually, noting that Chen Yang came for the money. He abruptly looked up, questioning, For what? Did I mishear? For money? What the hell? For money? This person, wow, you must not be saying that. Har har, such raw honesty. If it were me, I'd gladly toil away. This response is legendary. Originally the least popular live stream, it suddenly surged in popularity. The staff nearly leapt in excitement. His words resonated deeply whenever they asked other stars similar questions. The responses were always about dreams or dedication, never mentioning salaries, risks, or benefits, and always speaking in grand terms. What was even more frustrating were those stars, earning millions, who scorned those with modest incomes for not working hard enough. The staff stifled the urge to award Chen Yang a metaphorical gold star. After all, deviating from the script would incur a fine of 50 yuan per word, which they could not afford. They continued, "A next question, what kind of relationship are you seeking?" He felt a flicker of anticipation, eager to hear Chen Yang's response. Not only him, but even the viewers' barrage slowed, as the numbers continued to rise, all eager not to miss a single word from Chen Yang. Calmly, Chen Yang replied, "The wise do not enter the realm of love. Adults indulge in foot massages." The live stream fell into a momentary silence before the barrage erupted anew. Absolutely brilliant, such a unique and clever perspective. In the foot massage parlor, beautiful young ladies await. A gambling father, ailing mother, a brother in school, and a broken-hearted girl. If I do not care for her, who will? If you do not wash your feet, and instead save your money in the bank lends your savings to others, who then use your money to wash their feet, eventually winning over the person you adore. Therefore, it is essential to wash your feet. The path of foot care is still a path. I have attained enlightenment. I am genuinely curious to know who this person is, living with such profound clarity. Chapter 4. Introversion. Upon encountering a beautiful woman, he hesitated to approach her directly, leaving the staff momentarily bewildered. He was participating in a dating reality show and had the audacity to claim that a wise man does not fall in love. Chen Yang was truly out of his mind. However, once he laid eyes on the 4 female guests, he would undoubtedly regret such statements, transforming into an eager admirer rushing forth. At that moment, he was at a loss whether to continue questioning, fearing that further inquiries might lead to a live broadcast mishap. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream reveled in the unfolding drama, urging the staff to hasten their questions, claiming that other hosts had already asked theirs, albeit with rather dull responses. With no other option, the staff pressed on. "What do you think your personality is like?" Chen Yang pondered for a moment, donning a look of regret. "I am quite introverted." The staff internally screamed, "Have you forgotten what you previously claimed? What exactly are you introverted about?" Chen Yang continued, "Because I am too shy to directly kiss a beautiful woman." Wow, impressive. Stunned, such a profound interpretation of introversion. I must be introverted too. Dating someone like this would be a true blessing. To the one above, would you like this blessing? I'm quite introverted, please do not cue me. The live stream was inundated with viewers, and the barrage of comments became overwhelming, catapulting him to become the most popular among the guests. The staff's anxiety finally dissipated. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "This is the final question." He paused, casting a hopeful glance at Chen Yang, wishing he would recall that this was a dating show, not a stand-up comedy venue. In a choice between a game and your girlfriend, whom would you choose? Chen Yang hesitated before answering, and the staff's eyes brightened. Indeed, he seemed to remember that this was a dating show in need of romantic dialogue. Chen Yang spoke. "I would choose Jian Wei. My Jian Wei is incredible." The staff was taken aback. "You're incredible." Dian Wei, ha ha ha, it took me 3 seconds to process that. "I choose Han Xin. My Han Xin is incredible." "This guy is too funny. Perhaps he should host a stand-up comedy show. I would love to watch." Where on earth did they find this gem? Is he a comedy star? I am utterly curious about the identity of this mysterious guest. Are there truly such characters in the entertainment industry? Thus, the QA session for the 8 guests concluded. Point 1 Must admit, the internet is remarkably swift. Within a mere half hour, netizens collectively propelled several peculiar phrases onto the trending topics list. For the money trending. Wise men do not fall in love. Adults enjoy foot massages trending. Who is introverted male guest number 4 trending? Unbeknownst to Chen Yang, while the other guests meticulously maintained their polished personas, he succumbed to slumber. The audience members even caught a glimpse of him, with his face obscured, as a droplet of glistening drool dripped down, utterly devoid of decorum. The entire internet gasped, curiosity reaching unprecedented heights. Who exactly is this introverted drooler? The guests arrived one after another, but instead of heading directly to the villa for the dating show, they diverted to another location. The program's real-time blurring feature was disabled, just as the viewers eagerly anticipated the unveiling of male guest number 4. Hey, why is he wearing a mask? This marked the second segment of the show, whimsically dubbed Igniting Sparks of Love from the Depths of the Soul. Everyone was required to don masks and use voice changers to ensure complete anonymity. The participants were divided into 4 pairs, male and female, each dispatched to different filming locations, haunted houses. The 4 pairs entered separate haunted houses, each designed to evoke hellish levels of terror. The task concluded once each pair managed to exit together. Wow! Starting off with a haunted house. How thrilling! This show truly understands its audience. Once the haunted house opens, the female stars will undoubtedly rush into the arms of the male stars. Is there a possibility that those slender male stars might be even more terrified than the female stars? Only the backstage staff had access to the group list. Haunted House number 1, Zhonghan and Dong Jieyue. Haunted House number 2, Hu Chenxing and Qian Xiaowei. Haunted House number 3, Qin Jin and Li Mi. Haunted House number 4, Chen Yang and Yang Yoshi. The first haunted house commenced. The male guest assured the female guest, "Do not fear, I shall protect you." The female guest's lips twitched, yet her voice remained gentle, "Thank you." Zhonghan took Dong Jieyue's hand, boldly entering the haunted house, when suddenly a chilling sound echoed, causing Zhonghan's legs to weaken. Dong Jieyue was equally terrified, her eyes refusing to open. Abruptly, hands crawled up Zhonghan's legs. It's a ghost! Help! In no time, Zhonghan abandoned Dong Jieyue, fleeing without a trace. What on earth is this? Wow, leaving the girl behind to run away. What kind of man is that? The second haunted house began. The male guest reassured the female guest, "You can hide behind me if you're scared. It's just a haunted house. I can go in easily. It's quite simple." The female guest's eyes sparkled. "You really? Then I'm counting on you." Shortly after, Hu Chenxing led Qian Xiaowei inside, and soon, their terrified screams echoed, culminating in Hu Chenxing pleading for the crew to escort them out. Foolish. This Hu, oh well, oh well. The third haunted house commenced. The male guest spoke. No, he did not manage to utter a word, as the female guest, arms crossed over her chest, strode in wearing high heels. Qin Jin observed the horrifying scenes within the haunted house, his legs trembling. While it was evident that Li Mi was still anxious, yet she was 10 times calmer than Qin Jin. Wow, as expected of my Mi, the confident queen is simply the best. Sister, protect me. The fourth haunted house began. The female guest donned a form-fitting, low-cut outfit that accentuated her figure, her contours almost palpable as she gazed at the male guest, Chen Yang. "Let me tell you, don't come crying to me for protection once we enter." Chen Yang replied, "Oh." Yang Yoshi was taken aback by his indifference. Typically, wherever she went, she was the center of attention. This man must not know who she was, but soon he would learn, and he would undoubtedly regret his initial coldness. With these thoughts in mind, Yang Yoshi huffed lightly and stepped into the haunted house, followed closely by Chen Yang. Initially resolute, Yang Yoshi soon realized something was amiss. This haunted house was far too realistic. It was 100 times scarier than anything she had ever experienced before. Chapter 5 Har, you are utterly hilarious. Moreover, you are truly putting on a show. I am eager to see what other tricks this fellow can conjure up. What tricks could there possibly be? It would be a blessing if he doesn't soil himself in fright. The first 3 male guests are utterly pathetic, utterly disgraceful to us men. If it were me, I'd land a hook and a jab, taking down all the NPCs in this haunted house. Could we not have a real man to restore our masculine dignity? Moonlight streamed through the shattered window, casting eerie shadows upon the weathered walls, as if countless eyes were peering from the darkness. Whispers echoed from the dimly lit corridor, their muffled tones sending chills down one's spine. Suddenly, a long, forked scarlet tongue, resembling a measuring tape, dangled down from the top shelf before Yang Yushi. In an instant, Yang Yushi let out a piercing scream. By the time she regained her senses, she realized she had clung tightly to Chen Yang's arm, yet Chen Yang merely looked down at her. Though masked, she could discern his expression. It seemed to convey, "Is that all?" Instantly, a wave of embarrassment washed over Yang Yushi, prompting her to loosen her grip. She steadied her wildly beating heart. "I just wasn't prepared." But just then, a pair of bluish-grey hands, smeared with blood, suddenly grasped the back of Yang Yushi's neck. Arrrrrrr. She tightened her hold on Chen Yang once more, her eyes squeezed shut, not daring to open even a sliver. In her panic, she failed to notice that her desperate embrace had pressed her body firmly against his arm. "My little Yoshi, let go of that girl, allow me to take over. I think I'm developing a case of red eye syndrome." "Lucky brat, you really have a charmed life." This guy must be secretly overjoyed. Hasn't anyone noticed? That lad shows no fear. He is the only guest among the 8 who remains remarkably composed. Perhaps he is petrified with fright, too terrified to move. At that moment, the viewership of the live stream surged dramatically. Chen Yang gazed at Yang Yushi. Her mask had somehow slipped off, revealing an exquisitely crafted visage, her delicate features, rounded eyes slightly drooping, and lips full and blooming like a vibrant rose. Perhaps due to her fright, crystalline tears welled in the corners of her eyes, and her long lashes trembled incessantly. "My heart aches for Yoshi. If only I could leap into the live stream right now, I would punch ghosts and kick zombies." Yoshi's mask has fallen. This guy must be utterly entranced by her beauty. I once saw Yang Yoshi in person. Her face is so small and stunning. What a boon for that insufferable lad. However, why do I feel as though I see disdain in his eyes? No, I must be seeing things. It turned out, the netizens' observations were indeed astute. Chen Yang furrowed his brow, seemingly at a loss for words. "You, Yang Yoshi," too frightened to open her eyes, retorted with a haughty tone, "What do you mean, you? Haven't you ever encountered a beauty before?" Indeed, he was smitten. Upon seeing her, he was rendered speechless. Had it not been for the terrifying haunted house, she would not have sought refuge in his embrace. She begrudgingly conceded this time. Chen Yang remarked, "You've smeared your foundation on my clothes. Could you kindly keep your distance?" The attire was provided by a sponsor, after all, and he needed to return it. He could not afford to lose money in the process. What? I must have misheard. Indeed, I was correct. This guy is an unparalleled straight man. For the sake of a shirt, he disregards a beautiful woman in his arms. What a sight! If I could just hold Yushi once, I would gladly let her stain my clothes with foundation. Not only the viewers, but even Yang Yushi was taken aback, thinking she had misheard. She momentarily forgot her fear and opened her eyes, gazing incredulously at Chen Yang. Huh. Chen Yang pressed his finger against her forehead, gently pushing her away from his garment. Yang Yushi, she felt utterly defeated. "You think I'm scared?" Har har, not in the slightest. I was merely giving you a chance to shine. It's quite amusing. Really. I need your protection. You're quite the enigma. Har har, utterly ridiculous. A series of smooth retorts landed squarely on Chen Yang's head. Chen Yang nodded. Oh. Yang Yushi, damn. How does it feel like this guy has effortlessly drawn out all of Yang Yoshi's trump cards, only for them to land in thin air? Oh no, Yang Yoshi has been thoroughly rattled. Yoshi is so prideful, so adorable. She genuinely makes me want to cry with laughter. That super move inflicted a staggering 114,514 points of damage. Yang Yushi, with a stiffened neck, refused to acknowledge Chen Yang any longer, mustering her courage to forge ahead. However, the haunted house was astonishingly realistic. Every sound effect and scene exuded a chilling aura, yet Chen Yang felt no fear at all. Rather, he found it somewhat dull and even stifled a yawn. This guy must be feigning calmness. He is certainly pretending not to be afraid. Even I find this scene terrifying from outside the stream. I must admit, the production team has put in a tremendous effort. Their haunted house is remarkably lifelike. It's akin to a movie set. Kudos. What a joke. Hiding behind Yang Yoshi is hardly a display of bravery. Yang Yoshi moved forward at a snail's pace. Chen Yang inwardly mused, this star is genuinely committed. She is, after all, an actress with commendable skills. If anyone had ever criticized her acting, he would be the first to disagree. To evoke such fear from a mere haunted house is truly impressive. Had he followed his initial inclination to move ahead, they would have exited the haunted house in minutes, leaving no room for entertainment. It was essential to feign a bit of fear. He had learned a valuable lesson. If Yang Yoshi were to discover this, she would undoubtedly berate Chen Yang, for she was genuinely terrified. Her legs trembled uncontrollably. Each time she considered retreating, the image of his indifferent EOE echoed in her mind. No, she couldn't concede defeat. Finally, Yang Yoshi spotted a door ahead. She exhaled in relief. Surely that was the exit. She steeled herself to push it open. Suddenly, a little girl plummeted from the ceiling, her joints twisting grotesquely in every direction. Her neck craned forward, revealing a pallid face with features that appeared to have melted like wax. Her hollow eyes fixated on Yang Yoshi beside her, an elderly, stooped woman. Her eyes bloodshot, stared unblinkingly at Yang Yoshi with eerily pure black pupils, silently curling her lips into a grin. Both figures held a ladle and an empty basin in their hands. The metal ladle scraped against the bottom of the basin, producing a jarring sound. I'm so hungry, I'll chop you up and eat you, AER. The scream reverberated throughout the haunted house. Any semblance of dignity was cast aside as Yang Yoshi leaped onto Chen Yang like a kangaroo. Chapter 6:1 Ghost, one pink shovel. As Chen Yang opened his mouth to speak, Yang Yoshi immediately interjected, I will compensate you for the clothes, even 10 pieces if necessary. Hearing this, Chen Yang naturally had no objections. After all, as long as it did not involve monetary compensation, he was amenable. However, her feigned fear seemed rather excessive. Chen Yang attempted to step forward, but Yang Yoshi clung tightly to him, rendering him immobile. This guy truly deserves his fate. My laser of red-eye disease is destined to sweep across the world. Who on earth is this fellow? It's best to keep both eyes wide open while sleeping. Chen Yang said, you need to let go, I can't move like this. Yang Yoshi shook her head, trembling all over, tears streaming down her face like a string of broken pearls, biting her lip, devoid of the earlier haughtiness. I'm weak in the knees. I can't move. Observing the fear in her eyes, Chen Yang paused momentarily. No, her acting skills couldn't possibly be that remarkable. Wait, are you genuinely afraid? Yang Yoshi responded. So this man had thought she was merely putting on a show? She couldn't help but scream internally. How could such a dense man exist in this world? No wonder this guy has been trailing behind Yang Yoshi. He thought she was acting. Dealing with such a blatant blockhead, Yoshi is truly having a tough time. Seriously, with her clinging to him like that, how can he remain so stoic? Is he a monk or something? Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Yang Yoshi took a deep breath, her voice laced with a hint of sobbing. I'm truly scared. Please take me outside. This guy must be overjoyed. He is definitely going to Princess Carry Yoshi. The grudge for stealing a wife is something that cannot be forgiven. Chen Yang sighed, all right. Yang Yoshi released a breath of relief but clung to him even tighter. Chen Yang stated, you need to let go first. Yang Yoshi understood that Chen Yang intended to Princess carry her out, reluctantly releasing her grip, yet still dared not open her eyes. She merely spread her arms and awaited his embrace in silence. I'm going to die of jealousy over this scene. I want to stab my eyes for 3 minutes. Damn, who does he think he is? Is this guy planning to punch the NPCs, but didn't he the director say from the start that NPCs cannot be harmed? Wait, what is this guy doing? Chen Yang stepped forward and directly snatched the iron ladle and iron basin from the hands of the terrifying NPC little girl and the old woman, beginning to strike them together. A grand and majestic prelude resounded. Chen Yang commenced to sing. Listen, the horn of the new journey sounds. The call for a strong military lies ahead. Ear. Our nation must be strong, and we must take responsibility. The battle flag is filled with blood and glory. E. The exhilarating song echoed throughout the eerie haunted house. Meanwhile, Yang Yushi, still standing with open arms, awaiting her Princess Carrie. 6. What is this operation? Is this a development conceivable by carbon-based lifeforms? Oh my heavens, who is going to rein this guy in? Which mental institution did he escape from? This melody, these lyrics, this guy seems to have some genuine talent. I swear, when I heard him strike the prelude with the ladle and basin, I instinctively stood up, chest out and stomach in. Why do I suddenly feel a rush of blood boiling, as if with a rifle in hand, I could conquer the world? Yang Yushi was bewildered. Listening to Chen Yang's song, she felt as though the dim and terrifying haunted house was enveloped in a layer of bright red light, a sensation capable of dispelling all darkness. The more she listened, the warmer her heart became. She stared blankly at Chen Yang. Chen Yang continued to strike the iron ladle and basin, sporting a confident smile. Just tell me, are you still afraid? Yang Yushi replied, she truly was no longer afraid. Chen Yang grew more animated with each strike. Doesn't it give you the feeling that if a ghost appeared, you'd be able to vanquish it with a single shovel? Although this ghost was not the same as that ghost, it sufficed. Yang Yushi retorted, I am a girl. How could a girl do something so crude? Chen Yang responded, oh, then you can use a pink shovel to defeat it. Yang Yushi, she gazed at the fervently striking Chen Yang, pouted, yet secretly curled her lips into a smile where he could not see. A pink shovel would suffice. Chen Yang sang all the way, with Yang Yushi following along. Yet her heart held no fear any longer. In the broadcasting and television building, within the conference room, an assistant was holding a tablet. Director, this Chen Yang has boosted his personal live stream to the highest popularity, far surpassing other streams. Moreover, unexpectedly, this lad can even write songs. You truly have an eye for talent. Your decision to select Chen Yang was made against popular opinion, and it seems your insight is indeed astute, having chosen such a dark horse. The director chuckled. I too was taken aback by his rapid surge in followers recently, thinking I would give it a shot. After all, no matter the method, if one can gain 1 million followers overnight, they are certainly extraordinary. However, I did not anticipate him being a songwriter. And to write so passionately. At least when it comes to program reviews, this will surely expedite the process, as it promotes the right spirit. Suddenly, the office phone rang with a sharp ringing. The director picked up. Hello. His demeanor shifted to one of respect. Hello, esteemed leader. After listening for a moment, he said, all right, of course. He hung up the phone. The assistant inquired, Director, what happened? The director smiled. The central authority has taken an interest in Chen Yang's song and asked me to assist in acquiring the rights. The assistant's eyes widened in surprise. The director gazed at the live stream screen, where Chen Yang was still singing and striking the basin, leading Yang Yushi out of the haunted house, and could not help but exclaim, oh, what a treasure I've struck gold with. Chapter 7. Drifting down the mountain without slowing down. My name is Chen Yang. Remember it. Chen Yang, accompanied by Yang Yushi, navigated through the twists and turns and finally emerged from the haunted house. The other guests had long been waiting by the side. Teams 1 and 2 had exited the haunted house prematurely, having called the staff for assistance, while Team 3, although having made it out, took a full 30 minutes longer than Chen Yang and his group. The staff announced, congratulations to Team 4 for successfully completing the task. Incredible, this brother number 4 is truly something. Who exactly is this brother number 4? How come I've never heard of such an entertaining figure in the entertainment industry? Finally, the exhilarating moment of revealing identities arrived. The staff said, let us unveil the masks in the order of teams 1, 2, 3, and 4, and please greet our audience while you're at it. The male guest from Team 1 removed his mask. Hello everyone, I am Jong Han. He smirked, lifted his wrist to check the time, and then turned to the camera. So it turns out I have a special fondness for you. I beg for a pair of clean ears. What on earth did I just hear? A female guest from Team 1 took off her mask, her large, pitiful eyes gazing into the camera. Hello everyone, I am Dong Jieyue. Thank you all for watching our show. Wow, as expected of the gentle goddess, you speak so sweetly. The male guest from Team 2 unmasked himself. I am Hua Chensheng, I look forward to your guidance. After speaking, he pointed to his forehead and flicked his finger away. This guy has always loved to show off. The female guest from Team 2 revealed her face, and when Chen Xiaowei smiled, a sweet dimple appeared, her eyes glistening with brilliance, her laughter capable of melting hearts. Who could possibly resist the charm of the adorable Wei Wei? The male guest from Team 3 unveiled his mask. Hello, I am Qin Jin. This is the film Emperor. The show truly spared no expense to invite him. The female guest from Team 3 took off her mask. Li am I. Oh, my cool and aloof goddess, sister, you slay me. Team 4's female guest, Yang Yoshi, had accidentally knocked off her mask while in the haunted house and simply greeted the audience before finishing. As the identities of the guests were revealed, the number of live viewers surged, almost breaking the previous record for the highest viewership. It's here, it's finally here. I can't wait to see who this unconventional guy really is. Each preceding guest has a higher status than the last. This guy must be remarkable as well. But I've filtered through all the well-known male celebrities, and none fit the bill. Perhaps he is a once famous figure who has retreated from the limelight. Come on, buddy, show us your true colors. At that moment, the highly anticipated moment unfolded in the live stream. Chen Yang slowly removed his mask, the camera held its breath. As the mask came off, his clean, sharp jawline, high nose bridge, long and thick eyelashes, and neat eyebrows emerged. Chen Yang curled his lips into a smile. He then opened his arms, swayed his body, and swaggered toward the camera, proclaiming, drifting down the mountain without slowing down, my name is Chen Yang. Remember it. All the guests and staff were left speechless. It felt as though the very air of the world had come to a halt for half a second. Then the comments section erupted with fervor. Am I going mad, or is the world going mad? The meme god I've been eagerly anticipating turns out to be that Chen Yang. This clingy weirdo, a minor celebrity flaunting his lack of decorum, just go away. To be fair, I, a man, find him handsome. I never expected Chen Yang to be so genuinely dashing. So what if he is handsome? He is still a morally reprehensible scoundrel, leave the entertainment industry, or if Chen Yang doesn't leave, I will never watch this show again. To the one above, watch or don't. I still want to see Chen Yang play his memes. I've been memizing his lines at home, if you drive him away, I won't let it go. Wait, did you not notice? There is also Dong Jieyue and Qin Jin in this variety show. Wow, this love triangle is something I want to see. Chen Yang, do you have no shame? Chasing after Jieyue all the way here. Jieyue and film Emperor Qin Jin are locked in. Okay, would it kill you to not intrude? Most guests were taken aback upon seeing Chen Yang, yet being from the entertainment industry, their expressions flickered before they resumed smiling for the camera. Only Dong Jieyue and Qin Jin momentarily wore grim expressions, particularly when Dong Jieyue saw Chen Yang reveal himself. Her smile faltered instantaneously. She feared her expression would be scrutinized by the camera, so she quickly lowered her head. Yet internally, alarm bells rang. What exactly did Brother Yang intend to do? Was he seeking revenge by appearing on the same show because he was unwilling to accept their breakup, or was he attempting to reconcile? However, based on Brother Yang's character, the former seemed improbable. It was likely the latter. A wave of irritation washed over her. Even if Chen Yang attracted fans in this unconventional manner, what did it matter? Such popularity was fleeting. It didn't guarantee substantial earnings, nor could it provide her with what she desired. She needed to find an opportunity to clarify to Chen Yang that reconciliation was utterly impossible. After the self-introductions in the haunted house, everyone boarded the production team's bus, heading to the villa for the variety show recording. During this time, trending topics emerged rapidly. Haunted house song Purifying the Soul. My name is Chen Yang. Remembered straight man Chen Yang. Netizens divided into two factions. One vehemently shouted for the morally deficient Chen Yang to exit the entertainment industry, while the other raised the banner for the meme god Chen Yang. However, currently, the former faction held an overwhelming advantage, pushing the latter down. Furthermore, many netizens, wishing to criticize Chen Yang but constrained by the requirement that only fans could comment, hastily became his fans. Consequently, Chen Yang's fanbase surged rapidly within the entertainment industry. In no time, he became the center of attention, with various marketing accounts frequently posting, and of course, the majority were filled with scorn. Unbeknownst to the guests within the production team, the outside world was in chaos. They disembarked from the bus and entered the villa, their residence during the recording of the dating show. During this period, they were responsible for their own meals, clothing, and accommodation, as the staff would not assist them. The guests arrived at different times. Chen Yang arrived first, followed by Yang Yoshi, then Li Mi. And finally Zhang Han and He Chenxing. The earlier arrivals had already settled their luggage. The villa was 3 stories high, with 4 rooms on the first floor, 3 on the second, and 1 on the third. He Chenxing lingered, delaying the placement of his luggage as he circled around. After a while, he put on a show and said, "I think the room on the 3rd floor is quite nice, may I stay there?" As soon as he spoke, the other guests were taken aback. It was clear to anyone that the room assignments were based on the haunted house results, thus the only room on the 3rd floor was designated for Chen Yang. Chapter 8. Now that you know, return and await further instructions. Isn't He Chenxing being a tad too forthright? Clearly, the rooms are being allocated based on the rankings from the haunted house. Why should Chen Yang cede his room to him? The production team never explicitly stated that the room selection was based on the haunted house rankings. It's perfectly reasonable for my dear Hur to wish for a room on the 3rd floor. So why should Chen Yang immediately choose the 3rd floor? He is the least favored among them. Does he not understand the rules? It's truly infuriating. It feels like being undermined at work. Damn it, I just wanted to unwind and enjoy some entertainment, but even watching a variety show feels suffocating. My Hur desires Chen Yang's room. That's a sign of respect towards him. In the entertainment industry, status is paramount. Regardless of the circumstances, Chen Yang will ultimately have to relinquish his room to He Chenxing. The viewers in the live stream were embroiled in heated discussions, while the guests in the dating show remained silent. The phenomenon of larger stars bullying smaller ones, whether overtly or subtly, is an unavoidable aspect of every program. In this instance, knowing that the 3rd floor was occupied by Chen Yang, He Chenxing audaciously expressed his desire for it, clearly taking advantage of his higher status. Should Chen Yang refuse, he would be labeled as difficult. If he acquiesced, he would be branded as easy to manipulate. After all, once such concessions are made, they tend to multiply, leaving Chen Yang perpetually vulnerable to being stepped on. Yang Yoshi exclaimed, "Why should that be?" Chen Yang chose first. He Chenxing subtly frowned but quickly turned to Yang Yoshi, saying, "Yoshi, if you want it, I can let you have it." His tone implied an unshakable belief that the room would inevitably belong to him. Yang Yoshi scoffed, "I have no desire to stay there." He Chenxing shrugged, "Since you don't want it, and the room isn't yours, you naturally have no say in the matter." He was convinced that Chen Yang wouldn't dare refuse him. Yang Yoshi opened her mouth to retort but found herself at a loss. By status, she ranked slightly lower than He Chenxing, having entered the industry more recently, thus rendering her powerless. Yet, the feeling of being bullied through status was utterly disheartening. The other guests were filled with anticipation. Even Yang Yoshi, who attempted to defend Chen Yang, hit a wall. How would Chen Yang respond to this monumental dilemma? Even Li Mi, seasoned in the entertainment industry and often hailed for her emotional intelligence, found herself at a loss for words. Internally, everyone believed that Chen Yang would undoubtedly feel too bashful to refuse and would agree. Under the collective gaze of the audience inside and outside the live stream, Yang Yoshi looked at Chen Yang, sensing that he would not bow to such malevolence. After a prolonged silence, Chen Yang calmly raised his gaze. Meeting Hou Erqianqing's insistent stare, he returned it with equal steadiness and said nonchalantly, "Understood, you may return and await further notification." A peculiar silence enveloped the air. Wow, I never imagined such a response in my lifetime. This is an absolute kill shot. Go back and await notification is pure genius. Refreshing, simply exhilarating. High emotional intelligence. It's just a room, if you wish to stay, go ahead. Low emotional intelligence, I refuse to yield. Hell level emotional intelligence, understood, you may return and await further notification. Har har. Indeed, this Hou Erqianqing thinks very highly of himself, expecting others to yield their rooms to him merely because he perceives Chen Yang as an easy target. Little did he know, he has just stepped on a landmine. I hereby declare that Chen Yang is the voice for us humble workers. Hold on, what is wrong with Chen Yang? It is just a room. If my Hou desires it, he could simply concede. How can someone with such a low status act like a diva? Can we get Chen Yang with such poor character out of the entertainment industry? To the person above, you should be the one to exit our workers' circle. If Chen Yang leaves because of your insults, who will represent us? I'll come for you through the internet. The live stream audience surged as many who had anticipated Chen Yang would yield to Hou Erqianqing returned upon hearing his brilliant retort. Some even became diehard fans of the dating show, coining the slogan, "As long as Chen Yang's voice remains, we shall follow him forever." Hou Erqianqing's countenance turned ashen upon hearing those words. What on earth does await further notification mean? Awaiting what notification? Yang Yoshi felt the weight that had burdened her dissipate instantly. Chen Yang's words were undeniably impressive. Qian Xiaowei looked at Chen Yang with bright, crescent-shaped eyes, finding him utterly delightful. Just as Hou Erqianqing sought to regain his composure, Li Emai suddenly spoke, directing her gaze toward the production team. Is there another segment? If not, everyone seems tired, perhaps we should call it a night. The production team felt a sense of regret. They had hoped to witness a confrontation between Chen Yang and Hou Erqianqing. A staff member approached and handed each of the 8 participants a brand new phone. In the following segment, you will need to communicate with one another using the phones provided by the production team. Each person is required to post at least one moment on their social media daily. Now, please go ahead and make your first post. At that moment, a small window appeared in the live stream, showcasing the social media interface. The first post came from an account named Crystal Core Little Fox. The haunted house was enjoyable. I look forward to more thrilling parts from the production team. It was Li Emai. Wow, my dear MI's username contrasts so delightfully with her personality. Brothers charm and madness coexist. I believe that one must possess basic integrity to truly be called human. Is Hou Erqianqing dissing Chen Yang? Isn't that a bit too obvious? I despise those who are so passive-aggressive. May gentleness be bestowed. I hope to meet someone who will touch my heart for a lifetime here. My tenderness is reserved solely for you. I believe I will encounter someone who will captivate my heart for all eternity here. These usernames seem like couple names that were planned together. Dong Jiayue and Qin Jin are just too sweet. They are truly a perfect match. They've locked me in. Now that they are so blissful, it's utterly disgusting that Chen Yang once tried to insert himself. Thankfully, they remain steadfast. Loved by me, cherished for a lifetime. Once, travel was slow and letters were distant. One's life is only enough to love one person. Who would have thought Zhang Han is still a pure love warrior? Once, travel was slow, and one could only love one person. Now, high-speed trains are swift, and one can like 4 or 5 people in a single stop. Previously, travel was slow, and gossip did not spread far. I hold a pink little shovel. From now on, I shall no longer fear visiting haunted houses. What Xiaoxi means is that next time she visits a haunted house, she'll sing that song. Listen, the horn of new journey blows. I won't be afraid to visit haunted houses anymore. If I do, I'll sing loudly. Xiao Xi's username, isn't it just what Chen Yang said about her using a pink shovel to shovel people? I feel inexplicably charmed. Little Chen is not getting enough to eat. Today, I met a very interesting person. Chapter 9, Before eating, you may be proud. After eating, your fate is uncertain. Wow, who is that interesting person Xiao Qian mentioned? Today, Xiao Qian teamed up with Hua Chenxing to enter the haunted house. She can't possibly be referring to Hua Chenxing, can she? No way. I can't shake the feeling that she might be talking about Chen Yang. How could that be? She hasn't spoken to Chen Yang today. But Chen Yang is truly fascinating. A mass of pixels in life, one must possess a thick skin. If you feel embarrassed about this or that, how can you dare to live? Damn, absolutely savage X2. In comparison, Hua Chenxing's trivial remark seems inconsequential. I feel offended. I am perpetually too shy to refuse others, which leaves me exhausted and devoid of respect. Yang Ji, I have learned my lesson. A profound maxim, I shall jot it down. Should anyone shamelessly request that I do what I do not wish to, I shall hurl this phrase back at them. When he speaks, he astounds. But has anyone noticed a peculiar issue? Why is Chen Yang's username obscured by pixels? Why is it pixelated? I must see what name he has chosen that aligns with his goofy character. Behind the scenes, the production team was in a frenzy. Staff member 1 exclaimed, "Is this permissible to say?" Staff member 2 replied, "Perhaps we should refrain." Staff member 3 suggested, "Let this show become even more outrageous." Everyone turned to the chief director, gritting his teeth. The chief director resolved, "Release it." He was willing to risk it all for the ratings. Under the intense urging of netizens, the pixelation over the username was finally removed. A resounding cry, "Your father has arrived." What an exhilarating username. Chen Yang, you. Scratching head JPG. Enough? I said enough. After tidying up, Chen Yang prepared to retire for the night. Although it was a 24-hour live broadcast, the guests covered the cameras at bedtime. Suddenly, his phone chimed. It was his personal phone, not the one provided by the production team. Dong Jiuyue Yang Ji, I believe we need to have a conversation. I understand that you might hate me or wish to take revenge, but the past is the past, and we cannot return to it. Upon seeing this message, Chen Yang decisively switched to the production team's phone. The production team's phone was instantly projected into the live broadcast room. A resounding cry, "Your father has arrived. Have you experienced a hearing issue?" The production team stated that messages can only be sent using this phone. May kindness prevail. What on earth is happening? Is Chen Yang suffering from delusions? Clearly, Xiao Yu did not message him at all. What is he up to? Is he deliberately trying to attract Dong Jiuyue's attention? Ridiculous. Do you all lack comprehension? Chen Yang's statement was clearly a response to Dong Jiuyue contacting him privately without using the production team's phone. To the person above, who knows if he's just making it up? Dong Jiuyue felt a sense of foreboding. She would have liked nothing more than to rush to Chen Yang's room and snatch his phone away. A resounding cry, "Your father has arrived, let's speak frankly." May kindness prevail. What? A resounding cry, "Speak plainly." May kindness prevail. Chen Ji, it's a bit late now, perhaps we should rest and discuss this later. A resounding cry. I am not here to hate you, nor to take revenge, I am here to wish you well. May kindness prevail, wish me well. Dong Jiuyue was somewhat taken aback. She and Qin Jin were no longer concerned about others speculating about their relationship, as they had come on this show to be open about it. However, she did not expect Chen Yang to accept it so easily. She sighed deeply. Yang Ji was a good person, and she genuinely liked him during their time together, but she simply lacked the capability to provide what she desired. A resounding cry. Your father has arrived. I wish you cataracts, rendering your vision unclear, and may you require eye drops from Shopeyes. May you contract onychomycosis, spreading it to others, and may your hair vanish without a trace, while your dandruff becomes even more pronounced. Dong Jiuyue was left speechless. Indeed, Chen Yang has not disappointed. Damn, this is hilarious, how wicked. Bro, lend me your mouth for a few days. Doesn't anyone find Chen Yang exceptionally rude? He has no reason to speak like that about Xiao Yu. To the person above one, Chen Yang's words clearly indicate that Dong Jieyue contacted him privately, and his references to hate and revenge suggest she has wronged him in the past. Thus, a day in the dating reality show passed tumultuously. That night, netizens appeared to be immersed in Chen Yang's explosive remarks in their dreams. The following morning, Chen Yang descended the stairs with a tremendous yawn. Upon reaching the kitchen, he was greeted by flames leaping half a meter high and an unrecognizable charred substance in a pot. His expression was beyond description. This can't possibly be our meal, can it? Hearing Chen Yang's voice, Dong Jieyue froze momentarily. That comment from last night nearly sent her into a fit of rage, keeping her awake throughout the night. Indeed, Chen Yang had come to take revenge on her, yet, love often breeds hate. Chen Yang must still harbor feelings for her. Dong Jieyue felt a surge of irritation. What was it about Chen Yang that she found appealing? Could she not change? Qian Xiao smiled, her dimples charmingly visible, and said to Chen Yang, "This is what we're having for breakfast." The production team stated that during the recording, we must handle our own meals. Chen Yang frowned. Is the production team so cruel? Even for the sake of sensationalism, they ought not to subject them to such culinary torture. These individuals, who are not accustomed to even the slightest kitchen work, could they truly produce anything edible? What if someone choked to death? He hadn't even had time to squander the appearance fee. The most agonizing aspect of life is when one passes away, yet their wealth remains. Yan Yoshi, hands on her hips, regarded Chen Yang, her small face smudged with soot from the pot. Do you have an issue with this? What does Chen Yang mean? For female guests are preparing meals for them, and he still has complaints? Is he just looking for trouble? He is being coddled. If it were me, I would gladly eat whatever they prepared. If the sisters cooked for me, I would definitely eat. Does Chen Yang really have that many complaints? If he doesn't want to eat, he can leave. At that moment, Qin Jin came downstairs and overheard the conversation. With a smile, he said, "As long as there's something to eat, I'm content. I'm not picky. Look at how gentle our film emperor Qin Jin is. It's only natural. Having food is a blessing." Chen Yang glanced again at the lump in the pot and spoke once more. "Heed my advice. Before eating, you may be proud. After eating, your fate is uncertain." Chapter 10, Indulging in Delicacies. Donning the largest shorts, Qin Jin furrowed his brows and turned to Chen Yang, adopting the tone of someone who has been through it all. "Chen Yang, you ought to heed my advice. One must not set expectations too high for others. When someone prepares a meal for you, gratitude is in order. Besides, it's merely breakfast. How bad could it possibly be? Indeed, Chen Yang is merely a small fry trying to play big. Yesterday, he was entertaining. Perhaps I misjudged him. However, it seems that the backlash he faces online is entirely deserved." Exactly, Qin Jin is an award-winning actor, and even he remains humble and low-key. What qualifications does Chen Yang, a mere nobody, have to voice his opinions? Chen Yang fell silent. Good intentions often fall on deaf ears. Just then, Hu Chenxing descended from the stairs, observing the four girls bustling in the kitchen. He had overheard Chen Yang and Qin Jin's earlier exchange. With a disdainful glance at Chen Yang, he remarked sarcastically, "Some individuals may not hold a prominent position, yet they certainly excel at throwing their weight around. And to be picky about food as well." He immediately made his way to the kitchen, eyeing a freshly prepared sandwich with exaggerated awe. "Wow, this caviar sandwich looks fantastic." Qian Xiaowei scratched her head. "That's a fried egg sandwich." Hu Chenxing's expression froze for a moment. "Fried egg? What? Fried egg? Oh dear." I suddenly find myself agreeing with Chen Yang. This production team is truly ruthless. I must cautiously mention that some individuals can indeed create culinary disasters. My neighbor once perished from consuming his girlfriend's cooking. Is that dark lump truly a fried egg? Very well, whether it be caviar or fried egg, I shall partake in this breakfast. Upon closer inspection, it does resemble a fried egg, and it appears quite appetizing. Qian Xiaowei's eyes widened with excitement. Really? Then you must eat more later. Hur Chenchen paused. Har har, sure. When breakfast was served, one could not deny the variety present, however, the appeal in terms of color, aroma, and flavor was lacking. Zhang Han also made his entrance, looking impeccably polished, even styling his hair with mousse. Everyone gathered around the dining table, yet none made a move to pick up their chopsticks. The girls wore expressions of eager anticipation, while the boys wore inscrutable looks. Yang Yushi glanced at Chen Yang but, recalling his earlier remarks, felt a surge of anger. She refused to let him eat and turned to Qin Jin and Hua Chenxing instead. Did you not say it looks delicious? Then hurry and try it. Qian Xiaowei nodded. Yes, this is my first time cooking for others. Dong Jiayue also looked at Qin Jin. Give it a taste and let us know how it is. Li Mi remained silent, yet her gaze was fixed on the three boys, aside from Chen Yang. The moment had come to act. Qin Jin and Zhang Han simultaneously picked up their sandwiches, took a deep breath, and bit into them under the expectant gazes of the girls. Neither Qin Jin nor Zhang Han holds a lesser status than Chen Yang. If they can eat, why shouldn't he? Chen Yang, with his demeanor, aspires to join a dating show. He might as well resign himself to a life of solitude. Is it good? The girl. Just as they were about to retch, Chen Yang swiftly covered their mouths. Qin Jin and Zhang Han's eyes widened in terror as they looked pleadingly at Chen Yang. He grinned mischievously. When someone prepares a meal for you, Qin Jin and Zhang Han, overwhelmed by the atrocious taste, felt dizzy and desperate to vomit, yet Chen Yang held their mouths shut. They nearly rolled their eyes back in disbelief. Where are those who criticized Chen Yang earlier? Speak up. Did you not claim that everyone else could eat? Can they really consume something so dreadful? Is it truly that horrendous? Hua Chenxing sighed heavily in relief. Thankfully, he had merely pretended to take a bite without actually consuming any. Otherwise, he would have been the one suffering now. Zhang Han felt utterly wronged. He had not uttered a single word, yet tears filled his eyes from the pungent aroma, and he looked pitiably at Chen Yang. Chen Yang released Zhang Han's mouth and offered him a sandwich. Eat. Zhang Han shook his head vigorously, then succumbed to a fit of retching. Refusing to eat, we then let us feed it to the dogs. Hua Chenxing, taken aback, thought, what the? Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, the indescribable flavor exploded in his mouth. Chen Yang, you feed it to the dogs. I refuse. Qian Xiaowei looked somewhat despondent. It seems I truly lack culinary talent. Chen Yang nodded. Acknowledging one's mistakes is the first step toward improvement. What is with this Chen Yang? He doesn't even attempt to comfort our dear Qian. I knew he was straightforward, but I didn't expect him to be so blunt. Breakfast was declared a failure, and the consensus was reached to skip it, leaving the task of preparing lunch to the male contestants. The production team retained a sliver of humanity. Perhaps they anticipated that breakfast might go awry, as no other activities were scheduled for the morning, allowing everyone some free time. The sun emerged, casting a warm glow. Hua Chenxing proposed, shall we explore the surroundings? The dating show villa was perched on a hillside, situated in a rather remote area, yet the scenery was quite pleasant. Everyone tidied themselves up, looking. In stark contrast, Chen Yang appeared dressed in a tank top, oversized shorts, and flip-flops, resembling a villager who had inadvertently wandered onto the set. Qian Xiaowei widened her eyes. Is this what you're wearing? Chen Yang nodded. Is there something wrong with it? Qian Xiaowei shook her head vigorously, her large eyes blinking. No. Chen Yang declared, one must indulge in delights and wear the largest shorts. Chapter 11. A most eloquent euphemism for excrement. Chen Yang procured a reclining chair and placed it in the outdoor courtyard, where he reclined peacefully. The sun shone warmly, a gentle breeze caressed him, and he surrendered to slumber. Blissful, Yang Yushi observed Chen Yang and inquired, aren't you joining us? Chen Yang replied decisively, no. Since the production team had made no arrangements, he saw no reason to seek out. It was far better to indulge in leisure. Once one learns the art of idleness, the world reveals itself in all its clarity. Limi asked, do you truly enjoy sleeping that much? Chen Yang shook. Rather, I cherish the serene sensation of being at peace. Har har har. the feeling of being at peace. I've learned something. I shall say that to others in the future. Indeed, sleep is inherently, when faced with dilemmas, one ought to take a grand slumber first. Where does Chen Yang find such an abundance of witticisms? Har har har. Chen Yang reclined in the chair, basking in sunlight, a gentle breeze wafting by as he lazily fanned himself. It was sheer delight. Observing Chen Yang's tranquil slumber, Li Mi felt a twinge of regret for agreeing to venture out. Lying there indeed seemed far more comforting. She was not alone in the sentiment. Others, too, were tempted by the prospect of repose. After all, in the entertainment industry, every individual is a commodity of sorts. The more popular one is, the more engagements they receive. The purpose of recording a dating show was to provide a moment of respite, yet, due to ingrained professional habits, they were all concerned whether their footage would be sufficiently entertaining and how to achieve the desired show effect. They had never contemplated passing time in such a pure manner as Chen Yang. Though they harbored such thoughts, they had already promised to go out, and it was unthinkable to renege. Thus, they turned back several times, their eyes brimming with envy for Chen Yang's leisurely demeanor, reluctantly embarking on their outing. Is Chen Yang truly here to participate in a dating show? While others stroll to foster connections, he is napping away. Chen Yang is simply a marvel. I envy him. In such splendid weather and picturesque scenery, to peacefully drift into slumber is undoubtedly a cleansing for the soul. Meanwhile, the viewership in the live stream was steadily increasing, surpassing even the numbers of other guests engaged in their outings. I just came from Huaqiansheng's live stream. It was utterly foolish. There was no physical connection with Dong Jieyue, yet it lacked any sweetness, unlike the last Ghost House outing where Chen Yang and Yang Yoshi exchanged playful disdain. Simply observing him has granted me an unprecedented sense of relaxation. I have counted 87 mosquitoes that have landed upon him. I set Chen Yang's sleep stream aside to attend to my own tasks. Whenever fatigue strikes, I glance at him sleeping, feeling rejuvenated. Unaware of the comments in the live stream, Chen Yang lost track of time. Eventually, he awoke naturally, stretching with a sense of satisfaction. Delightful, truly delightful. No sooner had he roused than the others returned, clearly in disarray. Their faces were glistening with beads of sweat, flushed from the heat, hair dampened and sticking to their cheeks and foreheads. They were speckled with dirt, their clothes snagged by branches, panting heavily, their eyes devoid of vitality. They arrived pristine, but left in a state of disarray. In stark contrast stood Chen Yang, looking remarkably refreshed, devoid of any signs of fatigue, invigorated by his ample rest. However, the most unfortunate were the cameramen. They not only traversed a considerable distance through woods and thickets but also bore the burden of hefty cameras upon their shoulders, exhausted to the point of rolling their eyes. Yet, they could not utter a single complaint, for a single word would incur a fine of 50 yuan. They cast envious glances at Chen Yang's cameraman, who appeared full of energy and even tossed a flirtatious wink in their direction. It was indeed a day of leisure for Chen Yang. While he slept, the cameraman had merely propped the camera up and taken a brief nap himself, after a morning filled with exertion and with no breakfast, not to mention Qin Jin, Huaqiansheng, and Zhang Han, who had experienced bouts of nausea that morning, now feeling as if their stomachs were glued to their backs. Limi proposed, given how weary we are, why don't we prepare a simple vegetable salad? They had to admit their lack of culinary skills. The villa was well stocked. A vegetable salad merely required washing, chopping the vegetables, and adding dressing. Huaqiansheng immediately interjected, "That won't do, a mere vegetable salad will hardly suffice." He retrieved a vacuum-sealed package of premium steak from the refrigerator. "This is top-grade Wagyu beef I brought from home, the quality is unparalleled," he proclaimed, before bustling. In the time it took Chen Yang to perform a few exercises, Huaqiansheng had plated the meal. "This steak is priceless. Some wealthy individuals cannot even procure it." Pretentious, indeed, utterly pretentious, for in their eyes, it was merely a steak. What was there to boast about? There is nothing in this world that money cannot buy. If there is, it simply means one does not have enough money. Huaqiansheng served the steak to each individual. They all expressed their polite gratitude. Zhang Han sliced a small piece of steak, popping it into his mouth and closing his eyes in satisfaction. The sensation of the juices bursting in my mouth is simply exquisite. This steak truly lives up to its reputation as top-grade Wagyu. Zhang Han's words inflated Hua Chensheng's vanity. He directed his gaze at Chen Yang. Why aren't you eating? Surely you haven't had enough of steak of such high caliber, and now find yourself at a loss on how to wield a knife and fork? Chen Yang gazed at the sanguine steak upon his plate. But does it really burst with juices? What bursts forth is merely blood. Of course, it could be elegantly termed as myoglobin, akin to an eloquent euphemism for excrement. Chapter 12. If one cannot please everyone, then let everyone be displeased. Chen Yang calmly remarked, I apologize, but I prefer my steak well done. A fleeting expression of disdain crossed Hua Chensheng's face, as if he were observing a rustic country bumpkin, his tone dripping with exaggeration. Who eats steak well done? How utterly tasteless. Only steaks cooked to medium rare can be deemed exquisite. Your ignorance of culinary arts is astounding. You wouldn't mistake that red juice for blood, would you? That is. Chen Yang was simply too amusing. Why, the ladies look stunning when they laugh. Chen Yang's wit is truly a rarity. The beautiful sisters also detest pretentious men. Even if the King of Heaven himself were here, I would still demand a well-done steak. Myoglobin is not blood. That's akin to saying potatoes aren't potatoes, tomatoes aren't tomatoes, and kiwis aren't kiwis. Hua Chensheng's composure faltered. If you have the ability, then do it yourself. Chen Yang stood abruptly and approached Hua Chensheng, towering over him by a head. Hua Chensheng grew flustered. What do you intend to do? Chen Yang replied, did you not suggest I prepare it myself? Hua Chensheng sighed in relief. Then do it, I am eager to see what you can conjure up. Li Mi, Chen Xiaowei, and Yang Yoshi exchanged glances. Could it be that Chen Yang truly knew how to cook? However, Dong Jiayue frowned, for she was Chen Yang's ex-girlfriend. She was acutely aware that while he could indeed cook, his creations were merely passable. Comparing them to top-tier Weiju was simply laughable. Moreover, his insistence on a well-done steak was utterly embarrassing. Who eats steak well done? Thank goodness she had ended things with him. How could such a person offer her a bright future? Chen Yang opened the refrigerator and surveyed its contents, retrieving a selection of vegetables. Chen Xiaowei inquired, Chen Yang, what dish are you planning to prepare? Chen Yang replied, just some home-style dishes. Chen Yang seems oblivious. With such delectable Weiju at hand, yet he still talks so much. It's not that he doesn't want to eat blood-red beef. He is the one cooking, isn't he? Even if it's not that delicious, as long as he can eat it himself, isn't he that sufficient? Chen Yang is still too young, eager to prove himself. He is likely to embarrass himself this time. For the viewers in the live stream, no one entertained the notion that Chen Yang could cook anything palatable. After all, he was far too young and handsome, a visage far removed from the kitchen. Chen Yang grabbed some meat. Hua Chensheng could no longer contain his mockery. Chen Yang, if you can't cook, then don't waste the ingredients. Chen Yang shot him a glance. Do you reside beneath my bed, monitoring my every move? Hua Chensheng was momentarily taken aback by this nonsensical retort. How could that be possible? Chen Yang responded lightly. Then how do you know I can't cook? Hua Chensheng, rendered speechless, could only stammer. Chen Yang pressed on. Your steak is merely tossed in a pan with oil. Even the dipping sauce is semi-finished. This constitutes cooking? Hua Chensheng was left utterly exasperated. Chinese cuisine reigns supreme. Down with the foolish dogs who fawn over foreign culture. The others beheld the man in the kitchen, busy yet effortlessly managing the chaos. Chen Yang, in a short-sleeved shirt that revealed his toned arms, donned a dark apron tied around his waist, diligently chopping vegetables and whisking eggs. His movements were smooth and fluid, a seamless performance. Midway through, Chen Yang suddenly inquired, should I add sugar to the tomato and egg dish? Chen Xiaowei immediately retorted, of course not, who adds sugar to tomato and eggs? That is the authentic way to prepare it. Yang Yoshi chimed in, no sugar, no sugar, no sugar. Zhang Han added, add it. I don't care, tomato and egg. Tofu pudding must be savory, zongzi must be sweet, let the battle commence. Surely, no one eats sweet tomato and eggs, right? I've lived for over a decade without encountering sweetened versions. Even if the King of Heaven himself came, tomato Since he could not please everyone, he resolved to displease them all. Thus, he decisively added chili to the tomato and egg dish. Indeed, the next moment, whether within the live stream or outside, chaos erupted. Chen Xiaowei, Li Mi, Yang Yoshi, and Zhang Han gaped in disbelief. Chen Yang, how could you add chili? Work is paused. I am going to assassinate Chen Yang. I am not joking. I am They merely wished that what he produced would be less revolting than what he had prepared that morning, which had made them feel nauseous. Before long, several dishes emerged from the stove. The enticing aromas wafted through the air, captivating everyone's senses. Chen Xiaowei inhaled deeply. Wow, it smells amazing. Li Mi, the mature seductress, and Yang Yoshi, the proud little princess, should have remained composed. Yet, upon catching a whiff of the delightful scent, they instinctively stood up. Dong Jiuyue's expression also shifted. The fragrance was truly exquisite, unlike anything Chen Yang had prepared before. Chen Yang presented the dishes at the table. Tomato and eggs, shrimp and egg custard, stir-fried scallions with meat, and vegetable soup. This was the epitome of color, aroma, and taste. Hua Chenxing had prepared an arsenal of scathing remarks for Chen Yang, but when the dishes were laid out, all mockery and disdain were lodged in his throat, unable to escape. Because it was simply too aromatic, this fragrance was objectively delightful. It was as undeniable as the sun rising in the east. Anyone with a nose could only declare it to be fragrant. Chapter 13, The Innate Flow. Saint Body, could you please take a little less, leave some for us? This shrimp is absolutely divine. My heavens, it's simply exquisite. After a morning of bustling about, none had managed to savor a single. Therefore, upon encountering such a feast that tantalized the senses, they indulged wholeheartedly. Chen Xiaowei took a bite of the shrimp and felt tears of joy welling up, exclaiming, "Goodness, this is unimaginably delicious. I have never tasted anything so exquisite." Li Mi nodded in agreement. Logically, as someone who had achieved fame at a young age, possessing wealth and power, she had sampled the finest delicacies. Yet, she never anticipated that these simple home-style dishes could be so delectable. Yang Yushi was so engrossed in her meal that she nearly swallowed her tongue, too preoccupied to utter a word, only focused on devouring more. When Dong Jiuyue took her first bite, the explosion of flavors and the unfamiliarity of Chen Yang's culinary prowess stirred a whirlwind of emotions within her once. She believed she was the one who understood Chen Yang best, for his love for her was unreserved. She had never fathomed that he possessed such culinary skills, never once revealing them to her. Yet now, the flavors dancing on her palate spoke volumes, suggesting that perhaps Chen Yang. Hua Chenxing initially thought everyone's reactions were exaggerated, determined to find fault in Chen Yang's cooking. However, with each bite, he felt as if he were soaring through a gastronomic paradise, every flavor melding together in perfect harmony. Undeterred, he boldly sampled the tomato scrambled eggs, a dish no one else dared to touch. Instantly, he froze. The flavor was simply extraordinary, an unprecedented experience for his taste buds. The sweet and sour. Hua Chenxing felt a pang of discomfort. He had intended to vex Chen Yang, to undermine him at every turn, but now, Chen Xiaowei inquired, "Is the tomato scrambled eggs delicious?" Hua Chenxing's throat went dry for a moment. He clenched his fist and then lowered his gaze. Delicious, this flavor was beyond anything that could compel him to dishonestly claim it was anything less. Chen Xiaowei cast a puzzled glance at Hua Chenxing. "You aren't deceiving us, are you? How could you look like that if it's truly delicious?" He appeared as though he had suffered a crushing blow, remaining silent for a long while. Unable to resist the temptation, Chen Xiaowei reached for the tomato scrambled eggs, and her eyes widened in delight. "This is so incredibly delicious. No way, is it really that good? Tomato scrambled eggs with chili? I can't believe it." They seemed genuinely happier eating this than indulging in that so-called premium wagyu. Didn't you notice, Zhonghan just claimed the medium-rare Weijiu was delightful, yet after Chen Yang served the dishes, he didn't even want to touch the steak, only wanting to savor Chen Yang's creations. Oh my heavens, I'm starting to drool. Maybe I should try the tomato scrambled eggs with chili today. I refuse to believe it can be as delicious as they portray. It must be for show. Qian Xiaowei was so enchanted by the aroma that she was utterly lost. Chen Yang, from now on, I'll stick with you, you can take care of me, just feed me, and I'm quite easy to please. Everything I raise tends to perish. After finishing lunch, just as Chen Yang prepared to take a nap, the production team arrived with a new task. The staff presented 4 heart rate monitors. These are to be worn by the female participants to monitor their heart rates. When a heart rate exceeds 120, a bell will ring. The male participants must ensure the female participants' heart rates exceed 120 before tonight, which will be deemed a success. Wow, this sounds fun. Next, there should be all sorts of close encounters and gazes that quicken the heartbeat. Thrilling. I can't wait. Now, there's no way to fake it. If you like someone, you like them, and being close to your crush will send your heart racing. However, we must first divide into groups. Does anyone wish to form their own group? Wow, it is basically forcing the participants to admit who they like. Jin Jin and Dong Jieyue exchanged glances and smiled slightly, just about to speak when Chen Yang raised his hand. Since it's difficult to divide into groups, let us play a little game to decide. Qian Xiaowei blinked her large eyes. What game? Seeing the others were somewhat disinterested, Chen Yang proposed, the most down-to-earth game of chance. Are you sure you don't want to join in? Qian Xiaowei's eyes suddenly sparkled, raising her hand eagerly. I want to play. The most relatable game of chance sounded like a lot of fun. Though others weren't as enthusiastic as Qian Xiaowei, they still perked up to listen. The staff inquired, Teacher Chen, what game is it? Indeed, it was Teacher Chen. Although Chen Yang was the least prominent, referring to him as a teacher was entirely justified. Chen Yang retrieved a fan from his waist and leisurely waved it. Then, facing the camera, he spoke enigmatically. Of course, it's Mahjong. It feels like we were about to discover a new world, only to be hit with a I am about to die from laughter. I thought it would be some grand game, but it's Mahjong. I can't help but feel a sense of anticipation watching a group of stars play Mahjong. It breaks the dimensional barrier. Initially, the staff furrowed their brows at this suggestion, as it was not considered a good idea. However, given Chen Yang's viewership, his unconventional approach often. To their astonishment, after Chen Yang proposed Mahjong, the livestream viewership began to soar. Viewers clamored to watch the game, even breaking previous viewership records. From that moment on, the staff regarded Chen Yang with newfound respect. Some individuals truly possessed an innate charisma that drew in the masses. Chapter 14, Under the Yellow Sky. I have an irreconcilable grudge with gambling. 8 hours of work feels like sitting on pins and needles. "10 hours of Mahjong feels as steady as Mount Tai. Previously, I had my eye on a pair of shoes but hesitated to buy them. Yesterday, while playing Mahjong, I gifted a pair to someone at the table. On the way to play Mahjong, the wind is sweet. On the way back, my tears are salty. Children do not cry every day, and one does not lose every time at Mahjong. Only I, at the Mahjong table, weep internally while continuously losing." Liu Bei gathered 3 men to conquer the world. Tang Seng sought 3 companions to attain the true scriptures. I too have found 3 individuals who have led me to a loss of 800. At 2 in the morning, awakening suddenly, I realized I should not have played that card. The Mahjong game is divided into 2 groups. One for the men and one for the women. They play 10 rounds, ranking the players based on wins and losses. The first place man faces the first place woman, the second man faces the second woman, and so forth. The fierce competition thus commences. Zhonghan inquires, shall we wager? Hua Chenshin replies, of course, playing without stakes is utterly insipid. Zhonghan frowns, I don't know. As long as your wallet is full, you'll be fine. Only Chen Yang seems restless. He timidly suggests, could we perhaps switch to another game? The other 6 individuals, excluding Zhang Han, simultaneously glare at him. No way. Chen Yang sighs, realizing he miscalculated. He had not anticipated encountering someone unfamiliar with the game. They are unaware of the terrifying curse that is the novice protection period. There's no turning back. One misstep leads to another, and he must plow ahead. At the onset, Zhang Han struggles to even draw a tile, his face contorted in despair. Scratching his head, he is bewildered by the mechanics of the game, wondering what it means to self-draw, to meld, to win, and to declare a win until he grasps the concepts of melding, self-drawing, winning, and scoring points. The blooming flowers in the game seem to multiply, while the other 3 players become increasingly befuddled. So this is indeed the novice protection period. Now I understand why Chen Yang wanted to back out earlier. Dear friends, there truly is a novice protection period. When I was 7, I played 3 rounds for my father, winning each one. Me, do you know how to play mahjong, friend? No. Me, do you know how to drink, friend? Yes. Me, deal the tiles. Me. Do you know how to play mahjong, friend? No. Me, did you bring money, friend? Yes. Me, let us sit down. As the 10 rounds conclude, Chen Yang can barely stand upright. He slowly raises his slender hand. I have an irreconcilable grudge with gambling. Zhang Han, inexplicably delighted at his winnings, responds, you haven't mentioned the yellow tiles at all. Chen Yang retorts, under the yellow sky, I have an irreconcilable grudge with gambling. To say he hasn't added yellow tiles would be untrue. Yet to say he has yellow tiles would imply his position is somewhat unique. Something feels amiss, yet at the same time, it seems nothing is wrong. Chen Yang. As the only boy here, is it so wrong to dislike gambling and drugs, yet to appreciate a bit of beauty? Gambling leads to family estrangement, drugs cause familial ruin. Beauty brings forth a house full of descendants. Beauty, send me the link. Once again, trending topics abound online. Dating show mahjong explodes, novice protection period explodes, under the yellow sky, no gambling or drugs explodes. Based on the results of the mahjong game, the women are Qian Xiaowei, Li Mi, Dong Jieyue, and Yang Yoshi. The men are Zhang Han, Chen Yang, Qin Jin, and He Chenxing. The staff announces, from now until midnight tonight, if a male guest can raise his female partner's heart rate to 120, the challenge will be deemed successful. If successful, you may propose a request to the production team tomorrow. As long as it is reasonable, they will certainly comply. This task is far from simple. They have privately verified that achieving a heart rate of 120 is no easy feat. Qin Jin approaches Dong Jieyue, and both their heart rates rise simultaneously, soaring from the 80s to 100. This is so incredibly exhilarating. Nothing needs to be said. Just a gaze is enough to elevate the heart rate. This heart rate monitor is quite amusing. All likes and dislikes are laid bare. Qin Jin looks at Dong Jieyue and softly suggests, I remember you enjoy the sea. Shall we go to the beach? Dong Jieyue shyly replies, sounds good. At this moment, everyone's attention shifts to Chen Yang. Didn't Chen Yang pursue Dong Jieyue? Rumor has it he came specifically for her. Seeing this, wouldn't he be seething with jealousy? It's a pity we can't see his heart rate, but he seems utterly unperturbed. How could that be? He is surely pretending to be indifferent. Aside from the netizens, there's also Dong Jieyue, who, from the corner of her eye, intentionally glances at Chen Yang's expression. Why is it that when she is so close to Qin Jin, Chen Yang displays no emotion? Her previous certainty wavers at this moment. Did Chen Yang truly love her before? Zhang Han and Qian Xiaowei plan to visit an amusement park, hoping to enjoy. He Chenxing and Yang Yoshi intend to partake in an escape room adventure. He Chenxing has already meticulously planned the strategy for the escape room, memorizing everything from the timing of the scares to how the ghosts will frighten them. He eagerly anticipates Yang Yoshi becoming frightened enough to elevate her heart rate to 120, so that she might embrace him tightly. Just picturing that moment is exhilarating. Chen Yang, however, remains inactive. Chen Yang is certain to lose. Among the female guests, only Li Mi has the lowest heart rate at a mere 65, and she has faced countless storms in her life. Her composure is rock solid, making it impossible for Chen Yang to surpass 120 regardless of his efforts. Agreed. 1. A 1. Li Mi asks Chen Yang, where are we going? After a moment of silence, Chen Yang replies, let us rest and sleep for now. Li Mi's voice rises slightly, what? Her heart rate skyrockets to 99. What audacity Chen Yang possesses. Chen Yang is utterly despicable. Li Mi is my goddess. How dare Chen Yang treat her this way, I must avenge her. Realizing Li Mi has misunderstood, Chen Yang runs his fingers through his hair, that's not what I meant. Li Mi inquires, then what do you mean? Chen Yang gestures towards the outside, the sun is shining beautifully. Why don't we sit outside and soak up some sunlight for a bit? Li Mi stares wide-eyed, somewhat incredulous, just like that. Chen Yang suddenly crosses his arms over his chest, that comes at a different price. Li Mi, Chapter 15. All things have spirits, except mosquitoes. What on earth is Chen Yang talking about? This is outrageous. How could my dear Mi possibly have any intentions towards Chen Yang? Doesn't anyone find this amusing? Har har har, that's a different price, har har har. Chen Yang said to Li Mi, you should rest first, I will be there shortly. Li Mi remained silent. Chen Yang felt that his words might have been somewhat ambiguous, I need to prepare a bit. After all, some matters require thorough preparation for maximum enjoyment. Li Mi continued to be silent. Chen Yang seemed to sense that Li Mi might have misunderstood. I hope you comprehend my meaning. You need not worry. Li Mi was utterly speechless. At that moment, the live stream comments had gone wild. Chen Yang, what outrageous words are you uttering? This is too spot on. I must have called the small hotel at least 100 times. It fits perfectly with Chen Yang's phrase about not mentioning the yellow and the venomous gambling together. Is there any relevant department to investigate him? This is serious, I'm not joking. This guy is clearly indulging in smoke and drink behind the scenes. Chen Yang wished to say more, but Li Mi immediately interrupted. I understand. I will lie down first, and you can come when you are ready. After she spoke, she choked on her words. Damn, I've been led astray. Chen Yang nodded, seemingly quite pleased with Li Mi's words. You truly understand. Li Mi dared not say anything further, fearing that another misinterpreted phrase might arise, leading to the closure of the live stream, which would be her fault. She moved a lounge chair into the yard, positioning it parallel to the one Chen Yang had used earlier, and lay down upon it. The warm sunlight cascaded down, a gentle breeze wafted by, and the air was occasionally filled with the melodious chirping of birds and the rustling of leaves in the wind. She was somewhat taken aback. In her previous business, she had never taken the time to savor the present moment. The delicate, enchanting sounds of nature around her seemed to weave a gentle lullaby. She slowly closed her eyes. The faint fragrance of distant flowers, the fresh scent of grass, and the earthy aroma of soil filled her senses. She had never experienced such tranquility. Suddenly, a whiff of burning grass reached her, and she opened her eyes to see Chen Yang lighting some grass and swirling it around her. Just as she was about to inquire what he was doing, Chen Yang spoke. All things have spirits, except mosquitoes. Li Mi couldn't help but chuckle. Chen Yang clearly knows what he is doing. Burning mugwort can keep mosquitoes at bay. I must say, he is quite down to earth. The mosquitoes are buzzing right by my ear. I have a splendid idea. Poison the blood and let the mosquitoes bite. Let us perish together. I have a good idea too, withdraw my blood in advance, it's called an empty city strategy. Recognizing mosquitoes as this is called a tiger's poison does not consume its young. Place a dummy on the bed and sleep beneath it. This tactic is known as passing through the sea under false pretenses. After Chen Yang finished burning the mugwort, he went to retrieve the watermelon he had chilled in the well water. Li Mi found it amusing, propping her chin up as she attentively watched Chen Yang slice the watermelon. With a slight press of the knife, the watermelon cracked open with a crisp crack, revealing its juicy, ruby-red flesh. He placed 2 spoons on top and handed one to Li Mi, saying, "Watermelon is the least one can do to honor summer." Li Mi smiled as she accepted it, scooping a generous spoonful of watermelon flesh into her mouth. The sweet juice burst forth, filling her mouth with delight. So sweet. Chen Yang reclined on the lounge chair, leisurely fanning himself with a hand fan, savoring the watermelon, utterly at ease. As Li Mi relished the fruit, she found her gaze lingering on Chen Yang's face, and in that moment of tranquility, she felt an overwhelming sense of beauty. Drip, 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 her heart rate surged, reaching 100, 101, 102, 103. Relentlessly climbing higher. It must be that Da Mimi is too alluring, causing her heart to race. Yes, it must be. As Li Mi realized her heart was quickening, she immediately averted her gaze, shutting her eyes and engaging in deep, rhythmic breaths. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. Gradually, her heart rate began to stabilize. That was close. She almost fell into a trap. When she finally opened her eyes again, she found herself locked in the gaze of Chen Yang, whose eyes danced with a mischievous smile. Beep, 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 heart rate at 100, 101, 102. Damn, close your eyes once more. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. No, darling, you mustn't. Perhaps that will send it soaring to 120. Li Mi replied, I'm tired, you're not allowed to speak. Chen Yang responded, oh. Li Mi reclined in her chair, endeavoring to calm her emotions, astonished that a mere boy could quicken her heartbeat. Yet, she realized she would never be able to forget this day. On this day, the sky was a brilliant azure, devoid of a single cloud, with warm sunlight bathing the earth, reminiscent of sweet watermelon. Countless beautiful words fall short of encapsulating the warmth it bestowed upon her. Her heart felt as though a small stone had been suddenly cast into it, sending ripples of nostalgia for her youthful days. Drip, 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 the heart rate fluctuated between 102, 103, and 104, only to stabilize at 70 after reaching 108. Chen Yang scratched his head. Goodness, this heart rate seems to be encountering a bug. Li Mi remained silent. Chen Yang inquired, are you certain you don't need me to call an ambulance for you? Li Mi continued to be silent. As expected, Chen Yang never fails to disappoint me on the path of the oblivious male. Truly, he is a paragon of the ironclad straight man. I am utterly astounded. Yet, does no one genuinely feel that this is worth savoring? Chinyang Li Mi heart rate bug oblivious men are hopeless. Chapter 16, a man must never be declared useless at the amusement park. The sun blazed down, and Qian Xiaowei felt uncomfortably hot, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, while Zhang Han was not faring much better, his meticulously styled hair now a disheveled mess. Yet, there was no option but to complete their mission. Zhang Han suggested, shall we ride the carousel? Qian Xiaowei's adorable brows furrowed slightly. Do we really have to go? Zhang Han nodded confidently. It will surely be delightful. Qian Xiaowei blinked and replied, let us start with your carousel, and then we can enjoy the attractions I prefer. Of course, Zhang Han acquiesced. After all, what young girl doesn't relish a ride on bumper cars? They both took their seats on the carousel. Qian Xiaowei stifled a yawn. Zhang Han cleared his throat and gazed at her. Xiaowei. A sense of foreboding washed over Qian Xiaowei as she turned to him, her demeanor wary. What are you planning? Zhang Han inhaled deeply and recited passionately, there are 3 types of rulers in this world, the straight ruler, the triangular ruler, and I love you very much. Qian Xiaowei's lips twitched. This guy does not disappoint, he is truly cheesy. Cheesy bro, after watching your live stream today, I wouldn't need any oil for cooking tonight. My heavens, my toes have formed a castle. Enough, I've had enough. Jonghan frowned at Chen Xiaowei. This shouldn't be happening. How could his carefully prepared lines have no effect whatsoever? He remained undeterred and fixed his gaze on her. Do you find my eyes beautiful? Chen Xiaowei struggled to maintain her smile, her dimples barely visible. Should I say they are? Jonghan proclaimed, because all I see is you. Chen Xiaowei fell silent. After a long pause, she finally responded, har har, Zhongji, you're quite the comedian. Jonghan inquired, has the number on your heart rate monitor increased? Chen Xiaowei stole a glance at her watch, hesitated, then faced Jonghan with conviction. It has increased. Jonghan pressed, let me see how much it has risen. Chen Xiaowei's expression became increasingly difficult to interpret as she discreetly covered her heart rate monitor. Har har, no need for that, it will soon hit 120 anyway. Why don't we try some other attractions? I'm sure it will reach 120 quickly. Jonghan smirked knowingly. All right then, however. While Chen Xiaowei managed to deceive Jonghan, she could not fool the audience in the live stream, for the heart rate monitor's readings were visible in real time. Har har har, little Chen's survival instincts are off the charts. Har har har. One must admit, little Chen is quite clever, just look at her emotional intelligence. Har har har. Little Chen's heart rate was 80, but after hearing Jonghan's cheesy lines, it dropped to 70. Talk about. Jonghan, swallowing hard, looked at the attraction before him in disbelief. Do you truly wish to ride this? Chen Xiaowei finally beamed, her smile radiant, her dimples sweetly pronounced, of course. It's going to be so much fun. Jonghan was rendered speechless. Chen Xiaowei sincerely asked, Zhongji, are you up for it? If not, we can skip it. Not up for it. Those words pierced Jonghan to the core. A man must never be deemed incapable, especially in front of a national audience. I can do it. Of course, I can. Why wouldn't I? Let us go right now. Moments later, the sounds of frantic screams echoed from the 360-degree roller coaster. Jonghan exclaimed, oh, at the apex of the roller coaster, Chen Xiaowei's heart rate finally surged, rising from 70 to 100. I'm about to lose it from laughter. I can practically see Jonghan's stomach from the way he is screaming. Little Chen looks so composed. This adorable little girl loves the thrill of roller coasters. What an unexpected contrast. Escape room. The scene was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by an eerie green light. The temperature inside was frigid, accompanied by a chilling breeze, while the background noise. Hua Chensheng looked at Yang Yoshi. Don't be afraid, I will protect you. If you feel scared, just hold onto me. Yang Yoshi was well aware of his intentions, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes as she scoffed. You said I'm afraid. Hua Chensheng understood that Yang Yoshi was inherently proud, refusing to shed tears until facing the inevitable. He was curious to see how she would cling to him in fear later on. As Hua Chensheng wandered through the dimly lit room, he suddenly felt something was amiss. This escape room was nothing like the one he had prepared for. Outside the escape room, his phone erupted with notifications. Assistant. Bro, why are you in the escape room? I don't see you outside the door. Assistant, bro, where are you? Assistant, bro, you haven't gone to another branch, have you? Assistant. Bro, that branch's escape room is even scarier. Yang Yoshi mustered her courage and ventured forward, gradually revealing that they were in a dilapidated school, the tiles stained with blood and exuding an ominous aura. After assessing his surroundings, Hua Chensheng confirmed that he had indeed entered the wrong escape room. Damn it! He steadied his emotions. How hard could it be to navigate a small escape room? He could easily find his way out, even with his eyes closed. Hua Chensheng feigned calmness. Now we just need to solve there. He turned around and was confronted unexpectedly by a ghastly, decaying face. Damn it! His curse echoed throughout the room. Yang Yoshi had been startled moments before, but Hua Chensheng's scream sent her into shock. Why did Hua Chensheng bring Yang Yoshi to the escape room if he was scared himself? He failed to impress and instead embarrassed himself. Har har har. I feel embarrassed for Hua Chensheng. Yang Yoshi asked, are you scared? Hua Chensheng swallowed hard and stood up, Of course not, I just wasn't prepared earlier, Yan Yoshi replied. Oh, Hua Chenxing added, if you're frightened, I can reluctantly suggest we find another option. Yan Yoshi responded firmly, I'm not afraid. Hua Chenxing, left speechless, watched as Yan Yoshi walked ahead. It was evident that the atmosphere grew increasingly terrifying. Severed hands, dismembered feet, and lifeless head stared at them with unblinking eyes. Trembling, Hua Chenxing conceded, forget it, I give up. However, a sudden song drowned out his voice. It was Yan Yoshi. She clenched her fists and sang loudly, listen, the horn of the new journey sounds, the goal of a strong army beckons ahead. To strengthen our nation, we must take responsibility. The battle flag is inscribed with iron-blooded glory. The stirring melody reverberated throughout the chilling escape room, illuminating the dark path ahead with a crimson glow. Chapter 17, Eat Less Salt, Look at You Being Idle, I'm Laughing So Hard. Chen Yang has mastered this trick from Yan Yoshi. It's absolutely hilarious. Har har. By the seaside, Qin Jin and Dong Jiuyue strolled along the beach, the setting sun casting a warm glow upon them, creating a picture of perfect harmony. So sweet. His large hand enveloped her smaller one, leaving Dong Jiuyue blushing furiously. They are holding hands. This is their first hand-holding outside of the scenes. How exhilarating. How is it still 90 now? Goodness, have we stumbled upon some extraordinary truth? Li Mi lay on the lounge chair, basking in the warm sunshine and gentle breeze, dozing off. Upon awakening, she saw the group returning. You all are back. Qian Xiaowei and Yan Yoshi walked ahead, their complexions rosy and spirits high. In stark contrast, the two trailing behind, Zhang Han and Hua Chenxing, appeared pale. If only she were grouped with Chen Yang. Yan Yoshi gazed at Li Mi, feeling a strange sensation within. It seemed that no matter who Chen Yang was paired with, he always found a unique approach. Li Mi inquired, have you reached a heart rate of 120 yet? Yan Yoshi and Qian Xiaowei shrugged and waved their hands. Li Mi declared, I will steadfastly maintain my position today. Li Mi asked, did you exceed 120? Qin Jin wore a confident expression. Dong Jiuyue shyly replied, I didn't pay attention earlier, it should have surpassed that. Curiously, she asked, Sister and Dong Jiuyue continued, you didn't do anything else? Li Mi shook her head. Dong Jiuyue bit her lip. It seemed she had been overthinking. Chen Yang still harbored feelings for her, otherwise, how could he remain unaffected when given the chance to interact with such a beautiful person as Sister Mi? How peculiar. Why has Dong Jiuyue's heart rate inexplicably risen? Exactly, just a moment ago when holding Qin Jin's hand, it was merely 90, and now, without doing anything, it has surged to 100. Time ticked away, drawing near to the deadline for the heart rate game. The sky had completely darkened. Chen Yang descended from the third floor, looking at Li Mi. Let us go. Li Mi asked, where to? Chen Yang replied, to complete the task. Upon hearing this, Dong Jiuyue's expression momentarily died. Where are you going to complete the task? Chen Yang glanced at her, eat less salt, you're too idle. Concise and clear, mind your own business. Dong Jiuyue's expression faltered, disbelief etched on her face as she looked at Chen Yang. What did you say? Wow, Chen Yang's words are rather sharp. Dong Jiuyue merely asked out of curiosity. Why should he lash out at her for no reason? If you all dislike him, I rather like him, I'll take that mouth in my next life. You initially claimed that Chen Yang was pursuing Dong Jiuyue, but now it's evident that he doesn't care for her at all. Perhaps it's a case of love turning to hate. Chen Yang drove the production team's vehicle, with Li Mi seated in the passenger seat. The car moved steadily, yet the road began to veer off course. After what felt like an eternity, they entered a small grove. Surrounding them was utter darkness, devoid of any signs of life. Oh no, a small grove, is he plotting? Let me take her. Could it be that this guy truly intends to engage in such activities? What wouldn't this fellow do? Anticipation, silly grin. Chen Yang turned off the engine, leaving only the headlights illuminating the path ahead. The atmosphere grew quiet. Li Mi felt inexplicably anxious, her heart rate gradually escalating. Chen Yang broke the silence, saying, we've arrived. Li Mi bit her lip. Oh, Chen Yang asked. Silence often conveys consent. Chen Yang turned in his seat to face Li Mi, earnestly stating, "Shall I proceed?" Li Mi bit her lower lip, barely audible as she murmured a consent. "If it's to happen, just do it, don't ask." How strange. Chen Yang, having received her permission, leaned in toward Li Mi. She felt the unfamiliar yet forceful aura pressing against her. Her long lashes fluttered like butterfly wings as she slowly closed her eyes, a hint of nervousness washing over her, swallowing hard, her heart racing. She took deep breaths, inhaling and exhaling. "It's fine, they are both adults now, this is entirely normal, although rumors suggest she is an old hand in the entertainment industry. Surely she must have had liaisons with many young men. The truth is, she hasn't. For some reason, she dislikes the proximity of other men. It makes her feel uncomfortable all over, even during filming. She prefers using a stand-in for kiss scenes or employing camera angles to avoid it." This was her first time, privately, unrelated to acting, being so close to a man. For some inexplicable reason, she felt no aversion toward Chen Yang. As she sensed his approach, her hands clenched nervously. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, the anticipated sensation on her lips never arrived. Just as she was beginning to wonder, she heard a soft thud nearby. She opened her eyes. To her surprise, Chen Yang had bypassed her to open the door on her side of the vehicle. "I didn't park properly. The driver's outside was too close to the tree, so I had to exit from passenger side." Li Mi. Chapter 18. No transcendence allowed after the nation's establishment. Oh my goodness, what on earth is Chen Yang doing? Is he out of his mind? Li Mi has closed her eyes and pouted. "He tells me he merely opened the passenger door. Damn, I've already taken off my pants, and you show me this. Is there a possibility that Chen Yang doesn't wish to, in the car? This rascal is quite the playful one, but I like it." Li Mi paused for a moment, her cheeks. Chen Yang inquired, "What were you doing with your eyes closed just now? Did you not sleep enough after an entire afternoon's slumber?" Li Mi was speechless. She tightly shut her eyes, gritting her teeth. "Yes." Chen Yang remarked, "Well, you seem to have had quite a lot of rest. Perhaps you enjoy that feeling of being at peace." Li Mi remained silent. She truly could not fathom why every word that Chen Yang uttered left her utterly speechless. Chen Yang continued, "No worries, you'll feel more awake soon." I guessed it right. Chen Yang surely wishes to indulge in the wild outdoors. "Oh no, Li Mi, please don't." "But won't this live stream get banned?" At this, Li Mi's face turned. Her voice unconsciously carried a hint of allure. "What are you talking about?" She wished to hear no more of Chen Yang's lewd words. It was simply too embarrassing. Thus, she promptly exited the vehicle. Chen Yang tapped his forehead. "Did I say something?" Without further contemplation, he too exited the passenger seat. Li Mi leaned against a tree, clad in a black lace dress. The deep neckline hinted at boundless springtime allure. Particularly, her legs, long and slender, were as smooth as jade, with dainty high heels that exuded a sensual charm. Each movement radiated the essence of a mature, sophisticated woman. Her peach blossom eyes were captivating, stunning in an almost surreal manner. She gazed at Chen Yang. "What did you bring me here for? A small grove?" It felt rather peculiar. Chen Yang chuckled. "Aren't you feeling drowsy? I brought you here to invigorate you." Li Mi shot him a playful glare. Chen Yang stated, "We need to walk a bit further ahead." Li Mi nodded, obediently following Chen Yang. The formidable diva, who commanded respect in her realm, now appeared as docile as a little fox before Chen Yang. "My Li Mi, please don't. Tell me where they are now." I must confront Chen Yang. What merit does Chen Yang possess to deserve this? Chen Yang walked ahead, while Li Mi trailed behind. After a short distance, he announced, "We've arrived." Li Mi, puzzled, looked up and suddenly froze. White paper money was swept up by the wind, settling upon the dilapidated mounds of earth. Li Mi's hair stood on end as she stared at Chen Yang. "They are all graves. What the hell, are we really doing this? Are we playing around a graveyard?" The live stream flickered to. In the dead of night, Chen Yang and Li Mi had not brought along a cameraman. They were solely equipped with cameras connected to the livestream. At this moment, it was just the two of them. What is happening? Could there be an issue? Please, don't scare me. All we can hear is sound. The stillness of the night enveloped the desolate graves with an eerie presence, the moonlight casting shadows through the leaves. Suddenly, a series of intermittent coughs echoed in the silence. Limis voice trembled. Chen Yang, did you hear anything? Chen Yang, puzzled, asked, what sound? Li's heart tightened. It's a cough, a cough. Chen Yang widened his eyes. Don't scare me, I haven't heard anything. At that moment, Li felt a chilling sensation creep up her spine, every hair on her body standing on end as she swallowed hard. Oh my, I heard it too. The sound of coughing, an old man's cough. Why didn't I hear it? The sound is faint, turn the volume up. Oh my, am I witnessing a supernatural occurrence? The night was as dark as ink, the wind whispering like a spectre weaving through the trees. Li's heart raced like a drum, her legs feeling weak. Chen Yang, let us go back. Before Chen Yang could respond, Li suddenly froze, a wave of numbness washing over her scalp. Her trembling hand pointed toward a grave. Chen Yang, do you see over there? Is there someone? Don't scare me. In the dead of night, apart from a lunatic like Chen Yang, how could anyone else be here? Why can't we see anything in the live stream at such a critical moment? I am on edge. Li clearly saw it. Not far from the grave, there stood an elderly man. His weathered skin bore the marks of time, his face lined with deep wrinkles. His hands and feet trembled slightly, his mouth opening and closing as if uttering something. Though devoid of any teeth, his eyes were deeply sunken, murky, and pale, nearly devoid of visible pupils, with hair cascading down to his waist, obscuring his face. He was staring intently at Li. Chen Yang turned to the direction Li pointed, puzzled. What are you talking about, Jie? Where is there anyone? Why is there no image at the most critical moment in the live stream? Could it be that a ghost is blocking the image? Have we truly encountered a ghost? So terrifying, I sleep alone. I can't even dare to close my eyes. Li's heart raced wildly, as if it would leap from her throat, her breathing heavy and rapid, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. Her chest heaved violently. She watched as the old man suddenly stood upright. An eerie grin spread across his ghostly face, as if she had become his next meal. His nails were black, sharp, and long. In the next moment, he lunged toward her. There's a ghost. Li's legs gave way, unable to move, and she leaped onto Chen Yang, clinging tightly to him. Her heart raced uncontrollably. 150. 151. Chen Yang gently patted her back. Since the founding of the nation, one is not permitted to become a spirit. What you have seen is not real. Yet, Li trembled even more, her hands and legs tightening as she clung fiercely to Chen Yang. Chen Yang's voice bore a trace of anguish. Sister please don't. Chapter 19 Basic Moves, Number 6. What are they doing? Why can we only hear the sound? I could pay to watch. Today's live broadcast ends here. I need to open the webpage link. Please share the link. This speed is too exhilarating. I'll just wear these pants for today. I want to get out. Don't weld the door shut. This isn't a kindergarten bus. Isn't anyone going to pay attention to that ghost? Chen Yang, feeling helpless, said, Jie, please let go of me. Li resolutely refused, not daring to even open her eyes. No. It's truly terrifying. Chen Yang sighed. Then I have no choice but to do this. To whom? What the heck, to whom? What for? Gun pressed Chen Yang's forehead. JPG. You better clarify. Li was so frightened that she couldn't hear what Chen Yang was saying. Chen Yang took out his phone from his pocket. Just then, the live stream picture resumed, and a line of small text appeared at the bottom of the stream. We apologize for the technical issues that caused the live stream to be interrupted for half an hour. We hope the viewers will understand, is the child starving and thinking about nursing? Damn, production team, do you know you made me miss the most important moment of my life? There stood Chen Yang with Li Mi hanging onto him, her long legs wrapped around his waist. Suddenly, the next second, 200 yuan credited to Alipay echoed through the small forest and resonated throughout the live stream. The old man looked at the money in his phone with delight, nodding in satisfaction. Young man, let me know next time there's such a good thing. Li Mi was stunned. You can see him. Chen Yang nodded. Li Mi asked, but you just said you couldn't see. Chen Yang candidly replied, I was lying. Li Mi, Chen Yang said, let's go back. Li Mi replied, oh. This is a scam, a scam. You're scamming my emotions. I want to assassinate Chen Yang, who's joining me. Take me with you. 1-1. The car drove out of the small forest and returned to the villa. The guests and staff waiting in the villa were greeted by this scene. Li Mi's cheeks were flushed, a thin layer of sweat on her forehead, her legs trembling as Chen Yang supported her back. Noticing the peculiar looks from everyone, she immediately tried to push Chen Yang away. You don't need to help me, I can walk on my own. Chen Yang simply replied, oh, and decisively let go. Suddenly, Li Mi's legs gave way, and she fell into Chen Yang's embrace. Chen Yang shrugged, I told you today was thrilling enough to knock you off your feet. Li Mi shot him a glance, it's all your fault. What the heck, this isn't the way to kindergarten. Spread the word. Li Mi and Chen Yang came back weak-kneed and sore. What? Li Mi was played by Chen Yang until she was weak-kneed. The expressions of the guests and staff were ambiguous. Qian Xiaowei said coyly, Mi Jie, where did you two go? Li Mi's face turned beet red, it's not what you think. Chen Yang, puzzled, responded, it's exactly what they think. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the guests turned colorful. Li Mi, this dense man was driving her to madness. What do you mean by that? Chen Yang replied, what else could it mean, they think we went to complete a task. Li Mi was speechless, indeed. Chen Yang was terrifyingly straightforward. Listening to Chen Yang, everyone realized they had misunderstood. With a ding, midnight arrived. A staff member spoke up, breaking the peculiar atmosphere. The task time is up. I will now announce the results for each group. Today, only one group achieved their goal. Instantly, the 4 male guests wore expressions of smug satisfaction. Qian Xiaowei, maximum heart rate. 100. Zhonghan. What? How is that possible? I was so romantic with my sweet talk today, and I even took her on the roller coaster. How could my heart rate only be 100? He looked at Qian Xiaowei in shock. Qian Xiaowei scratched her head, smiling sheepishly. I'll strive for 120 next time. The staff continued. Yan Yoshi, 90. Hua Chenxing's eyes widened. Impossible. Today, that escape room was so terrifying. How could it only be 90? His heart felt like it would burst. How could Yang Yoshi only have 90? Yang Yoshi tilted her chin. Please, you hid behind me the whole time. What's so surprising about 90? The staff continued. Dong Jiayue, 100. Qin Jin, who had been confident, instantly looked dejected. What? He incredulously stared at Dong Jiayue, who seemingly was just as shocked, her face pale. Qin Jin couldn't hold his composure. Did all of Dong Jiayue's shyness today turn out to be an act? Moreover, another matter made the 3 male guests' faces turn grim. Since the staff just announced that only 1 male guest completed the task, and since the 3 of them did not, it meant that only Chen Yang had accomplished it. How could that be possible? It couldn't be Chen Yang, the staff announced. Li Mi, maximum heart rate 160. Everyone present, including Li Mi herself, widened their eyes in disbelief. What? 160, they struggled to even hit 100, and Chen Yang caused Li Mi's heart rate to soar to 160. Chen Yang slowly curled his lips into a smile. Basic moves. Number 6. It was once again time for the daily dating show Friend Circle segment. The live stream switched to a small screen, and the Friend Circle page became the large screen. Xiao Chen couldn't get enough. The roller coaster was so much fun, accompanied by a photo of them on the roller coaster, loved by me, cherished for a lifetime, little heart rate, easy as pie. A carousel did the trick, accompanied by a photo of Qian Xiaowei secretly checking her heart rate on the carousel, handsome and crazy. Escape room was easy, accompanied by a photo of a crooked smile in the escape room. I wield a pink shovel, it's just an escape room. My pink shovel levels everything, accompanied by a photo of the scariest moment in the escape room. May tenderness be my guide. Today was delightful. Accompanied by a photo of a shadow with Qin Jin by the SEA.my. Tenderness is only for you. Happiness is simply your presence, accompanied by a photo of holding hands with Dong Jiayue. Crystal Core Little Fox, Chen Yang said, after the founding of the nation, no spirits allowed, so I'm not afraid anymore, accompanied by a photo of a small leaf shaped like a heart picked from the small forest. Arising to the heavens, your father has arrived. Likes for free fortune telling. What the heck, when did Chen Yang start doing fortune telling on the side? Why does he meddle in everything? I want to see how he does it. At this moment, all 7 guests liked his Friend Circle post. Chen Yang waved his hand. Now it's my turn to perform. He began typing furiously on his phone. Soon, 7 comments appeared in the comments section of his fortune-telling post. Arising to the heavens, your father has arrived. A worthless life, Xiao Chen can't get enough. Arising to the heavens, your father has arrived. A worthless life, loved by me, cherished for a lifetime. Arising to the heavens, your father has arrived. A worthless life, handsome and crazy. Arising to the heavens, your father has arrived. A worthless life. I wield a pink shovel. Arising to the heavens, your father has arrived. A worthless life, may tenderness be my guide. Arising to the heavens, your father has arrived. A worthless life. My tenderness is only for you. Arising to the heavens, your father has arrived. A worthless life, Crystal Core Little Fox. Arising to the heavens, your father has arrived. A worthless life, arising to the heavens, your father has arrived. Chapter 20, who invented the greeting good morning, who truly benefits from rising early. The way he goes mad is truly handsome. I am naturally not inclined to smile. I merely expose my teeth to let them breathe a little. Wounding 1,000 enemies but suffering 8,000 in return. Sometimes when one is ruthless, they even harm themselves. This is perfectly normal, all right. It's called leveling the playing field, do you understand? Indeed, that's right, life is but a fleeting existence, and I too am but a fleeting existence, who can remain sane in this world. It's merely a facade we maintain. It's all right, managing to stay mentally stable for even a minute is quite impressive. That evening, as anticipated, Chen Yang's unconventional approach and extraordinarily beautiful mental state once again ascended the trending topics, repeatedly scrutinized. Chen Yang Li Mi Little Grove exploded. Old man Oli Pei credited 200 yuan exploded. A fleeting existence exploded. The next morning, the staff awakened everyone at 5 o'clock to announce the filming tasks. The guests, one and all, were yawning profusely. The staff smiled and said, "Good morning, everyone." The irritation from waking up early was palpable. Chen Yang remarked, who invented the greeting good morning, who truly benefits from rising early. The staff momentarily faltered. This morning's task involves grape picking. Each person must pick 50 pounds of grapes to return. In such sweltering heat, with mosquitoes buzzing around, how could Chen Yang, the embodiment of lethargy, possibly comply? He immediately stated, "I successfully completed my challenge yesterday. Now I have a request." The staff appeared somewhat taken aback, wondering why he would make a request so early. "What request do you have, Teacher Chen?" Chen Yang replied, I request not to go. The staff hesitated, clearly troubled, for Chen Yang was their guarantee of viewership. He urged, Teacher Chen, engaging in moderate exercise is beneficial for your health. Chen Yang waved his finger dismissively, not exercising will merely deteriorate my physical condition, but exercising will lower my moral standards. The staff was rendered speechless. Exactly, so true, you voiced my sentiments. Who really enjoys exercising? Every time I have to run 1,000 meters for a fitness test, I almost spew forth my lunch. Yang Ji continues to perform steadily. Absolutely. Shouting, roaring, howling, the staff said, to take a step back, exercise, Chen Yang interjected, let us just say this. Who can hear anything clearly when we take a step back? The staff fell silent. In the end, Chen Yang did not go, decisively returning to his slumber amidst the envy of the other guests. He slept soundly until he naturally awakened, leisurely making his way downstairs, just as the other guests returned, each drenched in sweat. Upon their return, they immediately guzzled hot water. Only Chen Yang appeared utterly refreshed. Suddenly, he directed his gaze at the camera, tousled his flowing hair, revealing 8 gleaming teeth, and flashed a picture-perfect smile. Refreshing, all-controlling, light and fluffy, the ultimate remedy for greasy and flat hair, allowing even oily strands to experience a breeze, ensuring that even after 2 out of 3 kids are maxed out. The guests retreated to their rooms to shower and tidy up. Meanwhile, Chen Yang, feeling entirely justified, opened a game. He selected a jungler, while the opposing team had a little Xiao. Chen Yang initiated with the Lanling King, and as the game commenced, he pursued Little Xiao relentlessly. Little Xiao, it seemed, always turned to encounter love. No matter where she went, she invariably found herself in the embrace of Lanling King. In truth, if Little Xiao were a bit more cautious, staying close to the tower and obtaining her golden body early, even with Lanling King on the opposing side, she would undoubtedly meet her demise. Playing as Little Xiao, as long as one has a modicum of positioning and awareness, it's practically a guaranteed death. Just as the final team fight was about to commence, Ho Chen inadvertently tripped over the network cable. Chen Yang's flamboyant maneuvers abruptly ceased, the game screen froze, and when he re-entered the game using cellular data, the match had already been lost. Chen Yang calmly tucked his phone back into his pocket. The guests had returned downstairs. The staff announced, today, the guest teachers will not be required to cook, the production team has prepared a delicious meal. However, they must answer questions before they can eat lunch. Since Teacher Chen was the only one who completed the task yesterday, he will be the one posing the questions today. Chen Yang nodded. The staff continued, you may begin. Chen Yang looked at Li Mi, what is 1-1? Li Mi was taken aback, finding the question overly simplistic. Given Chen Yang's character, it seemed improbable. Perhaps there was a catch. Li Mi cautiously answered, is it equal to Wang? Chen Yang nodded, correct answer. Next, Chen Yang turned to Qian Xiaowei, what is 1-1? Qian Xiaowei blinked, her dimples appearing as she smiled, it's equal to 2. Chen Yang nodded, correct answer. Moving on, Chen Yang looked at Yan Yoshi, what is 1-1? Yan Yoshi replied skeptically, is it equal to Jian? Chen Yang nodded, correct answer. I can't believe it. It seems that no matter the answer, it's deemed correct. Chen Yang, you are lenient. I initially thought that given Chen Yang's character, he would pose something unexpected, yet he surprised me with this overly simplistic question. Truly, Chen Yang is one of a kind, a different kind of firework. Chen Yang, when faced with beautiful women, you let loose, you old lecher. Just as Chen Yang was about to ask, if Chen Yang continued to pose such easy questions, the viewership would plummet. After some brainstorming, they interjected, Teacher Chen, perhaps you should first glance at the bullet screen, before posing questions, you can interact with the audience. This would alert Chen Yang to the audience's frustration at his leniency, prompting him to make the questions a tad more challenging, or at least not so derogatory to their intelligence. Chen Yang pouted, fine. The staff sighed in relief and hurriedly brought over a phone displaying the live broadcast. Chen Yang casually glanced at it. He quickly spotted a comment, then, addressing the camera earnestly, he declared, I noticed a comment stating I am an old lecher. Let me clarify. I am not old. The staff went into a frenzy. That was not the clarification we needed, and besides, is that even a clarification? Chapter 21, The Tale of 3 Women and 105 Men. The staff had become lackadaisical. Regrettably, today's topic lacked the necessary buzz, and they dared not let Chen Yang view the bullet comments again, fearing he might utter something that would provoke an immediate reaction. The staff, resigned, said, "Teacher Chen Yang, please continue with the questions." Chen Yang nodded, glancing at Zhong Han, and asked, "What is 1-1?" Zhong Han confidently declared, "It equals 3. Just as Zhong Han prepared to hear Chen Yang affirm his answer and then head off for a meal, he heard Chen Yang inquire, "Why does it equal 3? Zhong Han was taken aback. Huh? Wasn't the point not to ask questions? Wasn't any random answer considered correct? Indeed, Chen Yang had a penchant for being provocative. Zhong Han had merely answered casually. He had no idea why it equated the viewership ratings for the live broadcast. Chen Yang asserted, "I am the judge, and my word is final." The staff let out a heavy sigh. Very well. Chen Yang turned to Dong Jieyue, Qin Jin, and Hua Chenxing. "Are you ready?" The trio appeared relaxed. Hua Chenxing said, "Ask away." "Wasn't it just a matter of answering casually? So easy?" Chen Yang queried. "The Tale of 3 Women and 105 Men. Which classic is it from?" Hua Chenxing, perplexed, responded, "Ho?" Dong Jieyue echoed, "Ho?" Qin Jin chimed in, "Ho?" The staff also exclaimed, "Ho? Ho?" Hua Chenxing's eyes widened like saucers. What kind of joke is this? What classic is this even from? Which classic is written about this?" Chen Yang shot him a glance. "Ahar, foolish." Hua Chenxing, irate, retorted, "You say that, but if you can't provide a reasonable explanation, I have grounds to suspect you're targeting me." Isn't that targeting obvious enough?" "Clearly, it's targeting." Chen Yang was indeed targeting him. After all, this fool had just pulled the internet cable during his game. A person who bore grudges was not fit to be a good star. As for Dong Jieyue and Qin Jin, setting aside their previous grievances, he simply found them irksome. Qin Jin remarked, "Indeed, though Chenxing may be a bit biased, Chen Yang, how could there possibly be such a classic as you mentioned?" Dong Jieyue bit her lip, gazing at Chen Yang in silence. Chen Yang looked at them as if they were simpletons. "Are you blaming me for your ignorance? Isn't this simply water margin? I thought it was some taboo literature. Well. I can't believe it's water margin. You seem to have no issue with your assertion, but everything you say appears problematic." The staff finally exhaled in relief. They had been terrified that Chen Yang's provocative comments would lead to the live stream being shut down. After all, 3 Women and 105 Men was a premise that was difficult not to misinterpret. However, after the shock, came immense delight, as the viewership surged, drawn in by the intrigue. Wow, missing just a minute of Chen Yang's dating show means missing a meme. Hua Chenxing declared, "All right, if you have the ability, continue." Chen Yang asked, "What classic is a deep affection between a stepmother and me?" Hua Chenxing jumped in frustration. "That is not a classic at all." Chen Yang countered, "Are you saying Thunderstorm isn't a classic?" Hua Chenxing swallowed his previously colorful curses. Thunderstorm, a tale of deep affection and a stepmother. If that's the title, I must check it out. The title is certainly not without merit. Thunderstorm could also be titled A Love for My Sister or My Father's Wife and Daughter Are My Lovers. Qin Jin and Dong Jieyue found themselves at a loss for words. However, Dong Jieyue's heart was tumultuous, filled with discomfort. While other girls had been sent away to eat for various reasons, she was left to be put on the spot by him. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Clearly, Chen Yang had once treated her with utmost kindness, fearful that she might be cold or hungry. Even at midnight, while she was filming, he would prepare meals and sneak them to her, avoiding the paparazzi. Yet now, Chen Yang didn't even spare her a glance, and even if he were to realize the turmoil within her, he would merely roll his eyes and dismiss her. "What does it matter to me?" Chen Yang posed, "Accidentally conquering my cousin during a family visit." Hua Chensheng replied, I don't know. Chen Yang continued, dream of the Red Chamber. Hua Chensheng responded, go on. Chen Yang asked, the battle for supremacy, the entanglements of the three major financial clans. Hua Chensheng retorted, what do you mean? Chen Yang concluded, Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Which literary genius is going to write a story titled There's Always a Villain Trying to Steal My Master? Isn't that enough for Mr. Wu Chengyan, a carefree narrative without a CP theme? Indeed, whether in style or essence, it is quite sufficient, yet it is too refined for someone as base as me. From Ju Barge's perspective, wouldn't that be after slacking off, all my disciples ascended together? Har har har, this is genuinely delightful. Hua Chensheng gritted his teeth, continue. Chen Yang retorted, do you think I'm a fool? You keep failing to answer, and you expect me to keep quizzing you. I don't even need to eat, do I? One last question. Hua Chensheng took a deep breath. All right. Chen Yang asked, I became the master adored by 3,000 disciples. Hua Chensheng, utterly bewildered, thought, what kind of question is this? Half an hour later, Hua Chensheng was thoroughly defeated beyond recognition. Dong Jieyue and Qin Jin were left starving, their stomachs pressing against their backs. Hua Chensheng, what is it? What classic, you ask? Chen Yang elegantly dabbed his mouth with a napkin, slowly smiling. Fool, it is, of course, the Analects. Chapter 22, if we don't go to the hospital, this wound will heal. Hua Chensheng, oh no. It's the Analects, how could I not have thought of that? Alas, Hua Chensheng has already been led astray by that fellow. Now he harbors no doubts about Chen Yang, but rather questions himself. Since they failed to answer the question posed, the food prepared by the production team was naturally off limits to them. After all, this was a 24-hour live broadcast, under constant scrutiny from netizens, leaving no room for deception. They certainly would not risk damaging their reputations by asking the production team for alternative meals. Thus, the three of them had no choice but to cook for themselves. Hua Chensheng was utterly demoralized. He lay on the sofa, muttering to himself, how could I have become the revered master admired by 3,000 disciples be related to the Analects? The phrase I have become the revered master admired by 3,000 disciples unmistakably originates from the Analects. How could I have overlooked it? Oh dear, this child has lost his senses. The task of cooking naturally fell to Qin Jin and Dong Jieyue. Previously, when Dong Jieyue's heart rate failed to reach 120, Qin Jin was quite upset. However, she had coaxed him for a long time afterward. She attributed it to the production team's manipulation for entertainment purposes, which ultimately placated him. Moreover, Qin Jin did not believe that they, being stars of much higher caliber than Chen Yang, could possibly be outshone by someone of such a low profile. It must have been the production's doing, and nothing else. Qin Jin glanced at Dong Jieyue. Jieyue, what would you like to eat? Dong Jieyue blushed, I would love anything you make. How blatant can this be? Indeed, the couple I ship is genuine. Qin Jin and Dong Jieyue truly are the sweetest. Hey, you shippers, don't forget that last time, Dong Jieyue only scored 100. It's clearly a promotional couple. Qin Jin retrieved tomatoes and eggs. He was still vexed by the high level of discussion generated when Chen Yang had cooked last time. After all, it was merely a simple home-cooked dish. He could effortlessly surpass Chen Yang in culinary skills. As he began slicing the tomatoes, rolling up his sleeves, he adjusted his angles to showcase his biceps before the camera. As he cut, he accidentally veered off course. He exclaimed, my hand. Dong Jieyue's eyes widened with concern. Brother Qin, are you all right? She cradled his hand, distressed, you're bleeding. Qin Jin bit his lip, suppressing his pain, trying to appear strong despite his suffering. It's all Chen Yang's fault. Why must he make things difficult for our Qin Jin? If he could just let him eat in peace, he wouldn't have gotten hurt. Can Chen Yang just leave this variety show? He is constantly putting our Qin Jin in a bind for the sake of entertainment. I truly can't believe you people. Wasn't he a Qin Jin who cut himself? How can you blame Chen Yang for this? The other staff members were alarmed as well. After all, Qin Jin was a prominent figure, and celebrities rely on their appearance. If anything were to happen to him on their show, it could lead to significant trouble. They quickly gathered around. How bad is the injury? Chen Yang, not idle himself, hurried over with an expression of great concern. What happened? What happened? Chen Yang, can you please rein in that smile of yours that even 98K can't suppress? Brother, your schadenfreude is rather apparent. Do you even remember you're supposed to be acting? At least try to appear genuine. If you're referring to his previous roles in refining Qi to 5,000 layers, accepting the Empress as a disciple, or mysterious young master returns for revenge in the glamorous world, he has indeed made a considerable effort to feign concern. Chen Yang finally squeezed into the crowd. He observed that Qin Jin had a nearly invisible cut on his finger, with a few droplets of blood seeping from it. It seemed the lad was afraid of the wound healing, pressing hard to force the blood out. Chen Yang exclaimed, where's the doctor? Quickly call for a doctor. Why hasn't anyone called 120 yet? Hurry and call 120. His expression was grave, shaking his head and sighing. This wound is quite serious. If we don't go to the hospital soon, this wound could very well heal. I knew there must be some ulterior motive behind Chen Yang's kindness. He was just biding his time. It seems the role of the mediator truly falls to Yang Ji. If we don't go to the hospital, the wound will indeed heal. How did he come up with that? I beg you, brother, I truly beg you, let me borrow your mouth for a few days, so I can properly educate my foolish leader. Of course, they ultimately did not go to the hospital. However, Qin Jin felt utterly humiliated. Others recognized it was merely a minor wound, not warranting such a fuss, but who could forget that Qin Jin was an award-winning actor? Who would have thought that Chen Yang's words would strike such a chord? One could not help but acknowledge their brilliance. This incident elevated Chen Yang to a near-godly status among the crew, as he articulated what everyone else dared not say. Indeed, such a trivial wound, if ignored, could very well heal on its own. It was rather gratifying. With that minor episode behind them, the production team proceeded with the next segment. Perhaps considering the guests had exhausted themselves outdoors in the morning, they devised an afternoon activity that would surely lift spirits. Playing video games. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang's eye sparkled. Was there anything more delightful than playing games in a cool air-conditioned room, far removed from the sweltering sun? The only other person equally exhilarated was Jian Xiaowei. Her already large eyes widened even further, sparkling with excitement. We're playing games. Honor of Kings was a wildly popular team game sweeping across the internet. Many netizens had found their ships while playing, discovering moments that made their hearts flutter. Before long, everyone divided into two teams: Chen Yang, Yang Yoshi, Li Mi, and Jian Xiaowei on one side, and Qin Jin, Hua Chensheng, Zhang Han, and Dong Jieyue on the other. Wow, this team composition is something else. Things are getting more interesting. I can't wait. I've already reached the pinnacle in Honor of Kings and am ready at a moment's notice to join the match. I absolutely must get matched with them. As Honor of Kings operates on a 5v5 competitive basis, each team needed to recruit one additional player. Meanwhile, at the Honor of Kings Professional Esports Club, EDO, Goon was live-streaming. Despite broadcasting, he habitually muted the chat, fearing it would interfere with his gameplay. After waiting for quite some time without finding a match, he grew weary. Goon decisively switched to his secondary account, addressing the stream. Brothers, today we're going fishing. On a whim, he randomly joined a team that was missing one player. The game began. Chapter 23. All skills consumed. You gluttonous girl. In the game stream of Goon, the comments surged wildly across the screen. What a coincidence. Goon actually matched with a guest from Heartthrob Thump 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 dating show. If I hadn't been watching Goon's live stream the entire time, I would have thought it was scripted. It's simply too coincidental. What excites me the most is that Goon matched with the pair of Qin Jin, placing him against Chen Yang. At last, someone is here to deal with Chen Yang. Chen Yang. The abstract guy who's always trending. Indeed, that's him. His various flamboyant maneuvers are outrageous. Who is this person you all are praising so highly? I must see what's going on. Go Goon. I've long been displeased with Chen Yang's arrogant demeanor. Goon must pin him down and rub his face in the dirt. Gun found himself teamed up with Qin Jin, Hua Chenxing, Zhang Han, and Dong Jieyue. Meanwhile, Chen Yang's team consisted of a complete novice who had no knowledge of Heartthrob Thump Thump. Each guest was fully engrossed in the game, their individual screens displayed in every guest's live stream window. Qin Jin, Marksman, Marco Polo, Dong Jieyue, Support, Yao, Zhonghan, Fighter, Lao Fuzi, Hua Chenxing, Mage, Angela. Gun, Jungler, Zhuge Liang. Li Mi, Marksman, Garo, Yan Yoshi, Support, Cai Wenji, Novice, Fighter, Chen Yaojin, Qian Xiaowei, Mage, Milady, Chen Yang, Jungler, Hanshin. Chen Yang is truly fortunate. He has been assigned 3 stunning beauties to his team. He must be over the moon. If I could game with them, I'd praise even the most terrible place. Exactly. Just gaming alongside such beauties is a delight in itself, the outcome of the game is inconsequential. However, it soon became apparent to the netizens that their understanding of Chen Yang was far too superficial. As the game progressed to the 4th minute, Chen Yang noticed a significant economic deficit of 2,000. Frowning, he remarked, "How is our economy so poor, who borrowed at high interest?" Har, high interest loans, noted. The only player with any semblance of awareness was Qian Xiaowei, controlling Milady. She darted back and forth between lanes, evading Zhuge Liang from the opposing team while devising strategies to steal towers, her feet practically igniting from the intensity. The Lao Fuzi, who had been contending with Chen Yaojin, suddenly dashed to the mid lane, teaming up with Angela to eliminate Milady with a laser blast. Qian Xiaowei, infuriated, typed furiously, "Why didn't you signal when the top lane came down?" The novice Chen Yaojin replied, "What's your name?" Qian Xiaowei, seeing Chen Yaojin's response, became even more irate, disregarding the fact that she was live streaming. "And what's your name?" Chen Yang, unwilling to lose, replied earnestly, "His name is Chen Yaojin, yours is Milady, and I am Hanshin." The novice, Qian Xiaowei, was left bewildered. What a novel way to mediate, this is too amusing. My anger has dissipated. The opposing team was equally composed of exceptional players. Qin Jin's Marco Polo and Dong Jieyue's Yao worked in tandem, pressuring Garo and Cai Wenji. Marco Polo. "Yao, you take the storm." Yao sad smiley, "No need, you take it." Marco Polo sad smiley, "I have no use for it." Zhuge Liang sad smiley, "If you have no use for it, then leave it to me. I'm going to laugh myself silly." Gun must be speechless. To be fair, I despise linked players in games, though I exempt myself from that disdain. As the game gradually progressed into the mid to late stages, Chen Yang steadily clawed back the economic deficit, initiating team battles. Chen Yang sad smiley, "Lure them out. All. Yang Yushi sad smiley, come play, gentlemen." Chen Yang, 6. During a team skirmish, Li Mi mispositioned herself and was swiftly eliminated by Zhuge Liang. Chen Yang remarked, "You've consumed all the skills. You gluttonous girl." As the game approached its climax, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. No one dared to initiate a team fight, as victory or defeat hinged on a single engagement. Even Gun, who initially intended to play casually, recognized the gravity of this match. Previously reclining in his chair, he now sat upright, fully focused, his palms slightly perspiring. He had forgotten he was live streaming and even his casual intent of fishing. He muttered, "This Hanshin is no ordinary player. I can't believe I'm hearing Gun, usually so arrogant, speak of someone as formidable. No way. Gun, I was counting on you to crush Chen Yang. Why are you praising him now? It can't be that exaggerated, Gun is probably just being polite." At this moment, other professional players in the base were intrigued by Gun's serious demeanor. "Gun, who did you match with that makes it so hard to part ways? It's rare to see Gun so solemn. The last time I saw him was during a professional match." Curious, others gathered around to see. "Come, let us check which professional players you encountered." Instantly, the atmosphere turned serious. "Hey, isn't he this your Smurf account? Why is it so challenging to play? Could it be that you've matched with a professional player Smurf? That Hanshin's maneuvers, not bad. I can't believe professional players are praising Chen Yang, claiming he is on par with their level. Is that even possible? Can a person truly excel in cooking, composing, gaming, and creating memes? Who knows if that song was even composed by Chen Yang? Cooking merely involves some home-style dishes, those guests probably exaggerated to avoid dampening the mood, and it's just one game that went slightly better than usual. It's all exceptional. I still believe it's all an act. Perhaps these professional players are just following a script to praise Chen Yang. Seriously, can you be any more ridiculous? Do so many professional players create a persona for a mere 18-line minor character? Meanwhile, in another live stream, Jian Xiaowei's broadcast. On the large screen, the girl's side profile was flawlessly sculpted, her lustrous black hair cascading smoothly over her shoulders, with bangs framing her face, making her eyes appear larger and brighter. She resembled a bud of a peony, its petals still closed yet exuding a fragrance that could waft for miles. Her beautiful lips were tightly pressed together, with dimples subtly visible, her brows furrowed, her gaze fixated on her phone screen. Jian Xiaowei's expressions mirrored the movements of her game character, her slender, delicate fingers danced over the screen. As Milady seized the opportunity while the opposing team was busy slaying the dragon, she stealthily approached their high ground, executing her skills and immediately retreating after a successful combo. The enemy's high ground was swiftly taken, but Zhuge Liang soon arrived, ready to ambush her. Jian Xiaowei, feeling the pressure, felt her palms sweat, hardly daring to breathe. She had anticipated losing a life during her Tower Steel. At this moment, Zhuge Liang closed in on her. Using her judgment, she flashed away, thinking that against an average player, this maneuver might save her. Yet, her opponent was the professional player Goon, who anticipated her every move. He refrained from using his ultimate until after she flashed, then closed the distance with a swift maneuver, launching his ultimate. Jian Xiaowei, watching her low-health Milady, saw a blue line looming behind her. She desperately ran towards the crystal, but deep down, she already knew her fate was sealed. Suddenly, in the upper right corner of her screen, she spotted a red figure rushing towards her without hesitation. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Chapter 24. The longest life amidst the turtles in the realm of the game, chaos reigned supreme in the agricultural nexus, where the sound of battle echoed relentlessly. Milady, once adorned in an exquisite robe, now lay in tatters, stained with blood, her steps faltering as she staggered forward. The mechanical servants that once accompanied her were now but a few, their broken parts strewn across the ground. At that moment, the enemy's Zhuge Liang soared through the air, his gaze sharpening as he gently waved his feather fan, summoning formidable magical power. A brilliant flash of light materialized in an instant, hurtling towards Milady. Fear flickered in her eyes, yet she defiantly sprinted towards the base. Just as the situation grew dire, a voice broke through the clamor. Do not be afraid. I have arrived. Han Shen, wielding a long spear, moved with the grace of a striking lightning bolt, unhesitatingly placing himself in front of her. The energy blast collided forcefully with Han Shen, causing him to grunt in pain. Milady stood frozen in shock, her heart skipping a beat as she gazed at him in disbelief. In a swift motion, Han Shen turned, his spear gleaming coldly as he executed his movements with fluidity. The spear tip shot forth like a meteor towards Zhuge Liang. In that instant, the battlefield erupted in a dazzling dance of sword lights and magical brilliance. Zhuge Liang fell, unable to rise. How sweet it is. Who understands, if someone blocked a critical hit for me in-game, I would gladly give my life for them. Every love story has a great Zhuge Liang behind it. I was truly moved. If a gamer finds someone to shield them in such a critical moment, they should just marry them. Chen Yang seized the opportunity to strike at the enemy while they were vulnerable. Drawing strength from the wild monsters, he led the resurrected heroes towards the heart of the enemy's base. Milady remained in a daze. Chen Yang broke the silence. Milady, you're childless. Why not have children? The game interface proudly displayed a resounding victory. Har is the enemy Zhuge Liang a goon? What? Chen Yang defeated goon? What a ridiculous joke. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaowei seemed to. An unfamiliar yet intense feeling rippled through her heart like ripples spreading across a lake, her chest fluttering as if it housed a small deer, beating wildly. She felt her cheeks flush with warmth. Chen Xiaowei, Chen Yang called her name. A wave of inexplicable nervousness washed over her as she bit her lip, her dimples deepening, gazing at Chen Yang, blinking. What? Chen Yang smiled radiantly. Milady's daring tower dive was quite impressive, I like it. It was not Milady's reckless tower dive that ended the last wave. Liking Chen Xiaowei felt her face flush from her cheeks to her neck. A hint of surprise and elation quietly surged within her heart, akin to a boy gently bobbing on the lake's surface. Seizing the moment while others were distracted, she discreetly downloaded the recent battle replay. Why is it so sweet? Xiaowei is undoubtedly smitten. You upstairs, are you dreaming? It's just a game, who would fall for someone over a game? You upstairs must not play games, you have no idea how heart-stirring it is when someone comes to your rescue in a moment of crisis. And as far as I know, Chen Xiaowei is quite the gaming enthusiast, the buffs stack up. Exactly, such a wild king could charm me right out of my pants. I was practically swooning just now. Edo, the Goon's phone screen displayed defeated side MVP, with the rank, Star Glory. Wow. 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 Exclamations erupted all around. Goon, you lost in a Star Glory match. The opposing team must also be professional players. Absolutely, with that kind of skill and awareness, they are definitely pros. At that moment, everyone forgot they were live streaming and overlooked the chance to inquire about the identity of the opposing Hanshin from the omniscient netizens. The comments section was ablaze. That's not just any pro player, that's abstract brother Chen Yang. No way, don't exaggerate. Is Chen Yang really that amazing, being mistaken for a pro player? That level is no joke. Goon is notoriously arrogant, how come he seems more impressed than upset after losing? At that moment, the manager of the professional team approached, observing the incredulous expressions on everyone's faces. What are you all doing if not training? Someone replied, Manager, come take a look at this account. They replayed Goon's recent match. Initially, the manager found it puzzling, but as minutes passed, his expression grew increasingly serious. The opposing team had started off at a disadvantage, and aside from Hanshin, only Milady displayed some awareness, everyone else was just mediocre players. Yet Hanshin, through sheer awareness and skill, gradually turned the tide of the economic score. Many of his maneuvers were exceptionally challenging, whether in prediction or technique, undeniably impressive. Manager, which pro player do you think this is an alternate account for? If a professional player executed such moves, it would be unsurprising. However, they had conducted in-depth analyses of each pro player, they knew the heroes they favored, their playstyles, and even their little habits inside out. After all, knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. Yet, the Hanshin from the opposing side felt entirely unfamiliar. The manager's eyes brightened. He turned to Goon, saying, send him a message to probe which club he belongs to. If he is not with the club, ask if he has any interest in professional play. If he does, invite him to join us. Wait, is it really that simple? I thought joining EDO required rigorous selections. How could just one match decide everything? Isn't this precisely the evidence that Chen Yang's skills can break the rules? After all, true geniuses possess extraordinary talents. Why do I feel like this is increasingly unbelievable? There's no way it's that impressive, it must be scripted. If you lack skill, don't question others' capabilities, okay? Goon opened the recent players list, clicking on the account named The Longest Life Amidst the Turtles. He sent a message. Casual play. Hello, I'm the Zhuge Liang you faced earlier. Are you a professional player, or do you have any interest in professional matches? Chapter 25. So your mother, resurrected on the spot. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Yang had found his earlier match rather unsatisfactory. Seizing the opportunity during a break, he decisively entered a 10v10 match. As soon as Chen Yang entered the game, he sharpened his blades, eager to hunt down the pigs and sheep. I truly adore the 10v10 mode in King S Glory. There are no underhanded tricks or scheming for an advantage, no convoluted strategies, and far fewer disputes. It embodies the purest and most primal form of slaughter, which is the essence of gaming. Once on the battlefield, it's all about killing. A worthless life is expendable, evoking a sense of excitement akin to enlisting in the army. The thrill of enlisting, my shorts are about to be laughed off. Chen Yang truly is the mouthpiece. I respawned in 10v10, yet they haven't even announced my demise. As soon as the team fight began, I couldn't even discern my own location, let alone which skill I activated. The odds of matching with her have significantly increased. Fei Yangyang resting his chin on his hand. JPG. 10v10 is akin to the Anshu Rebellion. After a prolonged skirmish, Yao realized she was riding on Duo Liar's head. Just as Chen Yang was about to charge into the fray with his blade drawn, a red notification dot appeared beside him. His obsessive-compulsive tendencies flared. He loathed red dots, so he clicked on it to clear it, only to be swiftly dispatched. Xiao Qiao had slain him. A cascade of assists followed, all from female mage heroes. Chen Yang grimaced. Damn. It felt like a monkey stealing peaches in the peach garden, only to be caught and besieged by celestial maidens. Chen Yang, I'm dying of laughter. What benefit does that confer upon you? It was then that Chen Yang noticed the message. Casual match. Hello, I am Zhuge Liang, who just battled against you. May I ask if you are a professional player, or do you have any aspirations to compete professionally? Chen Yang fell silent. Flabbergasted. Last match, it must have been a case of Chen Yang's blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, and now a professional has taken notice. He must be panicking. Chen Yang frowned and quickly typed on the keyboard. 800 forward, die, mother. Casual match. Your words are quite harsh. 800 turtles, my life is the longest. Cursing out loud cleanses the mouth, while harboring foul language in one's heart dirties the soul. Goddamn, the heart is truly soiled. What I said was genuine. 800 turtles, my life is the longest. What I said is equally true. Casual match, are you trying to act? 800 turtles, my life is the longest. How do you know I'm an actor? Casual match, that statement of yours just now was a retort. 800 turtles, my life is the longest. Which statement? Casual match. Forward, die, mother. Har har har, help, I'm laughing so hard I might get abs. Can someone reveal the truth to them? Desperately seeking their reactions upon discovering the truth. I can see Gun's face turning green with rage. The staff, perhaps unable to endure the situation any longer, proactively contacted EDO's representatives to clarify matters. The manager, on the phone, stated, yes, indeed, I was just looking at a promising talent. At this moment, others nearby leaned in to listen, with the furious Gun keeping a keen ear on the conversation. After a brief silence, the manager said, all right, I understand, thank you, and hung up. Someone inquired, what happened? Was it that 800 turtles, my life is the longest? Is he that impressed? We need to challenge them immediately to show them that EDO's members are not to be trifled with. The manager remained silent, his expression one of profound resignation. He truly is an actor, the crowd gasped. What? Just as Chen Yang continued to relish his 10v10 match, a staff member suddenly approached with a phone. Teacher Chen, there's a call you need to take. Chen Yang, who is it? The staff member hesitated. You'll know once you answer. Chen Yang took the phone. Hello. There was silence on the other end. Chen Yang pressed on, hello. The silence persisted. Just as he was about to hang up, a voice finally came through. Gun, I'm from EDO, inviting you to play professionally. I am the one who just messaged you. Casual match. Chen Yang replied, oh. Gun felt as though he had struck a wall of cotton. A surge of frustration welled up within him. I am not a fraud. Chen Yang paused momentarily, then, with a hint of skepticism, asked, so your mother resurrected on the spot? Gun. Damn, the resentment soared to the heavens. In the next moment, the sound of the call being abruptly disconnected echoed. Teacher Chen's wit is simply unparalleled, deserving to be enshrined. Every word he uttered caught me off guard. Goon must be seething right now. I initially thought it might be scripted, but witnessing Edo approach Chen Yang's response, and Goon's subsequent call, I realized this is no script. Such absurdity could not be scripted. No one could have anticipated such an outrageous plot twist, except for Shen Jin. However, Chen Yang is indeed quite the phenomenon. If it were a script, it wouldn't be surprising if Chen Yang conceived such a convoluted narrative. Impossible, could he have orchestrated Edo to collaborate with the script? Is Chen Yang a super-rich second generation? What a ludicrous notion. On the trending searches, Chen Yang's name once again appeared. Chen Yang Edo trending. Chen Yang's gaming skills are exceptional trending. The most enduring trending topic, however, remained. Is Chen Yang truly a rich second generation? Trending, Chapter 26, Someone must play the fool, so why can't it be me? The following day, the production team did not initiate the schedule at the crack of dawn. Consequently, the guests all woke up naturally. Jonghan draped a towel around his neck, glistening with sweat, yet his hair remained impeccably styled, evidently set with hairspray. He appeared to be speaking to himself. Every morning, I have cultivated the habit of jogging, as it greatly benefits one's health. It's barely 8 o'clock, and Jonghan has already returned from his run. Such discipline. Truly a refined gentleman, extraordinary in every respect. Today's youth are far too indolent. They ought to take a page from Jonghan's book and embrace exercise. Hold on. To borrow Chen Yang's words, neglecting exercise will only deteriorate my physical fitness, yet exercising will lead to a decline in my moral character. By the time Jonghan returned, most of the others had already come downstairs. Hua Chensheng was in the courtyard, engaged in his workout, showcasing his biceps. Upon noticing Jonghan's return, he raised his voice. "You're back from your run." Jonghan responded, amplifying his voice in the living room. "Indeed, you're also exercising. It seems we are both quite disciplined." Hua Chensheng shouted, "I simply relish the exhilarating feeling of breaking a sweat." Jonghan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it's a pleasure to find a kindred spirit." However, Li Mi, Yan Yoshi, and Qian Xiaowei, who were in the living room, completely ignored them. The trio was enjoying fruit for breakfast while discussing the latest fashion trends of the season. As Hua Chensheng and Jonghan exchanged banter, their voices grew hoarse, yet no one paid them any mind. The two felt somewhat foolish, clearing their throats before retreating into the living room. Hua Chensheng and Jonghan ventured into the kitchen to prepare a meticulously arranged breakfast. Casually, they inquired, "We seem to have made a bit too much for breakfast. Would you care to join us?" Li Mi, Yan Yoshi, and Qian Xiaowei declined, citing a desire to lose weight. In truth, they harbored no fondness for Hua Chensheng and Jonghan. Were it not for, they would have genuinely considered withdrawing from this dating show. Hua Chensheng and Jonghan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Outside, women would flock to them with the slightest gesture, yet these three were utterly unappreciative. Not only that, but they seemed to regard Chen Yang with a certain admiration. Just a pretty boy, how could he possibly compare to them? Such poor judgment. This feels so awkward. Indeed, is this still a dating show? Why does it feel like something is missing, rendering it so uncomfortable? Did you not notice? It was always Chen Yang who made it entertaining. Without him, I wouldn't even want to watch this dating show. Upstairs, your logic seems somewhat valid. Where is Chen Yang? Yang Ji. As if summoned by the mention of his name, Chen Yang sauntered out of his room around 10:30, clad in an old tank top, baggy shorts, and flip-flops. Rubbing his head and yawning, he still appeared as though he had just awakened. Hua Chensheng found his demeanor intolerable and disdainfully remarked, "Chen Yang, waking up so late is a sheer waste of time and life. You would be better off rising early to exercise. Look at Jonghan and me, we are disciplined and rise early to work out, and what about you?" In this round of banter, Chen Yang yawned once more and responded leisurely, "Exercise is a form of enjoyment, but I do not cherish it, for I am not one to seek pleasure." Hua Chensheng was momentarily speechless, his frustration mounting. He resorted to moral superiority, asserting, "Waking up so late, you should engage in something constructive. Have you contributed to society or your country? Do you not feel ashamed?" Chen Yang's expression remained unchanged, his tone nonchalant. Someone must assume the role of a fool. Why can't it be me? Hua Chensheng was left at a loss for words. You are beyond redemption, others rise early while you sleep in, you are already at a disadvantage. You shall never surpass me. Chen Yang nodded sagely. Losing at the starting line is far better than losing at the finish line, it saves one a great deal of effort. Hua Chensheng, at a complete loss for retort, could only emit a frustrated silence. As expected, Chen Yang's wit never disappoints. He truly is my mouthpiece. Speaking such truths brings me joy. From now on, when my mother tells me to wake up early, I shall respond in kind, har har. I used to fail to understand the significance of rising early, but now I finally comprehend. It is utterly meaningless. Each of Chen Yang's remarks struck Hua Chensheng like a blow, akin to calling someone a fool only to have them reply with understanding. It evoked a profound sense of helplessness, akin to striking a cotton pillow. Chen Yang continued, in truth, I often proclaim my intention to slack off, yet when it comes time to exert effort, Hua Chensheng's eyes lit up. Chen Yang, please don't say it. Do you not realize that if you don't slack off, you will collapse? Do not tell me. Chen Yang is about to say, when it comes time to put in the effort, I will indeed strive, for that would shatter my mental fortitude. Chen Yang replied, I, too, will endeavor to slack off. Hua Chensheng was left speechless. The weight upon his heart had finally lifted. Har har, the burden upon my heart has finally been alleviated. Hua Chensheng, utterly defeated, retreated to his room, while Zhang Han went off to take a shower. Chen Yang, patting his slightly protruding belly, turned to Li Mi, Yan Yoshi, and Qian Xiaowei. Have you all eaten? Qian Xiaowei smiled brightly and nodded, we have. What do you wish to eat? As she spoke, Li Mi and Yan Yoshi perked up their ears. Chen Yang replied, instant noodles. Although he possessed exceptional culinary skills, his laziness prevailed. He opted for convenience. No sooner had he spoken than the expressions of Qian Xiaowei, Li Mi, and Yan Yoshi soured slightly. Eating instant noodles so early in the day might lead to weight gain, however, if it meant sharing a meal with Chen Yang, it was not entirely out of the question. A bit of exercise after indulging in instant noodles would suffice. Thus, the three girls sat in the living room, eagerly awaiting Chen Yang's next words. However, as time passed without a response, they glanced over, only to find that Chen Yang had already vanished into the kitchen, busily preparing his instant noodles without extending an invitation to join him. The three girls exchanged glances, their cheeks puffing slightly in annoyance. Why was Chen Yang so obliviously oblivious to their presence? They might have been reluctant to join, yet it was still rather rude. Unfazed, Chen Yang rummaged through the refrigerator, quickly retrieving 2 eggs, a sausage, and a packet of instant noodles. After soaking the noodles in boiling water for a while, he heated oil in a pan, fried 2 eggs, and then tossed in the softened noodles to stir-fry. The aroma wafted through the air, enchanting all who were nearby. Chapter 27, Indirect Kiss Among Three. The three individuals, initially seated on the sofa in a state of discontent, could not resist the alluring aroma wafting through the air. The fragrance was simply exquisite. How could Chen Yang's instant noodles be more fragrant than anyone else's? They had waited for quite some time, only to observe Chen Yang indulging in her meal without a hint of invitation for them to join. Unable to contain themselves any longer, Yan Yoshi cleared her throat and feigned ignorance. Chen Yang, what are you eating? Chen Yang savored her food, responding nonchalantly, didn't I just say, instant noodles? Yan Yoshi felt momentarily choked. Always prideful, her attempt to engage was met with Chen Yang's indifference, causing her to pout. HMPH, stupid straight guy. Qian Xiaowei, however, was unfazed, especially when she witnessed Chen Yang take a bite of the oozing, juicy fried egg. She dashed over, her smile radiating sweetness, utterly adorable. May I have a taste of your instant noodles? They smell heavenly. Chen Yang paused, haven't you already eaten? Qian Xiaowei blinked her sparkling eyes, because you smell so delicious. She cupped her delicate hands against her chin, her glistening eyes fixed on Chen Yang. Can I? Please? She resembled an adorable puppy, eagerly wagging her tail. Chen Yang could hardly refuse. Go get a bowl and chopsticks. Qian Xiaowei joyfully exclaimed "Yay," and gleefully fetched the utensils. Chen Yang served her a portion, and as Qian Xiaowei licked her lips and took a bite, her eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, this was utterly delectable, so unlike any instant noodles she had ever tasted. With sincere admiration, she declared, "Chen Yang, you are amazing. How can your instant noodles taste 100 times better than any I've ever had? No, 1,000 times." Chen Yang smiled, finding delight in her praise. Qian Xiaowei bit her lip. "Can I try a bite of your fried egg?" Chen Yang hesitated. Indeed, sweet words come with a price. "But I only have half left." The other half had already been consumed, leaving behind a portion marked with his neat bite. Qian Xiaowei shook her head vigorously. "That's fine, I don't mind." Chen Yang relented and offered her the half of the fried egg. Her eyes sparkled even brighter as she took a bite from the side he had nibbled, savoring it slowly with her eyes closed, completely enchanted by the flavor. "My Xiaowei, that egg was bitten by Chen Yang." "Oh no, my adorable Xiaowei is eating a fried egg that Chen Yang has bitten. My heart is shattered. This is outrageous. Chen Yang, come out for a duel." Meanwhile, Li Mi could no longer resist the enticing aroma that lingered in the air, teasing her senses. Seeing Xiaowei enjoying her meal so joyfully piqued her curiosity about just how delicious it was. She approached and asked, "May I have a bite?" Chen Yang sighed, "Get some bowls and chopsticks." Li Mi's face lit up with excitement. Chen Yang served her a small portion, and upon tasting it, she was utterly astonished. She realized that Xiaowei's earlier reaction had been an understatement, perhaps even too mild. The instant noodles were simply divine. Seeing them relish their meals, Chen Yang decided not to be stingy. He retrieved a can of chilled cola from the refrigerator, expertly opening it with one hand. He tilted his head back and took a long sip, the refreshing carbonation exploding in his mouth, an absolute delight. Truly, it deserved its reputation as a couch potato's happy drink. Li Mi, savoring the instant noodles, felt like she was indulging in pure bliss, her pace quickening. However, the spiciness was a bit overwhelming for her. Suddenly, she took a bite too eagerly. Cough, 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 the chilly caught in her throat, her cheeks flushed crimson, brows furrowed, her luscious lips appearing even more vibrant, her eyes glistening with tears. Her ruby-red lips trembled as she gasped for breath. With wide, doe-like eyes, Li Mi frantically searched for water, grabbing the ice-cold cola and gulping it down. The cool drink felt like a life-saving elixir. Gradually, her face returned from fiery red to a more natural hue, and her once frantic breathing steadied. "I'm about to faint in the restroom." That cola was touched by Chen Yang. "Back off, that cola belongs to Chen Yang, drink mine instead." "Chen Yang, enough talk, let us duel." Could it be that Chen Yang intentionally made Li Mi eat something spicy, causing her to choke and drink his cola? To the one upstairs, you might as well write a script. After finishing her drink, Li Mi sighed with relief, only then realizing that the cola she had just gulped down had been taken from Chen Yang. This meant that just moments ago, Chen Yang's lips had brushed against the rim of the very can she held. Her face flushed even deeper, more so than when she had choked. Chen Yang, observing his instant noodles and drink being taken away, let out a heavy sigh once more. After finishing her portion, Qian Xiaowei smacked her lips and glanced longingly at the remnants in Chen Yang's bowl. There was still a little left. She resolved not to take any more from him. "Chen Yang, thank you, you should eat." Chen Yang raised an eyebrow at the meager remnants in the bowl, hardly enough to fill a gap between teeth. Just as he was about to let Qian Xiaowei finish it, he felt a lingering gaze fixated upon him. Turning his head, he met Yang Yoshi's eyes. Chen Yang weakly asked, "Do you want to eat too?" Yang Yoshi, caught off guard, felt her fair complexion flush. With her arms crossed over her chest, she feigned indifference. "I don't." As she spoke, she kept a watchful eye on Chen Yang, noticing that he was about to allow Qian Xiaowei to take the last bite. She quickly changed her tune. "I don't particularly like it, but since you're offering, I suppose I'll reluctantly have a bite." Chen Yang was puzzled. Didn't he offer you any?" Yang Yoshi ignored him, hastily approaching and using the chopsticks Chen Yang had just used to take a bite. When the flavors burst in her mouth, she paused, realizing how fortunate she was not to have missed out on this instant noodle experience. Otherwise, she would have regretted it for life. I'm going insane, I'm completely losing it. Chen Yang, I'm seriously considering assassinating you, I'm not joking. Chen Yang, watch your step. Have you all noticed, Xiaowei ate the fried egg Chen Yang bit, Li Mi drank the cola Chen Yang touched, and Yoshi used the chopsticks Chen Yang used. Oh my, if that's not an indirect kiss, then what is? And 3 people at once. Chen Yang, did you save the world in your past life? Am I the only one curious about just how delicious Chen Yang's instant noodles are? Chen Yang was repeatedly trending on social media. Chen Yang indirect kiss among 3 trending. Chen Yang, you'd better not close your eyes while sleeping. Trending. Chen Yang, world public enemy. Trending. Chapter 28, the black sheep have arrived. Recalling past experiences, Chen Yang refrained from preparing another bowl of instant noodles for himself, lest he attract unwanted attention. Instead, he retrieved a chocolate bar from the refrigerator. Observing the 3 satisfied individuals and the empty bowls and chopsticks on the table, a sudden seriousness washed over him. Do you sense anything? Initially preoccupied with calculating how much exercise he would need to offset the calories from the noodles, the others paused, puzzled. What do you mean by sense? In a low voice, Chen Yang replied, do you feel any unpleasant presence? Instantly, the 3 felt a chill run down their spines, swallowing hard, too apprehensive to move. Chen Yang, don't frighten us, are you joking? What unpleasant presence? Maintaining a stoic expression, Chen Yang pointed at the table. The dirty dishes. Damn, you gave me quite a scare. Honestly, I was really tense just now. How can Chen Yang be so deadpan funny? Yang Yoshi, Li Mi, and Chen Xiaowei quickly grasped the implication. Given the adage that one cannot bite the hand that feeds them, they all rushed to wash their dishes. At that moment, Dong Jieyue returned from outside, witnessing Chen Yang lounging on the sofa, idly playing on his phone, while the 3 girls busily scrubbed the dishes. She gazed at Chen Yang, momentarily taken aback, and then exclaimed with a smile, Yang Ji, how could you let the girls do the dishes? She exuded the aura of a girlfriend reprimanding her boyfriend. Before Chen Yang could respond, the 3 girls visibly soured at her words. Chen Xiaowei interjected, why can't girls wash the dishes? I enjoy it. Yang Yoshi added, what is it to you? Having navigated the entertainment industry for years, Li Mi immediately discerned Dong Jieyue's underlying intentions. She smiled gently, our Yang makes us dinner, so naturally, we should wash the dishes. Did Mij just call Chen Yang our Yang? Dong Jieyue's expression darkened instantly. She subconsciously glanced at Chen Yang, memories flooding back. Yang Ji, when we get married, who cooks and who washes the dishes? Naturally, I'll cook and wash the dishes. No, we can't let Yang Ji work so hard. You cook for me, and I'll wash the dishes. But now, Chen Yang was cooking for someone else, while they were the ones washing his dishes. Dong Jieyue murmured. Yang Ji. Chen Yang sighed, extending the chocolate bar towards her. Here, have some. All right. Dong Jieyue was taken aback. That's not what I meant. Chen Yang promptly stuffed the chocolate into her mouth. She chewed, the flavor bursting forth, slightly bitter, with a lingering sweetness. Her eyes sparkled a little brighter. Indeed, Yang Ji cared about her feelings, worried she might feel jealous or upset, thus offering her his chocolate. In the next moment, Chen Yang spoke. Oh, by the way, I accidentally dropped that chocolate on the floor. Dong Jieyue was left speechless. I knew Chen Yang couldn't he be so kind. As expected of you, Chen Yang. Absolutely invincible, Chen Yang continues to deliver consistently. With your way of speaking, do you have a death wish? I dare anyone to claim Chen Yang came to this dating show for Dong Jieyue. I'll confront anyone who says that. Maybe Chen Yang is just trying to get Dong Jieyue's attention. To the person above, where are you? I'll book a cab right now. The staff began to cue the process. Teachers, today's morning agenda involves audience interaction. To enhance interaction with the audience, each teacher will have the opportunity to watch the live stream and respond to questions from netizens in real time. Of course, there are rewards. The live stream with the most viewers by the deadline will receive a substantial prize. Dual live streaming is also an option. The audience has been waiting eagerly. Please prepare yourselves, teachers. Chen Yang was suddenly invigorated. He could make demands again. Wouldn't he that allow him to slack off while others were out on tasks? Moreover, wasn't he traffic easily within his grasp? He recalled the last time he dominated the platform, nearly overwhelming the server. Hua Chenxing cleared his throat. Hey, Yarn Yoshi, want to team up? Yarn Yoshi shot him a disdainful glance. No, thank you. Hua Chenxing nearly jumped out of his skin. Hey, I have a lot of fans. If you team up with me, we'll have an advantage. Yarn Yoshi replied. No, Hua Chenxing. Zhang Han turned to Qian Xiaowei. Qian Xiaowei, want to team up with me? My fans are quite interesting, Qian Xiaowei asked earnestly. Are they more interesting than Chen Yang? Zhang Han opened his mouth but found himself speechless. How could he compare to Chen Yang's eccentricity? Xiao Weiwei is too adorable. That was quite straightforward. Chen Yang cannot merely be described as interesting. He embodies interest itself. From now on, when I want to say someone is interesting, I'll just say they are very Chen Yang. Qin Jin and Dawn Jieyue naturally teamed up for the live stream. The effect was quite positive, with many of their CP fans eagerly anticipating their interactions. Limi, of course, had no need to team up with anyone. She was a brand unto herself. Did anyone notice that when the staff announced the option to team up, all 4 female guests instinctively looked towards Chen Yang? Of course, no one noticed, and perhaps those who did chose to ignore it. Could it be that all 4 female guests wished to team up with Chen Yang? That would be utterly amusing. Netizens erupted in laughter, throwing metaphorical rotten eggs at Chen Yang. 4 female guests liked Chen Yang, daydreaming, absurd fantasies, foolish musings, nonsensical thoughts. Chen Yang performed a series of warm-up exercises nearby, preparing for action. The staff couldn't help but interject. Teacher Chen, you don't need to be so nervous. Just chat normally with the netizens. Chen Yang smiled enigmatically. It seems you don't quite understand my fans, nor do you understand me. War was about to commence. He slid into the live stream room with a flourish, grinning devilishly. Come at me, little black sheep. Chapter 29. What of my biting words? I'm indeed a master of self-deprecation. Men are not bad. Where lies their overwhelming charisma? Chen Yang. Do not presume I am unaware that you are merely acting. Your theatrics serve solely to craft a persona. What is with all the ruckus? Chen Yang replied, can your performance be as meager as your finances? You, my money, sob. The first netizen retreated in defeat. Among the mountains of monkeys, my Derry is the most vibrant. Is it truly necessary for you to speak so harshly? Chen Yang, what of my biting words? I am, after all, a paragon of self-deprecation. Your audacity, it knows no bounds. The second netizen once more exited. Are you not simply relying on the tolerance of your fellow guests during the show, and the fact that the viewers behind the screen cannot reach you, to act so brazenly? Do you have the courage to insult me face to face? Chen Yang, do not speak of face-to-face insults. If you cannot hear me, I shall inscribe it on your gravestone. You curse my demise, sob rrrr. The third one fell silent. The one who fills water guns with urine. If you have the courage, let us meet offline. Chen Yang, I have received rabies vaccinations. Do you think I fear you? You dare to call me a dog? You are the real dog. Utterly ineffectual. The fourth one fell silent. Grandpa Nyo, cosplaying as a maid to seduce Shuang's mother, I am amused. Chen Yang, bow twice and show me how filial you are. You are simply excessive. The fifth one fell silent. The fervor was overwhelming. The chaos was utterly exhilarating. The traffic in Chen Yang's livestream surged exponentially. His golden phrases flowed abundantly. When he previously dominated the social media scene, it had not been nearly as spectacular. After all, now one could clearly and directly behold Chen Yang's flamboyant visage, the disdain in his gaze, a blend of 4 parts contempt, 3 parts scorn, 2 parts derision, and 1 part mockery, sharply pierced the eyes of the viewers. Chen Yang is going insane. Trending, Chen Yang live streaming, confronting people online. Trending, some were left trembling. It's all my girlfriend's fault for her diabetes, it caused my cavities, I am frightened, I won't confront you. I merely wish to timidly inquire what abstract phrases you have left to steal, Brother Yang. Chen Yang, stop searching for abstract phrases everywhere, focus on living well, for your life is far more amusing. Sob, please delete this. A friend of mine has been triggered. When misfortune strikes, attempting to stir the pot, Brother Yang, I have been feeling quite down lately, working from 6 to 9 every day. Even when I go to buy an eyebrow pencil, I am told I am not working hard enough, but I am truly exhausted. Do you think I am hardworking? Chen Yang silently shook his head. You are merely a laborer. Sob sob sob, triggered, triggered, dot. The potato eating potatoes, Brother Yang, what words are the most cutting? Chen Yang replied with utmost seriousness, fool. I do not know when it began, but idiot and fool now carry a hint of fondness and ambiguity, while fool remains sharp, unequivocal, and exceptionally effective. Exhilarating, truly exhilarating, the combativeness was exhilarating to the skies. As an onlooker, I reveled in every moment. Following Chen Yang's performance, not only did his livestream garner the highest viewer count, but it also surged to the top of the trending charts, with 8 out of 10 topics revolving around him. Furthermore, his follower count on social media soared dramatically. Those who could not tolerate his livestream and felt unsatisfied took to social media to vent, but only followers could comment. In an instant, it became nearly impossible to distinguish between detractors and fans. The staff were thoroughly impressed. Other guests saw their livestream traffic siphoned away by Chen Yang, while his room transformed into a bustling hub. Never had such a phenomenon been witnessed. Moreover, the most remarkable aspect was that while though his language is undeniably crude, I am drawn to him. What to do? I dare not share my admiration for Chen Yang with others. I fear they will mock me for it. The staff announced the final results. He exclaimed with fervor, "Congratulations to Teacher Chen for becoming the most popular guest in the livestream, even surpassing the maximum viewer count record." Chen Yang extended his arms, basking in. He had known that hard work yields fortune. The heavens had finally heard his cries of an empty wallet. The staff added, "We will send the contract to you tonight." The expressions of the other. Jian Xiaowei genuinely felt happy for Chen Yang. Yang Yoshi was indifferent to the contract, while Li Mi, already inundated with endorsements, had no need for this one. On the other hand, Hua Chenxing and Zhang Han, though not in want of money, felt a sense of frustration. After all their efforts, they had been outshone by the modest livestream of a minor celebrity. Qin Jin's expression was also grim. Among the male guests, he held the highest status, yet he was the youngest, an acclaimed actor, always in the limelight. However, since joining this program, he had been overshadowed by Chen Yang, who had snatched away all the glory, but the one whose feelings were most complex was Dong Jiayue. She had originally believed that Chen Yang was destined to remain in obscurity, struggling in the shadows, yet unexpectedly. Had she truly made the wrong choice? Qin Jin suppressed his discontent. "Jiayue, let us go." As he spoke, he glanced at Dong Jiayue, only to find her gaze fixed unwaveringly in one direction. Following her line of sight, his heart sank further. Dong Jiayue was looking at Chen Yang, his clenched fist tightened with each passing moment. This Chen Yang was becoming increasingly intolerable. Chapter 30. The wealth of others is merely my external possession. Early the next morning, Chen Yang rose unusually early, brimming with vitality. As he descended the stairs, a smile adorned his face, revealing 8 gleaming teeth. Jian Xiaowei gazed at Chen Yang, her eyes sparkling. "Chen Yang, you're up quite early today." Chen Yang nodded in acknowledgement of Jian Xiaowei, yet his focus remained on the camera. With a flourish of his flowing hair, he proclaimed, "The reason I am up this early and so spirited is, of course, due to QCHA coffee." He retrieved a packet of QCHA coffee from his pocket. QCHA coffee, providing you with the most distinctive flavor, where there's Nestle, there's happiness. Income 50,000. Chen. This is rather strange. She recalled the instant noodles Chen Yang had prepared the previous morning, her stomach beginning to rumble. Slightly uneasy, she inquired, "So, are you making breakfast today?" Chen Yang's eyes instantly lit up. He pulled out a packet of Wei Feng spicy strips from his pocket. For breakfast, it's undoubtedly Wei Feng spicy strips, spice that enters your mouth and captivates your soul in an instant. Let us have another. Income 50,000. What on earth is Chen Yang up to? I can't make sense of this at all. Is Chen Yang really reciting advertisements first thing in the morning? Li Mi smiled at Chen Yang. Chen Yang, is it because you signed the contract? Wishing for your child to possess the intelligence and emotional acumen of Li Mi, then enroll in our Sunflower Academy. When you choose Sunflower Academy, we nurture your child. If you don't, no sane person could devise such absurd slogans. Is it truly worth it for Chen Yang to go to such lengths for a bit of advertising revenue? Yesterday, Chen Yang had signed a contract stipulating that each advertisement mentioned in a single program would earn him an additional 50,000. That is a substantial sum, and it accumulates at 50,000 each time. As long as he speaks without faltering, he can keep on earning. Hua Chensheng, standing nearby, scoffed, I didn't expect you to be so materialistic. No, Chen Yang replied enigmatically, you cannot fathom the depths of my materialism. Hua Chensheng retorted. Chen Yang earnestly asked, do you not love money? Hua Chensheng was momentarily taken aback, forcing himself to say, money is merely an external possession. Chen Yang nodded, you are absolutely correct. Hua Chensheng straightened his posture, smirking, you're not entirely foolish. There is still room for enlightenment. Chen Yang extended his hand towards him, then you should give it to me. Hua Chensheng asked, what? Chen Yang declared, the wealth of others is merely my external possession. Hua Chensheng, down. Finally, someone to counter that phrase for me. I detest those who claim money is merely an external possession. If you're not materialistic, gift me a car. If you're not materialistic, gift me a house. If you're not materialistic, then give me your money. Oh, you're not materialistic, let us see your strength when I ask for 50 million. Loathing materialism, recognizing materialism, understanding materialism, becoming materialistic. Each advertisement earns 50,000. Don't you think I want to recite them all night long until the production team goes bankrupt? Amidst Chen Yang's relentless barrage of advertising slogans, netizens expressed their support. Let him earn. What is wrong with my mouthpiece earning him more money? The sponsors, however, were the first to reach their limit. Initially, in a moment of whimsy, they glanced at the advertising expenses. Good heavens, on the very first day, it exceeded their entire budget for the program's advertisements by double. When they opened the live stream again, Chen Yang was still smiling widely. You are my UPRO, cradled in my palm, advertising revenue 50,000. The sponsor suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. He was aware of Chen Yang's shamelessness, yet he never anticipated that Chen Yang could be this brazen. Other stars, fearing it might tarnish their image in the eyes of netizens, typically minimized advertisements, simply mentioning them briefly as they spoke. Yet here was Chen Yang, seamlessly weaving advertisement slogans throughout his speech. Enough, he had had enough. Stop. Just as Chen Yang felt he was only just beginning, the staff hurried over to inform him that the daily limit for ad slogans was 1. He lamented, but, upon learning that all the advertisements he had spoken today would count, he reluctantly agreed. Knowing when to walk away is the pinnacle of self-discipline for an adult. The production team announced that there would be a bonfire party that evening. Naturally, the guests were pleased, as it meant they wouldn't have to cook. The bonfire party was provided with meals by the production team. However, all the guests were acutely aware that the bonfire party resembled yet another form of performance. After all, they all worked in the entertainment industry, which, in simpler terms, revolved around performances intended for audience enjoyment. Whether acting, singing, or dancing, it all constituted a form of entertainment. Among these performers, actors tend to bear the brunt of the burden, as acting requires the support of atmospheric settings, lighting, and various enhancements. Not to mention, someone like Chen Yang, who had only featured in a few unremarkable short dramas such as Refining Chi to 5,000 Layers, and The Mysterious Mr. Shin Returns for Revenge in the Wealthy World. Among the guests, apart from Chen Yang, everyone else had at least 2 avenues of success. Chen Yang, on the other hand, had only ever acted since his debut, and poorly at that. Thus, the male guests, feeling stifled by Chen Yang's fleeting glory, began to revel in Schadenfreude. Tonight, they anticipated Chen Yang's inevitable embarrassment. All they needed to do was give him a little push to ensure that his humiliation would be nothing short of earth-shattering. As night fell, a bonfire blazed in the open. Sparks flew, waves of heat enveloped them, and the grass around them flickered in the firelight. Everyone had eaten to their fill. Hua Chenxing seized the moment, suggesting, "The moonlight is truly beautiful tonight. Why don't we each perform a little something to liven the atmosphere?" Everyone recognized that this was a cue from the production team, and naturally, they all agreed. Hua Chenxing, Qin Jin, and Zhang Han exchanged knowing glances towards Chen Yang. Upon seeing Chen Yang's furrowed brow and distressed expression, they couldn't help but smirk. Tonight, they would witness this talentless fool make a fool of himself. He was nothing more than a mere jester. Chapter 31, It is my turn to perform. Hua Chenxing takes the lead. How about this? I shall begin with a song for everyone. Hua Chenxing relishes this moment. Having learned to play instruments and sing since childhood, he is hailed as a prodigy by countless admirers, and showcasing his talents is undoubtedly within his comfort zone. As a professional singer, it is only natural for Hua Chenxing to sing while strumming his guitar. Wow, finally we get to see a talent show. After waiting so long, it's all for the chance to hear Hua sing. Seated on the grass, he picks up his guitar and begins to strum and sing, his melodious voice filling the air. One cannot deny his professionalism. If he refrained from performing any eerie tunes, his singing is indeed pleasant to the ears. After finishing his self-proclaimed heartfelt performance, he rises and bows to the crowd, exuding an air of self-satisfaction. However, the audience graciously applauds him, yet, the artistic industry in this world pales in comparison to that of Blue Water Star, causing Chen Yang to feel somewhat drowsy. Nevertheless, he musters his energy to clap a few times. What does Chen Yang mean by this? Our Hua sings so beautifully. He should be grateful for the chance to hear it live. Does he think he is impressive? Why isn't he cheering for our Hua? What qualifications does this nobody have to participate in this show? He must be awed by Hua's talent, but is too embarrassed to show it, pretending to be indifferent. Now, Chen Yang has also been afflicted by his goat epilepsy, a term affectionately coined by his fans. They fondly refer to him as a Yangjian. You lot are just here for a laugh, right? Hua Chenxing keeps recycling the same songs. My ears are about to develop calluses. We Yangjian didn't ask him to pay for our ear cleaning services out of his kindness. Have you all gorged yourselves on dirt? What does Hua Chenxing's singing have to do with us Yangjian? Are your eyes blind? Can't you see us clapping for Yangjian? Though the Yangjian fans are few in number, their impact is substantial. They have fully inherited Chen Yang's whimsical literary style, effectively silencing Hua Chenxing's fans. With tails tucked between their legs, Hua Chenxing's supporters can only mutter a defeated remark. I want to see what talent Chen Yang can showcase. HMPH, let us hope he doesn't embarrass himself to the point of being unbearable. Yangjian fans, Yangjian is truly a gold miner, striking it rich with you divine beings. Don't he love us too much? After Hua Chenxing finishes singing, his triumphant gaze sweeps across the audience, finally resting on Chen Yang, where his earlier pride morphs into disdain. Following this, Zhang Han performed a song. While he did not reach the level of a professional singer, his acting skills infused genuine emotion into the piece, making it heartfelt. Zhang Han's fans are not to be underestimated either, and another wave of criticism ensues. Yet, once again, the Yangjian fans retaliated fiercely, as if armed with the blessed tongue of Chen Yang. Meanwhile, Qin Jin and Dong Jieyue took to the stage to sing a passionate love song. However, the observant audience remained unconvinced. Why does it seem like Dong Jieyue's shyness is staged? The more I watch, the more I feel they are a marketing gimmick for a screen couple. It's not sweet at all. I noticed long ago, haven't you all realized that Dong Jieyue often pays attention to Chen Yang, intentionally or not? Hey, brother upstairs, shipping a couple can be niche, but it shouldn't be absurd. It can be grounded but not demonic. At Chen Xiaowei's suggestion, Li Mi, Chen Xiaowei, and Yang Yoshi formed a temporary girl group. While Yang Yoshi debuted through a talent show, the other two had no formal dance training. However, their striking looks and excellent figures made them a picturesque sight. After a song, the audience was left exhilarated, their beauty surpassing expectations. Nevertheless, amidst the talent showcase, Hua Chensheng naturally stole the spotlight. Hua's talent is still the most captivating. Indeed, with just one song, Hua outshines everyone. What is there to compare? Only Hua Chensheng is a professional singer, the rest are merely dabbling. But what talent does Chen Yang possess? He hasn't dared to perform yet. Could it be that he has fallen into a stupor after witnessing Hua's performance? I bet he can't sing or dance, only set himself up for embarrassment. Chen Yang's profile since debut reveals he has only acted in a few exaggerated web dramas. It would not be inaccurate to label him a newcomer in the entertainment industry. Suddenly, Yang Yoshi spoke up, maintaining her signature haughty tone. Oh, I've seen enough dancing and singing. Chen Yang, tell us a joke. Hua Chensheng's eyes widened in surprise. He did not expect Yang Yoshi to interject at this moment. He had been looking forward to seeing Chen Yang make a fool of himself. Moreover, since the last time Yang Yoshi boldly sang through the secret chamber, he felt an unusual affection for her. He says performing talent means telling jokes. That is unacceptable. Yang Yoshi placed her hands on her hips. Why not? Who says talent must be limited to singing and dancing? Chen Xiaowei joined in. Exactly, singing and dancing are just so. Telling a joke can be quite entertaining. She looked eagerly at Chen Yang. Besides, Chen Yang is amusing. He must be even more entertaining when telling a joke. Zhang Han's expression darkened at this. Chen Xiaowei, on what grounds do you claim Chen Yang is amusing? Do you mean to say none of us are interesting? Chen Xiaowei responded sincerely, if you think that way, I can't help it. Zhang Han Li Mi also chimed in, if there are no jokes to tell, he could perform stand-up comedy. Chen Yang has a great way with words, and he'd surely excel at that. Wow, three goddesses are all speaking up for Chen Yang. Could it be that he has captured the hearts of all three? You upstairs, what nonsense are you spouting? They've seen more men than you've eaten salt. How could they possibly like a washed-up nobody like Chen Yang? Step back, what's wrong with our Yang Jin? We have looks, we have charm, we have education, we have brains. It is only natural for us to be adored by numerous goddesses. Dong Jiayue, in her peripheral vision, anxiously observed Chen Yang. She understood him well, he sang off-key and lacked coordination. Just as she was about to speak, Qin Jin interjected, Chen Yang, hurry up, everyone is waiting for you. Dong Jiayue instinctively glanced at Qin Jin, who shot her a blank stare, but she recognized this as his warning expression. She quickly lowered her gaze, her heart a tumult of emotions. Under the scrutiny of all, Chen Yang finally spoke up. It is my turn to perform. Chapter 32, as long as the young man has spirit, he will always stand out. Yang Yoshi could not help but pout, casting an irritated glance at Chen Yang. This fellow simply would not relent. Chen Xiaowei and Li Mi also wore expressions of concern. Their feelings were not lost on Hua Chensheng and Zhang Han, who found themselves increasingly frustrated by Chen Yang's popularity. Especially Hua Chensheng. In this talent showcase segment, it was supposed to be his moment to shine, yet somehow it was Chen Yang who had captured everyone's attention. However, both Hua Chensheng and Zhang Han recalled Chen Yang's frown and his look of distress upon being asked about performing, which only heightened their anticipation of the blunder he was bound to commit next. Indeed, Chen Yang had been troubled, caught in a dilemma about which song to sing, as his mind brimmed with an overwhelming repertoire. Nevertheless, one thing was certain, in this culturally stagnant world, with that in mind, he resolved to lead the new generation, gifting them a song that would resonate with their sense of belonging. Hua Chensheng could hardly contain his smugness. Chen Yang, will you be singing or dancing? After a moment's contemplation, Chen Yang replied, I suppose it's singing. Suppose. Har, singing is singing. How can there be a suppose in that? Clearly, Chen Yang lacks confidence, believing his singing doesn't even count as such. Hua Chensheng's grin widened, and he continued, do you need accompaniment? I can play the guitar for you. Surely, Chen Yang's off-key voice would only accentuate the beauty of his guitar melodies. Chen Yang nodded. I do need accompaniment, but I'll handle it myself. What? Chen Yang can play the guitar. I had no idea. Hua Chensheng feigned generosity. I can lend you my guitar. Chen Yang replied, no need. He turned to the production team, bring me a large basin and 2 rolling pins. Huh. What is Chen Yang up to now? Have you forgotten? Chen Yang sang when he first arrived at the haunted house, using a basin and 2 metal spoons. I believe it was called the Strong Army Song. A moment of silence ensued. It seemed the viewers had indeed forgotten. However, many netizens quickly rose to counter. Who can guarantee this is an original work by Chen Yang? It could very well be someone else's composition that he is singing before its release. That song is quite simple. Anyone could hum it. What is so impressive about that? He is still a long way from being comparable to Hua Hua. The production team, eager to comply, swiftly provided a large plastic basin and 2 rolling pins. Chen Yang began his preparations. He rolled up his pant legs, transforming his sweatpants into tight-fitting attire. He removed his socks, stepping partially into his leather shoes, which... Is he being cryptic? This outfit seems strangely familiar. I feel like this attire is stirring some youthful memories within me. Chen Yang was about to commence his song for the new generation. Yes, this new generation is collectively referred to as the spirited young men. He picked up the 2 rolling pins and began to strike them together, facing the camera. As he struck, he shouted, those who are kind are often taken advantage of. If there is an issue, don't be coy, all spirited young men, heed my call. Let us get started. The night is dark and treacherous, this society is complex. As you strive for great, one's demeanor stems from confidence, yet confidence does not mean landing behind bars. With a flourish, Chen Yang tossed 1 rolling pin aside, tossed his head, and gestured dramatically. Understand? Meeting adjourned. I am utterly bewildered. My mind is now entirely consumed by the tune and lyrics, playing on repeat in my head. How can it be so addictive? Remarkable. My previously aloof younger brother, who looked down on everything, just asked me what song this was. He actually found it quite enjoyable. I finally recall why Chen Yang's outfit looks so familiar. It is identical to what the young men in the village wear daily. This is incredible. Chen Yang, hurry and record a version of this, I want it on my playlist. The lyrics and melody resonate with my soul. I am a fan of Chen Yang now. Hua Chensheng exclaimed, what on earth are you singing? Chen Yang replied, in this dazzling world, if you lack strength, don't flaunt yourself. Hua Chensheng retorted, and what about your attire? Are you really considering resorting to dubious antics to gain attention? Chen Yang quipped, tears wet my loafers, with my leather bag, I'm still a man. Hua Chensheng's face turned crimson with rage. What you are doing cannot be considered singing. You are merely causing chaos. Chen Yang declared, as long as the young man has spirit, he will always stand out. Hua Chensheng was taken aback. Qin Jin squinted at Chen Yang, saying, Chen Yang, while everyone else is diligently preparing their performances, why are you indulging in such frivolities? Do you look down upon us? Wow, Qin Jin is taking this to a moral level. Isn't this a performance? Any kind of performance is acceptable. Besides, I found Chen Yang's act quite enjoyable. Who does Qin Jin think he is? Chen Yang's song resonates deeply with me. Li my friend, Qin Jin, don't involve me, I don't feel that Chen Yang looks down upon me. Qian Xiaowei nodded vigorously, exactly. Although Chen Yang's song is of a genre I've never encountered, I find it to be particularly captivating. She turned and looked at Chen Yang with genuine admiration. Chen Yang, you truly are talented. If I grant you face, you must respect it. Qin Jin's teeth ground together audibly, as though he were on the verge of striking Chen Yang. Just then, staff members rushed in, though not to mediate. Teacher Chen, the program's hotline has been inundated with calls. They're asking if you can record a studio version of this song. They absolutely love it. Chapter 33, Rebirth. As a spirited young man, upon hearing these words from the staff, Ho Chen fell into a palpable silence, his expression visibly strained. What did you say? Before the staff could respond, he shook his head vigorously. No, that's impossible. Although the staff was equally incredulous, they affirmed, it is indeed true. After Chen Yang concluded his performance of that song, the program's hotline was inundated with calls, each one a desperate plea from countless fans requesting a studio version from Chen Yang. Initially, they intended to disregard the influx, yet the sheer volume was overwhelming, especially since many staff members received similar requests on their personal phones. With no other recourse, they approached the matter publicly, hoping this would quell the fervor among netizens. However, Chen Yang was unfazed. He was well aware of the formidable enthusiasm of the spirited young men and women. He turned to the live-stream camera and proclaimed, I will record it, please stay tuned. Is the world truly this insane? Are there really this many people who adore this song? To the person above, please be mindful of your words and respect our tastes. I have never heard a song so enchanting. Thank you, Chen Yang, for bestowing upon us the title of spirited young man. I absolutely cherish this designation, and I shall play this song on repeat. Chen Yang, you are the deity of our spirited young men. Is that Qin Jin out of his mind? How dare he claim that Chen Yang's divine song wasn't meticulously prepared? Such a masterpiece cannot simply be belted out casually. The live-stream viewership soared to unprecedented heights, all drawn in by the captivating clips of Chen Yang's The Road is divine song of the spirited young man exploded, a song that resonates with humanity exploded. The music industry finally sees innovation exploded. Titles like these proliferated endlessly. Inside the broadcast building, an assistant held a tablet and exclaimed, Director, you truly possess the discerning eye of a hawk. The live-streaming viewership has reached an unparalleled peak. We have ascended to heights previously deemed unattainable in this industry. Such viewership is unprecedented. The director, taken aback, realized that the pinnacle of his career was bestowed upon him by Chen Yang. Provide Chen Yang with the finest resources. We must ensure he records this song exceptionally well. At first listen, the song seemed rather banal, perhaps even peculiar, yet, after hearing it, the melody lingered incessantly in their minds. He found himself tapping his leg and mumbling, The road is slippery at night, this society is complex. As you climb higher, petty individuals will come to provoke. One must admit, the lyrics are truly profound. Initially inclined to lash out, Qin Jin found himself subdued. Moments ago, his agent had bombarded him with messages, insisting he avoid any conflict with Chen Yang. Fans had begun to unfollow him en masse due to his earlier remarks directed at Chen Yang. Numerous self-proclaimed spirited young men swarmed the comments section of Qin Jin's posts, vehemently denouncing him. Several endorsements he was negotiating were even rescinded. Qin Jin fell into a long silence. Was Chen Yang's popularity truly at such a level, and all due to this song that hardly qualifies as a conventional tune? Dong Jieyue, who was in close proximity to Qin Jin, caught sight of the messages his agent was sending. Her heart was a tumultuous web of complex emotions. She cast a deeply conflicted gaze at Chen Yang, yet he paid her no heed. For at that moment, Chen Yang reflected, in youth, he disparaged the spirited young men. In growth, he came to understand them. In middle age, he celebrated them. In old age, he recognized their essence. And in death, he would carry them forth. Rebirth. As a spirited young man, that very evening, Chen Yang was summoned by the production team to record the song, with everything arranged to the highest standards. They even secured the copyright for him, ensuring that all revenue from it would belong to Chen Yang. Midway through the recording, he suddenly inquired, May I film a music video? The staff was taken aback. A music video? After all, even a moderately impressive music video could cost upwards of $1 million. A humble worker like him had no authority to decide such matters. I need to consult the chairman first, is that all right? Chen Yang responded, of course. The staff stepped aside to make a phone call. Once connected, they said, hello, Chairman, this is Xiao Liu, who is assisting teacher Chen with the recording. He has made a request to shoot a music video. What do you think? The financier waved his hand grandly. Shoot. Let him shoot as he pleases. Tell Chen Yang that he can make any requests he desires. A businessman would never engage in a losing venture. His generosity stemmed from Chen Yang's undeniable ability to draw in viewers. After only a few days of participating in a dating show, with live streams consistently surpassing records, Heartbeat Thump Thump had become a legendary phenomenon in the industry. The value this brought him far exceeded mere millions. After ending the call, the staff relayed, Teacher Chen, the chairman said everything is up to you. What equipment do you need, and what scenes do you envision? Just let me know, and I will prepare them for you. Chen Yang nodded, scanning the area. As for the location, he pointed to a plain white wall. Let us use this. The staff replied, all right, I will. Following Chen Yang's gesture, they paused in astonishment. Huh. They tapped their ears, thinking they had misheard. Do you mean you want to shoot your music video in front of this white wall? Chen Yang nodded. Is that not acceptable? The staff quickly assured him, of course it is. It was no wonder they were astonished. After all, others typically sought opulent mansions and luxury cars for their music videos, while Chen Yang chose to film in front of a simple white wall, an utterly humble choice that seemed almost absurd. Later, Chen Yang requested a light. The staff, holding a phone in one hand and a colorful light in the other, gulped nervously. See Chen, are you certain you want to record this way? They had never encountered a music video filmed with a mobile phone, especially. Chen Yang directly asked, are you ready? The staff nodded anxiously. They tapped record on their phone. The background music was the recently recorded The Road is Slippery at Night. Good-natured people are often taken advantage of. In times of trouble, do not be timid. All spirited young men, heed my call. Following the rhythm, Chen Yang began to whirl his arms, spinning in circles, shaking his head wildly, repeating the movements. With The Road is Slippery at Night playing alongside a frenzied dance, he would undoubtedly capture the essence of the spirited young men. Chapter 34, What Were the Good Old Days? Just Seaweed. A song, accompanied by a music video, was recorded in the span of mere hours. Chen Yang stifled a yawn and returned to slumber. The staff, gazing at the exceedingly simple and repetitive dance moves along with the catchy tune in their hands, wore a complicated expression. Ding ding ding, his phone chimed, and upon answering, he respectfully said, Chairman, how may I assist you? The benefactor inquired, has the budget for Chen Yang's desired music video been finalized? I shall promptly arrange for the finance department to disperse the funds. The staff member tapped his temple thoughtfully. It has already been completed. The benefactor expressed surprise. That was rather swift. How much did it cost? The staff member fell silent for a moment. 5. The benefactor said, 5 million, very well, I shall arrange it immediately. The staff member immediately remarked, no, it's not 5 million. It's 5. The wealthy benefactor did not even furrow his brow, replying, 50 million, very well, I shall instruct the finance department to transfer the funds. It is only natural for a genius to incur some expenses. However, the staff member, concealed from the benefactor's view, was shaking his head vigorously. It's neither 5 million nor 50 million, it's merely 5 yuan. The entire cost of filming the music video amounted to a mere 5 yuan, which is simply unheard of. This sum was solely for the rental of neon lights from a barbershop. The previously calm voice on the other end of the phone suddenly rose in pitch. 5 yuan, are you certain you are referring to RMB? Chen Yang reclined on his bed, exhaling deeply. Indeed, each time I retire to bed feels as comforting as returning to a grave. Has this brother forgotten to cover the camera? Although the production team claimed to be live streaming 24 hours a day, they would actually mute the audio at night. Only the visuals remained, and the cameras in the room would be obscured by the guests. However, tonight, Chen Yang had gotten ready for bed and had completely forgotten about this arrangement. I can read lips. I'll reiterate, Yang Jian said it feels as comforting as returning to a grave each time he goes to bed. I initially thought Chen Yang crafted his jokes in the dead of night, deliberately sharing them during the day to establish a persona. Little did I know, he simply speaks them offhand. Har har har, the phrase about going to bed feeling like returning to a grave is utterly fitting. Jian Jian is quite endearing. Chen Yang turned on a horror film to induce sleepiness, and just as he was about to don his Bluetooth headphones, he abruptly paused. He was still contemplating using the external speaker. Perhaps it's better not to wear Bluetooth headphones. If I happen to get startled and throw my phone, I wouldn't want the ghost whispering in my ear. The viewer's adept at reading lips focused intently on Chen Yang's mouth. Soon, numerous comments echoing Chen Yang's words flooded the comments section. Brother, were you perhaps brain damaged in your past life? You have so many jokes. The camera slowly inched toward a dilapidated wooden door. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there came a series of knocks. It wasn't the wooden door that was sounding, it was the knock on Chen Yang's room door. Chen Yang jolted upright in bed. Could it be that a real-life horror film was about to unfold? Who is it? There was no response from the other side, only continued knocking. Chen Yang declared, I'll tell you, prosperity, democracy, civility, harmony, freedom. I am not the least bit afraid of ghosts, equality, justice, rule of law, patriotism, for I am a staunch materialist, diligence, integrity, kindness. Knock, 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 the knocking persisted. Chen Yang took a deep breath. Begone, spectres and phantoms, depart, knock, knock, knock. Chen Yang's temper flared, and he descended from his bed to open the door, muttering, what a fiery temper I have. He flung the door open. If you don't leave, I'll give you a couple of elbows to the face. Do you believe me? How could it be you? Looking at his expression and the mutterings from his mouth, is someone actually knocking at the door? Who could it be? At such an hour, someone arrives at Chen Yang's room. This is simply thrilling. Is this a decline in morals or a distortion of humanity? Dong Jiuyue stood there in a gentle nightgown. She happened to be at the door, perfectly positioned in the camera's blind spot. Meanwhile, Chen Yang's live stream only revealed his back, rendering his face, and thus his mouth, completely invisible. Dong Jiuyue bit her lip, her eyes appearing as if they had been immersed in water, gazing intently at Chen Yang. Yang Ji, may I speak with you? She attempted to tug at the hem of Chen Yang's clothing, but he sidestepped her. Chen Yang widened his eyes. Don't you dare play tricks. She looked at him with a gaze that seemed to bear the weight of deep sorrow. Yang Ji, do you truly despise me so? Before Chen Yang could respond, she lowered her gaze, stating, indeed, you have every right to resent me. My departure must have been a tremendous shock to you. Surely you have not yet emerged from the shadows of that ordeal, which is why you are resorting to such abstract behaviors to draw my attention. Chen Yang. No, dear sister, why are you still acting? I haven't uttered a single word yet. Dong Jiuyue paid no heed. Yang Ji, I know you are attempting to wound me with the harshest words. It's all right, I can understand. Chen Yang, indeed, the most arduous task in the world is to awaken someone who feigns slumber. Dong Jiuyue attempted to enter Chen Yang's room, but he spread his arms wide to block her, yet, with a slight bend and a swift maneuver, she slipped past him. Chen Yang, is this person akin to an eel? WTF. Is that Dong Jiuyue? I swear I suspected Hua Chensheng was gay, but I never imagined it would be Dong Jiuyue. Wait a moment, my mind is a bit muddled right now. I told you that staying up late would lead to some juicy drama. Chen Yang, at a loss for words, turned to Dong Jiuyue. What exactly do you intend to do? Dong Jiuyue gazed at him, her eyes instantly reddening, her voice trembling with a hint of sobs. Yang Ji, Chen Yang, usually composed, was now somewhat aggressive, waving his fist. If you cry again, I'll hit you. Dong Jiuyue's tears began to flow even more freely. You never used to treat me this harshly. Did I see that correctly? Dong Jiuyue just said used to. Goodness, there's a story here. The one who never dared to be harsh with her was the original character. whose mind was filled with romantic fantasies, not him. If you have nothing better to do, go get your head checked. Don't you go around causing trouble for no reason. Dong Jiayue's lips trembled, unable to believe Chen Yang would say such a thing to her. Yang Ji, what do our beautiful moments together mean to you? Chen Yang pondered for a moment. They are akin to seaweed. Chapter 35. Their essay show, tonight the circus features you. The most poignant moments are, from beginning to end, simply nonsensical. Laughter so overwhelming it feels like death. A family bound by love and happiness. No matter how challenging the question may be, it cannot deter the exuberance of Yang Jian. Dong Jiayue's expression momentarily froze, yet she remained undeterred, fists clenched tightly. With a sorrowful countenance, she raised her voice, attempting to awaken the love hidden deep within Chen Yang's heart. And what am I to you, truly? Chen Yang shrugged nonchalantly. What are you to me? You are the evergreen tree among sycophants, the pillar of the Joker, the mascot of McDonald's, the chief of Gotham City, the greatest ace in the deck, Batman's esteemed client, the spare tire in the South, and a permanent resident on the blacklist. Such exhilaration. The sheer delight of being exposed is intoxicating. Har har har, I am the clown of the circus, the monkey of the zoo, the kings of the playing cards. Astonished, thrilled, and enraged, the agony of my 2-year performance has been so casually articulated by you, and now my emotions are at your mercy. What a joy it is, my friend. Brother, perhaps you should delete that statement. I am indifferent, it's not so easily done, I'm not one to easily break down. But I have a friend who might be a little flustered, he is uncomfortable and wishes to rest. From an observer's perspective, it shouldn't lead to a breakdown, but I'd like to consider my friend's feelings, so I suggest deleting it. Of course, it's entirely up to you. I merely feel a sense of injustice for my friend. But she truly is different. Dong Jiayue's face flushed crimson, her chest rising and falling, her dark eyes trembling. Chen Yang, what did you just say? Chen Yang replied sincerely, some believe Heath Ledger is the finest Joker, while others think Joaquin Phoenix's portrayal is superior. But we all know, you are the greatest Joker. Dong Jiayue's pupils dilated and her breath hitched for a moment, her heart feeling as if it were being gnawed upon by countless ants. Tears streamed down her face as she fled outside. Why had everything changed? The once obedient Chen Yang had adored her. Could they truly never return to the past? Chen Yang's words are so harsh. Dong Jiayue is heartbroken, and it tugs at the heartstrings. To the one above, you truly are the pillar of the Joker, a love-stricken fool, go join that table. Chinyang Dong Jiayue midnight meeting explosive. Chinyang Joker literature explosive, and you, my friend, are the greatest Joker, explosive. Dong Jiayue wept as she returned to her room. It was then she noticed her phone on the nightstand vibrating furiously. Her agent had made countless missed calls. Sniffling, she answered. A piercing scream erupted from the other end. Dong Jiayue, what on earth have you done? The next day, the production team announced that Dong Jiayue would pause filming due to illness. The silent live stream from the previous night went viral, with various lip readers deciphering every word, even the nuances of tone. As Chen Yang descended the stairs, an eerie silence enveloped him. Everyone cast him indescribable glances. Chen Yang felt bewildered but did not forget his daily tasks. Why am I so dazzling naturally? It's because I have been drinking Feiher milk powder since childhood, perfect for the delicate stomachs of our nation's infants. Over 200 million cans chosen by mothers each year. Income 50,000. Everyone was so carefree, yet the viewers felt a mix of emotions. Did Dong Jiayue truly harbor affection for the abstract Chen Yang? Everyone once believed that Chen Yang had participated in the show for Dong Jiayue, but the entirety of last night's live stream told a different story. The seemingly gentle and charming newcomer, Dong Jiayue, appeared remarkably humble before Chen Yang. Meanwhile, Qin Jin's pride was shattered by that footage. The memory of Dong Jiayue, akin to a sycophant, desperately trying to evoke Chen Yang's memories of the past, felt like a relentless trampling on his dignity. His hands clenched into fists, nails digging into his palms until they turned white. although a guest had temporarily withdrawn, the show must go on, the staff announced. Previously, there was a game where the male guests needed to elevate the female guests' heart rates to 120. Today, it is the female guests' turn to devise ways to raise the male guests' heart rates to 120. Since everyone has spent some time together and gotten to know each other, the female guests will write the names of the male guests they— How embarrassing for the sole one left unchosen. I believe now that Dong Jiuyue has departed, the female guests will undoubtedly select Jin Jin, as he is the highest profile male celebrity among them. This show is about romance, not work. What does profile matter? I bet they will choose Hua Chensheng, after all, he is the most talented. I choose Zhang Han, he is attentive. I'll take Jin Jin, thank you. Certainly, no one will choose Chen Yang. Who would pick a straight man as abstract as him? I want to timidly state, I am a woman, and I find Chen Yang quite intriguing. A straight man who acts so abstractly will be forever single. The barrage of comments primarily favored Hua Chensheng, Zhang Han, and Jin Jin, with mentions of Chen Yang serving merely as a means to belittle him. Even those who defended Chen Yang were quickly drowned out by the fans of the other three male guests. Nonetheless, even supporters of Chen Yang believed deep down that goddesses like Li Mi, Qian Xiaowei, and Yang Yoshi would never choose him. After all, Chen Yang was simply too eccentric, dressed in oversized shorts and flip-flops, disheveled and overly straightforward. Who would choose him? Jin Jin remained silent, lost in thought, wearing an expression reminiscent of a melancholic prince in need of comfort. Zhang Han tugged at his hair, trying to accentuate his jawline. Hua Chensheng appeared equally determined. Chen Yang lounged with his legs crossed, yawning. Hua Chensheng cleared his throat. Currently, there are only 3 female guests. Regardless of how they choose, one will inevitably be left behind. The one remaining must reflect on why they fail to attract female interest. Could it be that they are simply too off-putting? Wouldn't you agree, Chen Yang? Chen Yang sincerely inquired. Do you believe you have a chance? Hua Chensheng was momentarily taken aback. Before he could respond, Chen Yang continued, you indeed have a chance. Hua Chensheng's face lit up, yet he maintained an air of arrogance. Of course, just look at me, Chen Yang interjected. Their essay. Tonight the circus features you. Chapter 36. Together, taking down Chen Yang. Hua Chensheng's expression darkened. You. Har har har, Yang Dian never disappoints me, that mouth of his has me utterly enamored. Remember to bring your red nose. I've jotted it down. From now on, when insulting someone, just say there's a performance by him at the circus tonight. Hua Chensheng took a deep breath to compose himself. You are merely attempting to mask the embarrassment you will feel later. Soon you will be left alone in this villa for the entire day, so I shall not hold this against you. Chen Yang's eye sparkled with excitement. Really? This was splendid news, receiving a notification fee without having to work. What a divine gift. Hua Chensheng was momentarily choked by the brilliance in Chen Yang's gaze. He was about to retort, but recalling Chen Yang's sharp tongue, he swallowed his words. He was eager to witness Chen Yang's awkwardness when left without option. In truth, each male contestant harbored their own schemes. Although Jin Jin felt embarrassed due to the incident with Dong Jiuyue the previous night, he still regarded Chen Yang with disdain. Surely, Chen Yang must have used past events to blackmail Dong Jiuyue, which explained her unusual behavior. With his significant status and fan base, it was only natural that all 3 female contestants would choose him. Zhang Han wore a mask of blind confidence. In terms of demeanor and appearance, he was certain he had captivated all 3 female contestants. He guessed that this time, all 3 would undoubtedly select him. In Hua Chensheng's mind, he believed that as long as the 3 female contestants were not blind, they would certainly choose him. He was young, handsome, and talented. Victory was practically assured. As for Chen Yang, he was contemplating whether to take a nap or dive into a video game first. The names of the female contestants were already written down. The staff collected the list. Jin Jin, Zhang Han, and Hua Chensheng were busy strategizing on how to manage their heart rates in the forthcoming moments. Chen Yang could hardly contain his eagerness to rush back to his room. Upon seeing the names on the 3 slips of paper, the staff's eyes widened in disbelief. They appeared troubled. Hua Chensheng, Qin Jin, and Zhang Han exchanged glances of secret delight, certain that their assumptions were correct. Zhang Han said, "Just announce it already, which contestant did the female guests select?" Hua Chensheng feigned surprise. Could it be that the female contestants all chose the same person? Qin Jin puffed out his chest. Even if they did choose the same person, it would be their own decision, and the others will naturally respect that. The staff took a deep breath. Indeed, the female contestants all chose the same individual. Oh my, what is happening? All 3 female contestants chose the same male contestant. This is a battleground, and I'm here for it. Who did they choose? Stop teasing us, production team. Needless to say, it must be Qin Jin. I wouldn't be so sure. Hua Chensheng and Zhang Han are also contenders. Is there really no one who supports Chen Yang? I think the funny guy is quite popular too. The staff cleared their throats. Qin Jin, Hua Chensheng, and Zhang Han had each already envisioned how they would present themselves to the 3 female contestants in a 1v3 scenario. The staff announced, next, Li Mi, Yang Yoshi, Qian Xiaowei, and Chen Yang will participate in the upcoming heart rate challenge. The other contestants will remain in the villa. They chose Chen Yang. I'm dying of laughter. Just a moment ago, Hua Chensheng was so smug, and now no one picked him. This dating show is becoming more entertaining by the minute. Har har. The female contestants have such unique tastes. Why is our Yang Dian being called unique? If it were me, I would also choose Yang Dian forever. The once confident Qin Jin, Hua Chensheng, and Zhang Han now wore ashen expressions. How could this be? How could they lose to someone as insignificant as Chen Yang? Or perhaps the staff had made a mistake. Zhang Han thought to himself and immediately jumped in. I don't believe it. You must be staging this for effect. The staff's eyes widened at this accusation. The essence of their dating show was authenticity. They could not allow any doubts about its credibility. They promptly produced the slips of paper written by Li Mi, Yang Yoshi, and Qian Xiaowei. Indeed, they all bore the same name, Chen Yang. Now, Li Mi, Yang Yoshi, and Qian Xiaowei found themselves in an awkward position. In unison, they touched their noses. Har har, you all chose Chen Yang too. It was as if selecting Chen. Li Mi cleared her throat. Oh well, it's because last time, Chen Yang made my heart race, and I couldn't let him off the hook, so I wanted to make his heart race too. Exactly that. Yang Yoshi bit her lip, her cheek slightly flushed. I was just afraid he would be left without a choice, so I reluctantly chose him. Qian Xiaowei blinked her large eyes earnestly and said, I picked Chen Yang because he is excellent at gaming, he cooks deliciously, and he is just so interesting. As a psychology major, I can tell that only Xiao Qian is speaking the truth. Even as a geography student, I can see that Li Mi and Yang Yoshi are just making excuses. This is oddly delightful. Which CP are you rooting for? I am shipping Xiao Qian and Chen Yang, the straightforward girl and the abstract young man. It's a delightful pairing. Must we choose? It's more important for all 4 of them to enjoy life together. 1v3. His hopes for a leisurely day were dashed. How could he possibly smile? What is up with Chen Yang? All 3 goddesses chose him, yet he looks so unwilling. What is he pretending for? He is clearly upset on the outside, but he must be grinning inside. Right. He is definitely putting on a facade of indifference while secretly reveling in it. The staff handed the heart rate monitor to Chen Yang. He put it on, and the heart rate reading immediately appeared in the lower left corner of the live broadcast screen. Heart rate, 55. Is this monitor functioning properly? From this heart rate, it seems like Chen Yang is just as frustrated as he appears. Having learned from the previous incident with Chen Yang, they could not allow the 4 contestants to rest comfortably in the villa before commencing the action. That would result in far too little exciting footage and severely impact ratings, the staff announced. This time, there is a set time limit. Once the female contestants confirm they are ready, we will start the timer. Within half an hour, exceeding a heart rate of 120 will count as a win. This time, Chen Yang could not afford to create any more disturbances, could he? The previous incident at the graveyard had caught them completely off guard. What should have been a light-hearted dating show had turned into a thriller. ultimately concluding as a comedy. Only heaven knew how complex their emotions were that night. It felt like a roller coaster, spinning out of control, with their hearts nearly leaping from their chests. The staff could barely contain their anticipation for how Chen Yang would respond. As for the anticipated Chen Yang, he was determined to let things unfold as they may. If his heart rate soared, so be it. He was no saint. How could he truly control his heart rate? If Aoi Sora stood before him, his heart rate would undoubtedly surpass 150. After all, she was his inspiration. With such thoughts in mind, his heart rate monitor began to rise. 55, 60, 65, 70. What thoughts are causing Chen Yang's heart rate to surge? Goodness, is he contemplating something scandalous? My goddess has been sullied. Chen Yang, once I brandish my 40-centimeter dagger, I will permit you to flee for 39 meters. Chen Yang glanced at his skyrocketing smartwatch, yet remained utterly candid. Confucius said, food and lust are inherent to human nature. Qian Xiaowei, as innocent as a blank canvas, gazed curiously at Chen Yang's elevated heart rate and inquired, Chen Yang, what are you thinking that makes your heart race? Chen Yang responded, a teacher. Qian Xiaowei's eye sparkled, which teacher? I must see how Chen Yang concocts his tale. Hey! You pervert, don't corrupt my little Qian. How does mentioning a teacher equate to corrupting her? Has he even said anything yet? Men understand men best. The moment his eyes darted, I knew he was harboring some lewd thoughts. I wonder if Chen Yang fancies teacher Aoi or teacher Hateno. Huh. Why do those names sound so Japanese? Is Chen Yang studying Japanese? Chen Yang prepared to utter those 3 words, but was abruptly silenced by a staff member who rushed over, panic-stricken, almost kneeling before him, trembling hands clasped in pleading. You can't say that. We are running a wholesome dating variety show. Chen Yang, with a resigned shrug, was left speechless. Qian Xiaowei blinked, suddenly enlightened, and exclaimed, you mean teacher Aoi? The staff member, stunned upon hearing this, Li Mi and Yang Yoshi's faces flushed crimson. They were no longer innocent little girls. They instantly grasped Chen Yang's implication. However, they hadn't anticipated that the oblivious Xiaowei would blurt it out so directly. The staff member stated, if the teachers are ready, please inform me. I will time it for half an hour. Qian Xiaowei immediately raised her hand. I'll go. Half an hour later, Chen Yang, equipped with his heart rate monitor, boarded the roller coaster. Limi and Yang Yoshi stood below, watching the 360-degree spinning ride, occasionally hearing shrill screams. Li Mi questioned, is this really safe? Yang Yoshi shivered at the sight of the coaster. Just watching makes me dizzy. Qian Xiaowei, hands on her hips, exuded confidence. Of course it is. I guarantee Chen Yang will emerge trembling, with his heart rate skyrocketing. Minutes later, the roller coaster came to a stop. Many disembarked with pale faces, shaky legs, and even dry heaves. This roller coaster is terrifying. Qian Xiaowei wore an expression of knowing. The 3 eagerly awaited Chen Yang's return, but after a considerable wait, he still had not appeared. Qian Xiaowei asserted, he must be so frightened he can't walk. Li Mi and Yang Yoshi nodded in agreement. Qian Xiaowei could hardly wait to witness Chen Yang's discomfited expression. It would surely be amusing. Let's go check on him. The 3 hurried to the entrance of the roller coaster. They found Chen Yang indeed seated in the control booth, his expression far from pleasant, even somewhat grim. Qian Xiaowei waved at him, Chen Yang. He turned at the sound of her voice. She rushed over. Why are you just sitting here? Even if you were scared, you don't need to hide here. We promise not to laugh at you. Chen Yang was about to speak when a staff member clad in amusement park attire approached, visibly anxious, accompanied by a stern-looking man. Both wore exceedingly grave expressions. They approached Chen Yang, and Qian Xiaowei widened her eyes, fearing they were seeking trouble, and shielded Chen Yang with her body. Her sweet voice rose slightly. What are you doing? Chen Yang is just sitting here. Do you really have to make trouble for him? Don't bully him, I warn you. I'm not easy to provoke. Li Mi and Yang Yoshi stepped forward as well, forming a protective barrier around Chen Yang. Yet the suited supervisor did not halt, striding directly toward the 4. Just as Qian Xiaowei was about to pull out her phone to call for help, the supervisor abruptly bowed at a 90-degree angle. I sincerely apologize. Qian Xiaowei. Li Mi. Yan Yoshi. What was happening? Huh? What's going on? Why is he suddenly apologizing to Chen Yang? I was monitoring Chen Yang's heart rate, and it remained steady. It only spiked by 10 during the ride, then returned to calmness, even slowing down. Could it be that he is apologizing because he wasn't scared enough? How bizarre. The supervisor gritted his teeth and addressed Chen Yang. The technicians have confirmed that there was indeed a malfunction in a component. Had you not identified the fault in the roller coaster, the consequences would have been unthinkable. He couldn't bear to imagine the potential loss. His hands trembled at the thought. Did I hear that correctly? Chen Yang noticed a malfunction during the roller coaster ride and remained calm. Qian Xiaowei, Li Mi, and Yan Yoshi turned in shock to stare at Chen Yang. He then stood up. I saw the component sparking during the ride. The supervisor wiped the sweat from his brow. I will immediately order the amusement park to suspend operations for inspection. We will ensure all facilities are thoroughly checked. Chen Yang shrugged indifferently. The four exited the roller coaster. Qian Xiaowei, Li Mi, and Yan Yoshi gazed at Chen Yang's heart rate monitor in profound silence. It displayed a peak heart rate of 85 within the half hour. Chen Yang looked at the monitor, then at the three dejected women, who resembled wilted eggplants. He opened his mouth in exaggerated surprise, eyes wide. How is it only 85? I was terrified on that roller coaster. Yet his claim was hard to believe in life. Qian Xiaowei, Yan Yoshi remarked, has anyone told you that your acting skills are quite lacking? Chen Yang scratched his head, chuckling, really? He thought he had performed admirably. Li Mi, looking serious, asked, did you truly notice a faulty component on the roller coaster? Chen Yang nodded. Li Mi was astonished. Aren't you afraid, if that part had come loose mid-ride, it could have been life-threatening? Not just life-threatening, it's a matter of bruises, scrapes, and near-death experiences. Chen Yang shrugged. It doesn't matter. If I live, I live. If I die, I die. Li Mi. Chen Yang's mindset is extraordinary. He views life and death with indifference, unencumbered by distractions. Exactly, if I live, I live. If I die, I die. Chen Yang is truly worthy of being my life mentor. I've realized that tomorrow I shall confront my superior. What does not kill me will only make me stronger. The four returned to the villa. Qian Xiaowei's roller coaster plan had failed. Li Mi and Yan Yoshi found themselves at a loss. How could they elevate Chen Yang's heart rate when he seemed unafraid of death? A sudden inspiration struck. The three exchanged glances. Do we really have to do it this way? We have no choice, but is it really appropriate? We can't let Chen Yang underestimate us. The three responded in unison, all right. The staff member noticed the female contestants seemed to have reached a consensus. Teachers, have you made your decision? The three nodded. The staff member grew increasingly curious. Then, who will go first? Li Mi, Yan Yoshi, and Qian Xiaowei exchanged glances. They then decisively said, we'll go together. How together? Are they really going for something this exhilarating? Now that's what I call a genuine thrill-seeking experience. It makes previous dating shows look like child's play. What exactly are they planning to do? I'm dying of curiosity. The staff member nodded. Shall we begin now? Chen Yang sat aside as Li Mi, Yan Yoshi, and Qian Xiaowei looked at him with bright, mischievous eyes. Sensing the mischief in their gazes, Chen Yang instinctively crossed his arms protectively over his chest, resembling a pitiful little bride. Please don't do anything reckless. Li Mi, Yan Yoshi, and Qian Xiaowei chuckled, their eyes gleaming with determination, as though Chen Yang were a lamb awaiting slaughter. Li Mi reassured him, don't worry, we'll be gentle. Yan Yoshi added, just give in. Qian Xiaowei declared, even if you scream your lungs out later, no one will come to your rescue. Is this not the wrong approach to a dating show? Why do I feel like I've encountered 3 female bandits? Har har har, I never imagined my goddesses had such a side. This seems quite entertaining. Chen Yang, however, wore an expression of indifference. Whether his heart rate increased or not held no significance for him. Feel free to proceed. It was merely a job, he only needed to coast through it. Did they expect him to take it seriously? Slacking off at work was normal, taking it seriously came at a different price. Suddenly, a staff member received a phone call. Ladies and gentlemen, an urgent announcement. A sponsor just called to increase the stakes in this heart rate game. The side that wins this heart rate wager will secure the next advertising endorsement opportunity. By the way, this advertisement is for the LVV brand. As soon as the words left their lips, Li Mi, Yang Yoshi, and Chen Xiaowei's eyes lit up. LVV. That's a top-tier international brand. I remember that recently, all the celebrities have been scrambling for this endorsement. Although it's just an ad, the weight it carries is significant. Chen Yang sensed the shift in atmosphere, but he had no idea what LVV represented. He cast a sidelong glance at the staff member, who gestured with his fingers as if counting money. The staff member understood and made a gesture for one. Chen Yang exchanged glances. 10,000. The staff member shook his head. Chen Yang's eyes brightened. 100,000. The staff member continued to shake his head. Chen Yang frowned. 1,000. The staff member hesitated. Chen Yang thought he had guessed correctly. 1,000 didn't he seem like much, especially since he earned 50,000 daily just reciting an advertisement. But even a fly, no matter how small, is still meat. Just as Chen Yang was lost in thought, the staff member facepalmed, desperately making exaggerated expressions to capture Chen Yang's attention. Finally, Chen Yang looked at him. The staff member mouthed the words .1 million. His face bore an expression of helplessness, as if saying, "Come on, man, aim higher, why not guess 1 million?" Chen Yang's eyes nearly bulged out. 1 million, that meant a mere 30-second advertisement could yield 1 million. He had to go for it. As long as he didn't die, he would give it his all. Suddenly, it was as if everyone could see the flames of determination igniting behind Chen Yang. What's wrong with him? Has he gone mad again? Li Mi, Yang Yoshi, and Chen Xiaowei wore expressions of certainty. They were not solely motivated by the modest sum of 1 million, they sought the fashion resources that would come with endorsing LVV, which was far more valuable. They turned their gazes toward Chen Yang, as if looking at a delectable dish that promised eternal youth. The three requested half an hour to prepare. The heart rate challenge would commence in half an hour. Chen Yang furrowed his brow, muttering, "Half an hour isn't enough. What does this have to do with Chen Yang? Isn't this a challenge for the female contestants? Is Chen Yang really going to prepare psychologically?" The four retreated to their respective rooms. Li Mi, Yang Yoshi, and Chen Xiaowei opened their suitcases and retrieved the clothes buried at the bottom. As for Chen Yang, upon entering his room, he covered the camera and unplugged the microphone, leaving everyone in the dark about his activities. In the dimly lit live stream room, only the heart rate displayed in the lower left corner was relevant to Chen Yang. What is Chen Yang up to? What peculiar scheme is he concocting now? He can't possibly be taking a nap, can he? While that would be bizarre, it is not entirely out of character for him. I find that highly improbable. Earlier, when the staff mentioned the advertisement endorsement, Chen Yang's eye sparkled with excitement. He must be plotting a way to keep his heart rate from rising. I believe this time, Chen Yang will face a challenge. Let's not even mention the three goddesses' stunning looks and figures. Just a glance in their direction would make most men surrender. Hey, don't tarnish the goddesses' images. My goddesses would never behave like that. Just as the comments were buzzing with speculation about Chen Yang's activities, his heart rate suddenly spiked. From a steady pace of 80, 90, 100, and 110, the heart rate suddenly surged to an astonishing 140. It remained at this heightened level for at least a few minutes before abruptly spiking again, shattering the 160 mark. What on earth is Chen Yang doing? How could the heart rate escalate so rapidly? Is the heart rate monitor malfunctioning? Before long, Chen Yang's heart rate plummeted from 160 straight down to 70, stabilizing thereafter. Half an hour later, had Chen Yang not finally opened the door, the production team would have nearly barged in. After all, the fluctuations in his heart rate were quite alarming. The staff anxiously observed Chen Yang. "Teacher Chen, are you all right?" With an expressionless demeanor, he appeared like a monk devoid of desires, showing no signs of disturbance. "I'm fine." The staff sighed in relief and promptly checked the heart rate monitor, confirming it was functioning properly. "Teacher Chen, the female guest has requested that the challenge take place in your room. Are you agreeable?" Chen Yang nodded. The other staff members exited, leaving him alone on the sofa, with only a ceiling-mounted camera observing him. Soon, a knock echoed at the door, and it swung open to reveal Li Mi. She was clad in a form-fitting red mini-dress that accentuated her voluptuous figure. Her long, lithe legs shimmered under the lights, exuding an air of irresistible allure with each step she took. She sauntered toward the camera, turning to the side, her curves perfectly showcased. Approaching the camera, she playfully covered it with her red lips curled into a smirk. "Why cover it? I haven't seen enough." The moment I saw Li Mi, my heart nearly leapt out of my chest. She is stunning. "Chen Yang, I will not let you go unscathed." Tears of jealousy are welling up. "Oh, my beloved Li Mi. What right does this scoundrel Chen Yang have?" After covering the camera, Li Mi turned to Chen Yang, only to be taken aback by his reaction. He sat upright on the sofa, his gaze clear and tranquil, resembling a eunuch from the palace, devoid of any disturbance. A wave of intense frustration washed over Li Mi. Normally, even when she wasn't particularly dressed up, wearing something far more conservative than now, men would gaze at her with unabashed desire. She despised such looks. However, she had not anticipated that, after putting in considerable effort to dress seductively, she would fail to elicit any similar gaze from Chen Yang, who looked at her with unwavering resolve, as if he were joining a political party. It was akin to a slap in the face. Li Mi felt a wave of self-doubt. Had her allure diminished? Steadying her nerves, she thought, if I cannot elevate Chen Yang's heart rate today, where would my dignity lie? After all, she had been dubbed their male killer. Drawing a deep breath, biting her red lips, she swayed her hips as she approached Chen Yang, sitting beside him, her gaze fiery and direct. Leaning slightly against his shoulder, she breathed softly, "Your face feels so warm when I come close." With her fingers lightly tracing his chin, she teased, "Can you guess why? Why are you covering their camera?" "I have money. I'll buy a membership, quickly uncover whatever you've blocked from the lens. I don't want to see, just listening to the sounds has already made me green with envy. That lucky bastard Chen Yang, how does he have it so good? I'm consumed with jealousy. Chen Yang, you better keep one eye open while you sleep tonight." Chen Yang turned to Li Mi, his eyes widening. "Are you burning up?" He instinctively recoiled several meters, watching her warily. How did Chen Yang's brain develop this way? Divine intervention. "If you won't, I will." Li Mi closed her eyes, calming herself. No anger, losing her temper would only harm her health. She gazed at Chen Yang again, her eyes filled with both allure and seduction, her long lashes fluttering like tiny fans. Tilting her head slightly, her hair cascaded down, revealing her fair neck. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she swayed her body, lightly playing with her hair, her index finger beckoning Chen Yang closer. With a soft parting of her lips, her voice flowed like a nightingale, filled with "I'll report him and have this scoundrel arrested." "Oh no, Li Mi, don't. What is Chen Yang up to? Is his heart made of stone? Why is there not a hint of fluctuation?" Li Mi watched as Chen Yang approached her slowly. A confident smile crept onto her lips. Surely, no one could resist her charm, not even a top-tier straight man like Chen Yang. Suddenly, a beep sounded. Li Mi's heart leaped. This must be the alert indicating a heart rate exceeding 120. Just as she was about to proclaim her success, she noticed Chen Yang pointing a gun at her. Upon lowering their gun, she realized it was merely a thermometer. Chen Yang frowned. 39 degrees. Li Mi panicked for a moment. Had she truly caught a fever? But she quickly regained her composure. It was impossible for her to be unwell. First, she underwent routine medical examinations daily, and second, she felt perfectly fine. It was merely her determination to seduce Chen Yang that had caused her cheeks to flush. Yet, this realization intensified her anxiety. If she felt flustered, why was Chen Yang still unmoved? This understanding left Li Mi grappling with unprecedented doubts about her allure. This was no longer about endorsements. It was a battle for her charm. Li Mi steadied herself, her tone sultry. I'm feeling a bit unwell. She pushed her chest forward, brushing her hair behind her shoulders, biting her red lips, her eyes half closed. She gazed at Chen Yang with a smoldering look. I have a fever of 39 degrees. What do you think you should say or do? This is so sweet, I could roll around on my bed. I must say, Li Mi's voice is absolutely divine. Just listening to her has me fired up. To the one above, you better be referring to your fist. Her words were laden with suggestive undertones, intending to coax Chen Yang into expressing concern for her, to embrace her, thus unleashing his repressed instincts. Surely, his heart rate would soar. Li Mi stared intently at Chen Yang, silently urging him to speak. Chen Yang observed Li Mi's flushed cheeks, noticing the glimmer of tears at the corners of her eyes, then glanced at the thermometer reading of 39 degrees. Finally, he uttered a few words. Impressive 666. Working while at 39 degrees warranted an impressive. Li Mi was left speechless, all her words caught in her throat. Why must such a straight male torment her? What the hell, he responded with impressive. What else could he say? My ex-girlfriend once told me she had a 40-degree fever, and my response was also impressive. To the one above, perhaps you should reflect on why she became your ex-girlfriend. I lament the unfairness of fate. Why do the straight men have ex-girlfriends while the likes of Chen Yang, the steel-hearted straight man, are surrounded by goddesses, while I, the warm man, have never even held a girl's hand? Brothers, remember, warm men rank behind dogs. Soon, there was another knock at the door. It opened slightly, and Chen Yang looked over to see Qian Xiaowei, her sparkling eyes twinkling. May I come in? Before Chen Yang could respond, the door swung wide open. Standing outside were Qian Xiaowei and Yang Yoshi. Qian Xiaowei wore an extremely short pink lace dress that unabashedly showcased her long, slender legs. The neckline of the dress was heart-shaped, hinting at her fair skin, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. Pink garter stockings enveloped her delicate legs. Her doe-like eyes were truly captivating, staring directly with an intensity that could ensnare any onlooker. With an angelic face and a devilish figure, she playfully tossed her hair styled into two adorable pigtails, accentuating her curves. Meanwhile, Yang Yoshi donned a black cropped top that highlighted her alluring figure, paired with tight denim jeans that hugged her legs perfectly, accentuated by high heels that made one yearn to explore the beauty beneath. Chen Yang exhaled deeply. Thankfully, he had prepared in advance. Otherwise, facing these goddesses, each employing every tactic in their arsenal, he would have undoubtedly surrendered. Yet now, he felt as calm as still water, his inner peace undisturbed, even bordering on drowsiness. This was the first time Qian Xiaowei and Yang Yoshi had dressed so provocatively in front of a man, and both felt a tinge of awkwardness. Nevertheless, they were utterly confident, firmly believing that this outfit would surely captivate Chen Yang. However, as they cast proud glances in his direction, Chen Yang's expression completely defied their expectations. He appeared distinctly uninterested. Qian Xiaowei and Yang Yoshi were left dumbfounded. How could a man remain so indifferent in the face of their alluring attire? Even amidst the surrounding chaos, he maintained an air of nonchalance, as if he were a salted fish in a bustling market. Chen Yang's demeanor felt like a bucket of cold water splashed over Qian Xiaowei and Yang Yoshi. But they both simultaneously concluded he must be putting on an act, pretending to be unfazed. In reality, his heart must be tumultuous. Qian Xiaowei took a deep breath, shaking off the initial disappointment at Chen Yang's unexpected reaction. With her big eyes blinking, she twirled around, the hem of her dress fluttering slightly. Chen Yang, do I look good today? Chen Yang, lounging on the sofa, cast a casual glance. You lie somewhere between looking good and looking bad. Qian Xiaowei's eyes brightened. Surely, Chen Yang was too shy to admit she looked good. After all, she was exceedingly confident in her outfit's appeal to men. Then it must be good. Since Chen Yang was too bashful to say it, she would speak on his behalf. Chen Yang shook his head. Qian Xiaowei bit her lip, feeling a bit anxious. Is it that bad? Chen Yang shook his head again. Qian Xiaowei pressed on. So is it good or bad? Chen Yang sighed. Do you really want to know? Qian Xiaowei nodded eagerly, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. Of course. Chen Yang replied, well, between good and bad, neither is good nor bad. Just as everyone turned to stare at him incredulously, Chen Yang calmly continued, rather, it's just plain bad. Jian Xiaowei stood there, dumbfounded. If words had the power to wound, she might have already bled out 3 liters. I can't take it anymore. Who does Chen Yang think he is? Chen Yang is truly a combat fighter among straight men. While the goddesses display their charm, Chen Yang remains as emotionally detached as a Hextech product. I'm starting to doubt whether Chen Yang is actually straight. I have but one request. I implore the production team to open the camera feed so I can feast my eyes. Just listening is driving me mad. Nearby, Li Mi, who had already suffered a blow, wore an expression of resignation. So, it turned out that Chen Yang's steel-heartedness was uniformly applied to everyone, not just her. She felt a slight sense of relief. Jian Xiaowei inhaled deeply again, her mind fixed on the LVV endorsement. She steeled herself. She would go all out. Striding confidently toward Chen Yang, she drew near, their proximity almost intimate. With a youthful sparkle and shyness in her eyes, she gazed at him. Chen Yang, do you know, I actually like someone. Is she about to confess? Just hearing the sound is exhilarating. I can't imagine if I were Chen Yang, my heart would be racing. I think my eyes are broken. Why is Chen Yang's heart rate still unchanged, not even a hint of a ripple? Is Chen Yang even human? Is he really a man? Why is he still unmoved? Chen Yang, upon hearing Jian Xiaowei's words, abruptly stood up. Jian Xiaowei's eyes lit up, her words were having an effect. Chen Yang approached her, taking 2 steps forward. Jian Xiaowei felt her heart skip a beat, a mix of fear and anticipation coursing through her. What would Chen Yang do? Just as she braced herself, she felt a figure glide past her. She opened her eyes in astonishment. Chen Yang didn't pause beside her for even a moment. She turned, bewildered, and asked, where are you going? Chen Yang, with utmost sincerity, replied, didn't you say you liked someone? Jian Xiaowei felt her mind short-circuit. So, what does that have to do with you? What did her liking someone have to do with him leaving? Chen Yang replied, I'm leaving you alone in the room. Jian Xiaowei, she was going to lose her mind. She meant she liked someone, not that she wanted to be left alone. I can't help but marvel at the profundity of the Chinese language. Har har har, liking someone. Yang Yang is too unpredictable. Chen Yang continued speaking without pausing, suddenly feeling a push against his chest, which he did not resist. In the next moment, he found his back pressed against. He looked down to see Yang Yoshi, clad in a black, form-fitting top, pinning him against the wall with one hand. Her slender, fair fingers traced circles on his solid chest. Are you trying to leave because you're afraid of losing your composure in the room? Chen Yang remained silent. Yang Yoshi's long, straight black hair cascaded over her shoulders, the tips slightly curled. Her luscious red lips resembled ripe cherries, embodying the essence of a proud princess, gazing at her prey with determination. Yang Yoshi's fingers continued to trace circles on Chen Yang's body, moving from his chest to his Adam's apple. Her voice flowed like the softest silk, imbued with a lazy and haughty allure, her tone slightly rising as if teasing. It's all right. If you can't handle it, just say so. And no one will laugh at you. Chen Yang still said nothing. Yang Yoshi, unable to contain herself, finally lifted her gaze to meet Chen Yang's. She noticed his brow slightly furrowed, as if deep in thought. Her heart leaped with joy. Was Chen Yang finally about to crack? What kind of luck has Chen Yang stumbled upon? I can't take it anymore. Brothers, I need to access my long-saved links. Please share the link. Yang Yoshi gazed intently at Chen Yang, silently awaiting his response, hoping for the heart rate monitor to beep above 120. Chen Yang remained silent. Yang Yoshi gently coaxed him, her tone imbued with an indescribable allure that seemed to penetrate the heart. Chen Yang, what are you thinking about? Chen, is the production team rigging the results? There must be something fishy going on. Li Mi, Jian Xiaowei, and Yang Yoshi all faced defeat. After experiencing profound disappointment, the production team announced that the 30-minute challenge had concluded. The female guests changed clothes and gathered downstairs. Initially, they were significantly disheartened, having intended to present themselves beautifully before the cameras. Though they wouldn't dress as provocatively as they had before Chen Yang, they still aimed for a polished appearance. However, now they descended the stairs wearing oversized t-shirts and shorts, their expressions dull and lifeless. The staff observed the guests' demeanor, quickly surmising the situation. They couldn't help but cast admiring glances at Chen Yang, who had managed to remain unscathed amidst the fiery onslaught of the female guests. Soon, Qin Jin, Hua Chenxing, and Zhong Han arrived, trailing behind. Hua Chenxing, upon descending, mocked Chen Yang. "What is your heart rate at now? Surely not high enough to warrant an ambulance." Zhong Han chimed in, "You wouldn't be nearing 120, would you? That would be quite the embarrassment for us male guests." Qin Jin remained silent, yet his gaze conveyed skepticism toward Chen Yang. He found it hard to believe that Chen Yang could withstand the charm of these three goddess-level guests. Even if they hadn't been so aggressive, he doubted Chen Yang would hold up. Chen Yang leisurely glanced at them, not engaging in further conversation. The staff finally spoke up. "I will now announce Teacher Chen." Just as they were about to speak, they suddenly froze. "This." Hua Chenxing smirked. "What is this? Is Chen Yang's heart rate so elevated that it broke the monitor?" The staff wore a perplexed expression, struggling to believe the readings, rechecking the data several times. Each time, the results remained identical. Finally, with some reluctance, they spoke up. "In the competition against Teacher Li Mi, Teacher Chen Xiaowei, and Teacher Yang Yoshi, Teacher Chen Yang has emerged victorious. The LVV advertising endorsement has been awarded to Teacher Chen Yang." Both Hua Chenxing and Zhong Han's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be possible? Qin Jin also furrowed his brows deeply, staring at Chen Yang, his disbelief evident. Hua Chenxing snatched the heart rate monitor from the staff, displaying the data to the live audience. "Everyone, look. This heart rate monitor is broken." Chapter 37, To be candid, I am a materialist, Hua Chenxing continued. How could Chen Yang's heart rate monitor possibly remain at 70 amidst the relentless advances of three female guests? This defies all logic. As Li Mi, Chen Xiaowei, and Yang Yoshi widened their eyes, finally transforming from their previously listless demeanor to one brimming with vitality. If the heart rate monitor were indeed faulty, did that not imply that they need not question their own allure? Did it not suggest that Chen Yang was, in fact, responsive to them, merely undetected by the device? Meanwhile, Hua Chenxing, Zhong Han, and Qin Jin naturally concluded that Chen Yang was indeed up to no good, daring to manipulate the situation. Their delight in discovering Chen Yang's underhanded tactics filled them with hope that the female guests would soon harbor disdain for him, thus paving the way for their own opportunities. Hua Chenxing pressed on. Chen Yang must have found some way to set the heart rate monitor to a constant 70. I told you, the heart rate monitor must be faulty. Otherwise, Chen Yang couldn't possibly remain indifferent to such temptation. Kudos to Hua Chenxing for exposing the true nature of that scoundrel Chen Yang. Hua is indeed the most upright person. Chen Yang, why are you still alive? The staff members found themselves in a predicament. Looking at the heart rate monitor in their hand, they glanced between Hua Chenxing and Chen Yang. They were certain that even if the monitor were malfunctioning, it was certainly not the doing of the production team, leaving only Chen Yang as the suspect. Chen Yang shrugged. Just take it for repairs. The staff member replied, all right, I will take it for repairs now. Hua Chenxing immediately intervened. No, who knows if your production team is in cahoots with Chen Yang. After all, what mischief might you not conspire together? But by fabricating evidence like this, you are treating the rest of us contestants like mere pawns. The other contestants, who found themselves implicated, momentarily froze before casting resentful glances at Hua Chenxing. Yang Yoshi, who typically refused to indulge others, retorted, if you want to be a dog, so be it, but I certainly am not. Hua Chenxing sighed, I am merely advocating for you all. You fail to appreciate my good intentions. Yang Yoshi crossed her arms defiantly, scoffing, who cares? Chen Xiaowei and Li Mi also felt Hua Chenxing had overstepped his bounds. Chen Xiaowei asserted, I believe Chen Yang is not that kind of person. Li Mi nodded in agreement. I concede, I am simply outmatched. Hua Chensheng's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never anticipated that all the female guests would side with Chen Yang, a stark contrast to his imagined scenario of a united front against him. In fact, it now felt as though everyone was opposing him. Hua Chensheng grew frustrated. Why are you all like this? I feel for my Hua, putting in effort for no reward. Do the female guests lack discernment regarding scoundrels? Clearly, Chen Yang engaged in underhanded tactics, yet they remain unconvinced. Hua Chensheng is trying to help them, yet they dismiss him. It's utterly baffling. What is baffling is that the female guests they initially raised no doubts, indicating there must be no issue. Anyone who dares to slander my Yang Jian, I will bomb the world. Not only within the production team, but the live stream chat was also ablaze with heated discussions. At that moment, the central figure of the event, Chen Yang, finally spoke leisurely. I know a way to verify whether the heart rate monitor is faulty. As soon as he said this, not only did the guests and staff in the production team listen intently, but the live stream chat also fell silent. All eyes were fixed on Chen Yang. Hua Chensheng guardedly observed him. Don't even think about pulling any tricks. Chen Yang didn't spare him a glance as he walked straight out of the villa. Just as everyone assumed Chen Yang was fleeing out of fear of being criticized, a car came to a halt before them. Chen Yang, seated in the driver's seat, looked at everyone and commanded, "Get in the car." Zhang Han asked in confusion. All the guests boarded the car, each wearing the production team's heart rate monitor, while Chen Yang's own monitor was worn by Hua Chensheng. Hua Chensheng snorted, "Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. You're merely trying to find a place to have the monitor repaired to prove it's functioning properly. But who knows if the repairman is someone you've colluded with in advance." He was determined not to give Chen Yang any leeway. Chen Yang ignored him entirely and drove off. As Chen Yang entered the highway, the production team's vehicle followed behind. Where is Yang Jian headed? What other tricks does he have up his sleeve? I am so excited, but what more tricks could there be? He has already been caught red-handed. He is just trying to buy time now. Chen Yang has undoubtedly fabricated evidence this time. Exactly, I thought the heart rate being stuck at 70 was suspicious. Even without seeing the visuals, just hearing the sounds would send my heart rate to 130. Perhaps Chen Yang simply doesn't like women. Impossible, my Yang Jian is straight as an arrow, a true straight man. Though straight, he only loves women. Qian Xiaowei suddenly spoke up. Let us play a riddle game. The guests, uncertain of where the car was headed, agreed that passing the time with riddles was a good idea. One by one, they posed their questions. A, B, C, D, who is lower? A is lower than C, because A, B, C, D. Which animal has the blackest teeth? Ants, because Mariyahe among all plants, which one is the most honest? Banana, because it's honest to a fault. Qian Xiaowei suddenly turned to Chen Yang, who was driving. Chen Yang, why don't you come up with a riddle? Chen Yang pondered for a moment. A rubber product, worn on the middle part of the human body. Hua Chensheng immediately sprang up as a knight protecting the princesses, indignantly rebuking Chen Yang. Chen Yang, what on earth are you saying? How can you say such things in front of the girls? Chen Yang replied, Hua Chensheng's expression distorted, you were referring to a life preserver. Chen Yang shot him a glance, what else would it be? Hua Chensheng, har, a life preserver, indeed, a rubber product, worn on the middle of the body, in various sizes, essential for survival, har, there's no other answer. Forgive my yellow thoughts. I couldn't help but think of something else. To the one above, you are not alone. Look at the goddesses' reactions, they must have thought of that answer too. I saw a video stating that they just don't say it. Can any women confirm this? I am a woman, and I can attest that the one above is correct. We women are far more playful than you imagine. As everyone, Li Mi was the first to notice the change. Why do I feel like the car is speeding up? Once she spoke, the others also detected the anomaly. The other vehicles seemed to retreat, as the car they were in accelerated. At that moment, the production team staff called in. Teachers, slow down the car, we can barely keep up. Yet, the speed showed no signs of decreasing. Don't scare the female guests. Zhonghan added, Chen Yang, what is going on? Suddenly, Chen Yang's voice cut through the tension. Oh, I forgot to mention. The brakes have failed. Everyone. What do you mean the brakes have failed? The scenery outside blurred as the car sped up. Hua Chenxing clutched the seat. Arth, why is the car malfunctioning? Zhonghan's features twisted in panic. Help, help, I don't want to die. Qin Jin could no longer contain himself. Chen Yang, stop the car. Please stop, I'm terrified. The three female guests, though pale, managed to maintain composure compared to the male guests, tightly closing their eyes and pursing their lips. At that moment, the heart rate monitors began to emit frantic beeping sounds, creating a cacophony akin to a symphony. Chen Yang slowly curled his lips into a smile. The beeping sounded rather soothing. After an undetermined amount of time, the car finally slowed down and came to a halt at a service area. The moment the door opened, the occupants scrambled out of the vehicle, particularly Hua Chenxing, Zhonghan, and Qin Jin, whose faces were streaked with tears and looked utterly disheveled. Chen Yang observed the staff who finally arrived. This should sufficiently prove that the heart rate monitor is functioning properly. Har 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 har, Yang Jian's methods are indeed audacious. To think he would use such a tactic to prove the monitor is fine. Oh my gosh, I was terrified earlier. I thought the brakes had really failed and that my goddesses were heading to the afterlife. When Chen Yang doesn't act, it's fine, but once he does, he is out of this world. We Yang Jian are all about that thrill. The staff members stared at Chen Yang, dumbfounded, as after a prolonged silence, one finally managed to utter a word. All right, they had been watching the live stream the entire time, witnessing Chen Yang's audacious display in clarity. It was simply astonishing beyond belief. By evening, everyone finally returned to the villa. Chen Yang had initially intended to drive back, as it was only fitting to complete the journey. However, the other guests vehemently opposed it, with Hua Chenxing nearly shedding tears in his plea. After receiving confirmation from everyone that the heart rate monitor was functioning correctly, Chen Yang reluctantly dropped the idea of driving. Upon entering the house, the guests collapsed onto the sofa in exhaustion. The only one unscathed and brimming with energy was Chen Yang. Just as he prepared to head upstairs to play video games, Qin Jin called out to him. Chen Yang. Chen Yang, feeling slightly annoyed, thought these people never knew when to stop. What do you want? Chen Yang asked, how should I speak? Qin Jin's face softened, at least use more civilized language. Chen Yang replied with a disinterested, oh, then what toxic gases does your flower intend to release? Qin Jin's face turned a mix of green and white, quickly shifting to a deep scowl. I've learned some. I've added this to my Yang Jian quotes. From now on, when I fart, I'll say my flower wishes to breathe. What Yang Jian said is already quite civilized. Qin Jin inhaled deeply, refusing to let Chen Yang lead him by the nose. I merely wanted to ask, since the heart rate monitor is functioning, how come your heart rate remained completely stable during the challenges posed by the three female guests? The moment he finished speaking, all eyes turned toward him. Yes, that was indeed the question they all wondered about. Could it be that Yang Jian has taken some medication to keep his heart rate steady? The person above, you're overthinking it. If the medical field hasn't figured it out, how could Chen Yang have access to it first? I believe Yang Jian will surely provide an earth-shattering explanation. I merely endured it. To the one above, you must be a woman. You cannot comprehend that a man's reactions are uncontrollable under stimulation. Qin Jin continued, the female guests cannot possibly lack charm, which man can emerge unscathed from their advances. This statement not only belittled Chen Yang but also elevated the female guests. Truly, a man who had earned the title of Best Actor spoke words that resonated with both humans and spirits. Moreover, the statement had a double entendre. If no man could withstand the advances of the female guests, it implied that Chen Yang was not a man, or worse, not a true man. Chen Yang's eyes grew cold. In his life, nothing irked him more than being labeled as anything but straight. He was undeniably straight, and he only loved women. Seeing that Chen Yang remained silent, Qin Jin felt a surge of triumph. Could it be that I struck a nerve? Chen Yang smiled as he approached him. My orientation is indeed different from everyone else's. Surely, I didn't mishear. Chen Yang, don't be abstract. You remaking yourself abstract. Yang Jian, I don't believe you. I can't bear to watch the live stream anymore. I don't want to hear Yang Jian say those words. How could this be possible? I said Chen Yang must be mentally unstable. While he knew Chen Yang's orientation must be normal, after all, no one knows your innocence better than those who slander you, he had not anticipated Chen Yang's admission. However, as long as he could expel him from the entertainment industry, his goal would be achieved. Har, you've admitted it yourself. Qin Jin turned to the staff. Our dating show should be a legitimate program, and since Chen Yang has admitted it himself, although I do not discriminate, such a person should no longer participate. The staff was suddenly taken aback, glancing at Chen Yang with great difficulty. Chen Yang's earnest and innocent gaze met theirs. When will we be able to show more tolerance for those like me, who are materialists? Qin Jin abruptly turned to Chen Yang. What did you say? Materialist? What the hell? Couldn't he have misheard? Chen Yang then looked toward the audience as if making a confession. To be candid, I am indeed a materialist. I only like those with wealth. However, people often misunderstand us, branding us as materialistic, but we are not, we are simply ordinary materialists. I hope everyone can respect every orientation, thank you. What the hell is a materialist? Respect, understanding. I too am a materialist. Hello, fellow patient. Please respect me, I merely have a pure fondness for money. Is that wrong? Why isn't it accepted by society? Long live the pursuit of wealth. This is the first time I've heard someone speak of their love for money so refreshingly. I have great respect for money. I haven't stolen or robbed anyone. Finally, I understand. It turns out my orientation is normal. Qin Jin's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. You. He could never have imagined Chen Yang would say such a thing. What the hell is a materialist? Is he joking? Chen Yang retorted, my orientation is none of your concern. But what about yours? Qin Jin's pupils constricted sharply. What about mine? What nonsense are you spouting? He quickly regained his composure, initially thinking Chen Yang had some form of counterattack, but does he know what he is saying? Why is it that Qin Jin can slander our Yang Jian, yet Yang Jian cannot retaliate? Well done, Yang Jian. I'm so curious. What could Yang Jian's counterattack possibly be? I can understand Chen Yang. If anyone dares to say I'm not straight, I beat them until their head splits open. Damn, I feel like I'm witnessing history, but Qin Jin appears so calm that it probably isn't real. Our Yang Jian never fights without preparation. Qin Jin furrowed his brows. After a few taps, he waved the phone in front of Qin Jin. A photo flashed before Qin Jin's eyes, but he barely caught a glimpse before it was snatched away. Just as Qin Jin was about to inquire about what it was, he suddenly noticed everyone was looking at their phones, their expressions shifting to shock and disgust. He quickly pulled out his own phone and saw a trending search notification pop up. Qin Jin pervert explosive. He clicked on it and discovered two clear images. One depicted Qin Jin in a disheveled maid outfit, lurking by the roadside amidst the bushes late at night. The other showed him being apprehended by the police, his maid outfit scandalously revealing as he was pressed against a car window, his expression one of terror. The photos spread like wildfire online, garnering nearly 1 billion views in a matter of hours. How perverse. I never imagined Qin Jin was such a person. What a revelation. Qin Jin appears so respectable, yet he engages in such antics behind the scenes. I just called the police and they mentioned they received a report from someone claiming to be a concerned citizen, leading them to apprehend someone on the roadside. That's simply incredible. Qin Jin's face was a mask of panic. No, that's not how it is. He lunged to snatch the phone from Chen Yang, but Chen Yang deftly dodged. Chen Yang raised an eyebrow. What else could it possibly be? Qin Jin opened his mouth, struggling to find words, unable to come up with an explanation. Was he supposed to say he was out in the bushes with Dong Jiayue, but for some reason lost his clothes, leaving only the maid outfit, which he had to reluctantly wear? Chen Yang put on an understanding expression. I get it, we all have our peculiar preferences. Qin Jin was at a loss for words, his face flushed with embarrassment. He glared intensely at Chen Yang. You must have set me up. It must be you. Chen Yang replied, if everyone believes these two photos are doctored, feel free to verify. Qin Jin felt as if his body had turned to jelly. No one knew better than he did that those images were not fabricated. At that moment, he felt the collective disdain directed at him from all around. Unable to bear it, he let out a scream and fled back to his room, curling up under the covers. In that moment, the only thought in Qin Jin's mind was that he was finished, completely finished. After Qin Jin's departure, the remaining guests, aside from Chen Yang, exchanged glances, awkwardly avoiding eye contact, unsure of how to proceed. Qin Jin's reaction serves as a reverse confirmation of his guilt. Indeed, one can rarely discern a person's true nature. The entertainment industry is merely a facade. How many are genuinely authentic? To the one above, don't generalize. I firmly believe my Yang Jian is genuine, for he has nothing left to hide. I trust that Chen Yang is authentic, obsessed with wealth, delightfully eccentric, a straight man who is laid back and enjoys leisure, and he is also a bit of a flirt, embodying the worst of human nature. Speaking of flirtation, Yang Jian once admitted to being a bit of a lech, yet why do the three goddesses all seem to be drawn to him, while he remains unfazed? I'm equally curious. 1. After Qin Jin's departure, an unsettling silence filled the air. For a moment, no one dared to speak. After all, the one who stands out often becomes the target. Hey, why is everyone so silent? Doesn't this prove that I've won? That million. No, that endorsement is mine. Does anyone have any objections? Silence. What objections could there possibly be? Those with objections had already been metaphorically kicked out of the entertainment industry by Chen Yang. The staff cleared their throat, deliberately ignoring the earlier incident, and attempted to steer the program back on track. Mr. Chen Yang, everyone is curious as to how you managed to maintain your resolve, remaining steadfast. Could you share your insights with everyone? As expected, the audience's attention was quickly diverted. What a clever question from the staff, asking about maintaining resolve. Turning the inability to withstand temptation into remaining steadfast, how clever. But who can remain composed in the presence of three beautiful women? Is it possible he is impotent? Could this be related to some mystical phenomenon? Is it possible there exists a counterpart to Viagra, a flaccid alternative? The live stream chat grew increasingly bizarre. Meanwhile, Li Mi, Chen Xiaowei, and Yang Yushi were all closely watching Chen Yang, eager to learn the answer. Could it truly be that they lacked charm? Chen Yang suddenly faced the live stream audience, a mysterious expression gracing his features. Have you all heard of a term? Ear. It is known as the Sage's Time. Chapter 38. The Sage's Time. Upon the utterance of the phrase, the Sage's Time, a momentary confusion washed over the faces of those present. One male staff member's eyes widened in sudden realization, quickly followed by a ripple of enlightenment among the other men. In stark contrast, the women remained entirely bewildered, utterly at a loss. Both Zhang Han and Hua Chenxing comprehended the true meaning behind Chen Yang's words. Zhang Han gazed at Chen Yang in shock, exclaiming, "You actually resorted to such a method?" It's simply, Hua Chenxing interjected, finishing Zhang Han's thought, shameful, truly shameful. Li Mi, Qian Xiaowei, and Yang Yoshi, however, remained in the dark. Qian Xiaowei. Meanwhile, Li Mi and Yang Yoshi, unlike the others, pulled out their phones, hastily searching Baidu for what is sage time. Answers quickly surfaced, and as they read, their eyes widened and their faces flushed with embarrassment. Qian Xiaowei leaned in to see, and as the words registered, she too felt a warmth creeping up her ears. Baidu defined, the sage time generally refers to the state of mind of a man after climax, or self-satisfaction. This state could be described as a warning against worldly cravings. Scientifically speaking, it is known as their male refractory period, a protective inhibitory mechanism of the organs and central nervous system that compels the body, particularly the organ in question, to rest. Chen Yang truly is remarkable. How could he even think of such a method as sage time? In simpler terms, it's that fleeting moment of disdain towards intimacy immediately after reaching the pinnacle. Every man experiences it, and of course, I do too. I know whenever I reach that moment, my boyfriend is the same. Even the slightest touch is off limits, as if he is a different person. That period is simply peaceful, devoid of desire. One feels that love and romance are rather meaningless. Wow, I've learned so much just from watching a dating show. So that's it. I always thought my boyfriend didn't love me during those times. I should treat him better in the future. But I must say, Chen Yang, truly impressive. He never follows the conventional path, and everything he does exceeds my imagination. Chen Yang. Basic skills, don't overdo it. Suddenly, Li Mi, Qian Xiaowei, and Yang Yoshi spoke in unison. I think I'll head back to my room first. They hurriedly stumbled about like headless flies, nearly getting lost on their way. It took them a while to finally return to their respective rooms. The staff looked towards Chen Yang, seemingly inquiring, "Teacher Chen, what have you done this time?" Chen Yang, equally perplexed, confirmed there were no other arrangements and, donning his slippers, returned to the third floor to play games. Meanwhile, Li Mi, Qian Xiaowei, and Yang Yoshi were in their rooms, covering their heads with blankets, their faces burning red. They all thought of the same thing. Before they had put in so much effort to entice Chen Yang, he was undoubtedly up to no good in his room for the sake of that so-called sage time. That mischief could... And while they were trying to allure him, they had inadvertently come into contact with his hands. It felt as if they had indirectly touched Chen Yang's. With that thought, the three girls felt a rush of heat course through their bodies, utterly mortified and wishing to vanish from sight. Chen Yang was simply insufferable. In a brief span of time, news about Qin Jin spread like wildfire online, with all previous deeds unearthed. Details that had previously escaped the notice of netizens were now discovered through Qin Jin's expressions and actions, solidifying the public's perception of him as a villain. Even the incident where Qin Jin had tagged Chen Yang during a dating show, only to be scolded by Chen Yang to get lost, was dug up. Qin Jin was swiftly whisked away by his agent, halting all activities. No wonder Chen Yang has always looked down on Qin Jin. He must have known all along that Qin Jin is a creep. We mistakenly judge Chen Yang. He is truly a good person who stands up against injustice. I've said it before. Qin Jin is no good. And yet you all didn't believe me. Everything is a lie. Our Jin is always the gentlest. It's all Chen Yang's slander. Chen Yang, I hate you. I wish I could kill you. No matter how turbulent the online discussions became or how much the guests stirred, the show had to continue. That night, the director arranged for the guests to sit together for a chat, purportedly for a deep communication of souls, dubbed Conversations of Love. By this point, everyone had a basic understanding of each other's personalities, making it a session for discussing values and fostering deeper exchanges. The staff posed the first light-hearted question. Male guests, do you consider yourselves gentle and lovable puppies or possessive and territorial wolves? And female guests, do you prefer puppies or wolves? Zhang Han was the first to respond, showcasing the impressive musculature of his arm. I'm definitely a wolf. I excel at protecting those I care for, and anyone who is mine will feel utterly secure. Hua Chensheng, ever cunning, replied without a hitch, I can be both a puppy and a wolf. I am gentle with my woman, yet I will ensure she suffers no harm. Li Mi, Chen Xiaowei, and Yang Yoshi exchanged glances, silently inquiring about each other's preferences, yet they collectively chose not to respond, instead directing their attention towards Chen Yang, seemingly anticipating his answer. The staff also turned to Chen Yang. Teacher Chen, what do you think? Yang Jian must be a wolf, although he often seems aimless, he truly exudes a sense of security, especially during escape room games and graveyard scenes. Even I, a man, find him handsome. No, I believe Chen Yang is definitely a puppy, he always loves to slack off, if I were his girlfriend, he would surely obey my every word. I can't wait to see how Chen Yang will respond. But somehow, I feel like Chen Yang won't give such a straightforward answer. If I could, just as the comments were buzzing with speculation, Chen Yang's calm voice resonated. I'd like to be a person. As expected, Yang Jian, you never disappoint. I'm giving that answer full marks. Such a mouthful. I despise being asked such questions, isn't it fine to be a person, why must one be a dog? Yang Jian is truly the most entertaining man on the show. I can't stop laughing. Zhonghan and Hua Chensheng's faces have turned into palettes. Zhonghan and Hua Chensheng's expressions darkened instantly. Was he a fool? When asked to choose between a puppy and a wolf, he responded with a person, as if they didn't know they were human. His answer made it seem as though they genuinely wished to be dogs. However, constrained by the live broadcast, they could only take deep breaths to suppress their frustration. The staff was equally taken aback. They quickly shifted the topic. Now, female guests, what do you prefer, puppies or wolves? Li Mi, Chen Xiaowei, and Yang Yoshi replied in unison, I still prefer people. Their simultaneous declarations left Hua Chensheng and Zhonghan feeling as though they might vomit blood. I'm so into this. What they mean is they like real people. Are they referring to Chen Yang's answer as well? So sweet. Foot, sweet my foot, it's because Chen Yang didn't follow the script that the goddesses had to answer in such a way. The staff was drenched in cold sweat, pondering how these three little divas had learned to speak abstractly from Chen Yang. Wiping his brow, he hastily moved on to the next topic. He glanced at the script. What do you think is the essence of humanity? Such a profound philosophical question plunged everyone into contemplation. Hua Chensheng was the first to respond. The essence of humanity is the sum of all social relationships. I just finished my postgraduate exams, that answer is correct, Hua Chensheng indeed, we exist to sustain and support ourselves. A rather conventional answer. Yang Yoshi crossed her arms. The essence of humanity is nothing but emptiness, we will eventually vanish from this world. If that is the case, then all living beings are ephemeral, destined to disappear in the vast universe. Perhaps the universe itself is also void, destined to be obliterated one day. Li Mi pondered for a moment. Humanity is a geometric figure of regrets and reconciliations, a complete manifestation of life, and an experiencer of history and nature. As expected of our darling Li Mi, she truly possesses great culture. Once everyone had answered, they once again turned their attention to Chen Yang. Every one of his answers was remarkably unexpected, and they eagerly anticipated what he would say next. Chen Yang contemplated for a moment before solemnly stating, in truth, the essence of humanity is merely a logistics station. There are large parcels and small parcels. Some parcels are yet to be sorted. Regardless, all will be sent. Upon Chen Yang's conclusion, the world seemed to hit the mute button. Following a brief pause in the live comments, the screen exploded with activity. Profound, take note. This may sound crude to a child, but for a college student like me, it's just right. Teacher Chen Yang, I disagreed with your departure from the literary world. So it can be articulated this way. Humans consume various liquids, excreting yellow. Humans consume various foods, excreting yellow. The essence of all humans is to produce yellow. The previous comment is utterly absurd, out of the hospital. When a person's foot is stepped on, their mouth will widen. The essence of humanity is a trash can. Humans are skin, flesh, and bones, hence the essence of humanity is fragile bones and intestines. Humans will die, thus the essence of humanity is the premonition of corpses. In the face of the astonishment of those around him, Chen Yang asked innocently, "Am I not correct?" The staff shut their eyes tightly. They could still hear Chen Yang's metaphor about large and small parcels echoing in their minds. Enough, they had had enough. It was far too abstract, yet it was also undeniably irrefutable. They felt that if they asked even one more question, they would completely lose their composure. Gritting their teeth, they declared, "Last question. What do the teachers believe they were in their previous lives?" The staff took a deep breath, determined to see if Chen Yang could conjure up yet another abstract response. Hua Chenxing and Zhang Han were not foolish. They understood that Chen Yang had stolen their thunder. Hua Chenxing quickly asserted, "I believe I must have been a Guqin in my past life. That's why I'm so proficient in music in this life." Chen Yang had no unique talents to showcase. Qian Xiaowei chimed in, "I think I must have been a little pig, always indulging in eating and sleeping." Li Mi remarked, "Perhaps I was a bird in my previous life, for I adore the sky." Yang Yoshi stated, "I believe I was a butterfly in my past life, as I am particularly fond of beauty and flowers in this life." They all displayed their unique traits. Zhang Han added, "Perhaps in my previous life, I was the zookeeper, tending to little pigs, birds, butterflies, and the like." He cast a quick glance at the three girls. This is clearly just repeating what the three goddesses said. This is so deliberate. It feels a bit awkward. So greasy. Chen Yang, meanwhile, was still deep in thought. Hua Chenxing and Zhang Han urged him, fearing he might steal their spotlight with yet another abstract answer. Hua Chenxing turned to Chen Yang. "Chen Yang, quickly tell us what you think you were in your past life. Don't say you were some instrument or the like. That ridiculous. The road is slippery at night isn't even a song in my eyes." Zhang Han added, "Exactly, hurry up and say it. Don't you just mimic me. If you can't articulate it, then don't." Under the scrutiny of everyone's gaze, Chen Yang leisurely replied, "I might have been an emperor in my past life. Firstly, I'm unpredictable. Secondly, I'm inherently suspicious. Thirdly, I desire to possess beautiful women upon sight. Fourthly, I wish to exterminate those I dislike and their entire lineage. Fifth," Chen Yang casually glanced at Hua Chenxing and Zhang Han. "Fifthly, the people around me are all more anxious than I am." In an instant, the faces of Hua Chenxing and Zhang Han shifted from green to pale. "The emperor is unhurried, but the eunuchs are anxious." Was Chen Yang subtly calling them eunuchs? Hua Chenxing and Zhang Han exclaimed, "Chen Yang, you. Wow, that is truly impressive, to deliver such a brilliant answer while also mocking others. What a thrill. I'm shocked, I could never have thought of such an answer. Chen Yang, you are my god. Is there anything Chen Yang can't come up with? This is too hilarious." Chen Yang's responses are simply brilliant. "I feel like I might have been an emperor in my past life too." Thus, their conversations of love concluded in an awkward yet unremarkable manner. What was originally intended as a profound discussion of souls was thoroughly derailed by Chen Yang's responses, leaving no atmosphere whatsoever. The staff hurried to wrap things up, fearing that if they delayed any longer, Hua Chenxing and Zhang Han would genuinely leap 3 meters high to confront Chen Yang. Heart-thumping had become a phenomenon in the dating show realm, with viewers consistently glued to their screens whenever live broadcasts occurred. The director, in a bid to reward the fans, decided to host a fan meeting. Naturally, this sparked immense enthusiasm as fans rushed to sign up. The director quickly secured a vast venue and released tickets online, which were snatched up in mere moments. In the entertainment industry, popularity is the most direct measure of a star's appeal. Especially in person, some trending celebrities are immediately surrounded by fans, while those less popular often go unnoticed, as if they do not exist at all. The disparity becomes glaringly apparent when popular and unpopular stars are seen together. It is a stark reminder of the fickle nature of fame. On the day of the fan meeting, the guests were backstage, and the live broadcast was temporarily halted for mystery. Chen Yang was engrossed in his phone, his brow slightly furrowed as if he were jotting something down. Hua Chenxing scoffed, "Chen Yang, don't try to feign business to mask your embarrassment." Chen Yang didn't even look up, replying, "What embarrassment?" Hua Chenxing rolled his eyes. "Don't pretend. I know exactly what's on your mind. Later, during the fan meeting, you'll be the one with the least popularity and the fewest fans. When we go out together, everyone will flock to us for photos and autographs, while you'll just awkwardly sit there. TSK, I can hardly imagine how embarrassing that will be." Chen Yang simply responded with an "oh" and continued to look at his phone. Hua Chenxing felt as if he were striking a pillow, utterly ineffectual. He gritted his teeth and continued, "If you call me bro now and publicly apologize for stealing the spotlight in the show, I might consider it was better to maintain a low profile and let things unfold. This was a fan meeting, a true measure of fan numbers. It wouldn't be something Chen Yang could overturn with mere words." At that moment, Chen Yang would genuinely experience the harsh reality of the entertainment industry. He would see if he dared to disrespect them again. Li Mi, Qian Xiaowei, and Yang Yoshi wore worried expressions. Qian Xiaowei fixed her gaze on Chen Yang. For some reason, the mere thought of him being isolated due to a lack of fans at the fan meeting made her heart feel like it was being gnawed by countless ants. It was unbearable. "Chen Yang, why don't you just skip it?" Li Mi also found it hard to bear the idea of seeing this cheerful young man suffer from the blow of having few fans. Just imagining it left her breathless. "Yes, Chen Yang, you shouldn't go, it's just a fan meeting." Yang Yoshi stood up, taking Chen Yang's hand, attempting to pull him away. "Let us go. We can just skip this meeting, it's not that important." Hua Chenxing immediately blocked their path, feeling as if a jar of vinegar had been overturned inside him, terribly uncomfortable. He couldn't understand why these three goddesses, who were so cold and unapproachable to outsiders, acted as if they exchanged glances with Chen Yang before warning the surrounding onlookers who seemed eager to intervene. "Chen Yang, you go ahead, let us see who dares to stop you." In response to the staff's hesitation, Li Mi asserted, "I'll cover his breach of contract." Qian Xiaowei added, "Count me in." Yang Yoshi chimed in, "And me." Chen Yang looked at the three girls standing protectively before him, feeling an inexplicable mix of sweetness and bitterness in his heart. It was as if he were seeing them clearly for the first time. They resembled valiant female warriors, unhesitatingly standing in front of him, yet, that peculiar feeling faded swiftly. He attributed it to having faced all malice alone throughout his life. Thus, he was unaccustomed to such sudden protection. Hua Chenxing clenched his fists, watching Chen Yang, who was shielded by the three girls. "Are you really going to be a coward?" Chen Yang replied earnestly, "Though evasion may be shameful, it is effective." Hua Chenxing's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never expected Chen Yang to be so shameless. Anxiety bubbled within him. After all, no opportunity was as ripe as this to suppress Chen Yang. Just as Hua Chenxing was racking his brain for a way to keep Chen Yang from leaving, Chen Yang leisurely interjected, "But I never said I was leaving." He still had matters to attend to. Shortly after, a staff member from the program team arrived backstage to announce, "Teachers, the fans are almost all gathered." His voice trailed off, sensing the tension and charged atmosphere. The guests did not spare him a glance. Limi, Qian Xiaowei, and Yang Yoshi earnestly asked Chen Yang, "Are you sure you want to go?" Chen Yang nodded. The three naturally could no longer sway his decision, but their underlying worry deepened. Hua Chenxing and Zhang Han were elated. Their moment had finally arrived. They would no longer have to share the spotlight with Chen Yang. They eagerly anticipated Chen Yang's awkwardness. As the front stage host began to introduce the guests, the several participants prepared to make their entrance. Hua Chenxing and Zhang Han immediately positioned themselves ahead of Chen Yang, eager to let him experience the stark contrast between them. Chen Yang, however, appeared utterly unconcerned, even yawning. Perhaps this was what outsiders referred to as a relaxed demeanor. Li Mi, Chen Xiaowei, and Yang Yoshi found it hard to discern whether Chen Yang was genuinely calm or merely pretending. It seemed he was perpetually unafraid. The light in their eyes reflected admiration for Chen Yang. Meanwhile, Hua Chenxing and Zhang Han were seething with envy. The host announced, "Let us welcome the guests of Heart Pumping." One by one, the guests took the stage, and the live broadcast was activated. The audience was densely packed, with fans' cheers ringing out. "Dami, I love you. Xiao Wei Wei, Daddy loves you. Yoshi, I finally see you." Apart from the enthusiastic shouts for the female guests, there were also calls for Hua Chenxing and Zhang Han, yet not a single voice called out for Chen Yang. The disparity was undeniably stark. It felt as though Chen Yang had been intentionally sidelined. For someone sensitive, it would be disheartening, but who was Chen Yang? He was carefree, colloquially known as a lacking awareness. He mused that since he had no fans, it was only logical that he would have no role in the photography and autograph segment later. Therefore, stealthily retreating backstage to play games would be entirely reasonable. A delightful prospect. The host adhered to the format. "Where are Dami's fans? Scream so I can hear you." The crowd erupted in a frenzy of cheers. "We're here." The host continued, "What about Xiao Chen's fans?" More ecstatic cheers followed. The host called out several more names, and the fans continued to go wild, nearly fainting from excitement. At that moment, the camera panned across, and observant netizens noticed a group of girls in wedding dresses in one corner, all gazing intently at the stage. "Whose girlfriend or wife are they? If my girlfriend dared to wear a wedding dress to meet other men, I would definitely break up with her. Hey, guys, are you that sensitive? They re just a bunch of ordinary dresses. Hey, when chasing stars, a wedding dress is just an ordinary dress. Why can't I wear one? When getting married, a wedding dress is only worn once in a lifetime. Why buy an ordinary dress to brush me off? When chasing stars, I want to elope with you. When dating, 380,000 in betrothal gifts plus a name, or else you don't love me. Marriage is sacred. Less betrothal gifts are unacceptable. You must provide all the wedding essentials he can only buy me. Our boyfriends can't compare to the idols I've liked for years. Wow, the person above, I am your spokesperson. I sell wedding dresses. I support wearing wedding dresses, but I don't support 7-day no-reason returns." As netizens debated whether or not idols should wear wedding dresses, the atmosphere at the meeting remained blissfully unaware. Suddenly, the host walked up to Chen Yang, momentarily stunned. For a guest with no fans, should they even ask for fan cheers? Wouldn't that lead to accusations of discrimination? If they did allow fans to cheer but no one did, wouldn't that leave the guest in an awkward position? The host felt as though he had encountered a monumental career crisis. Meanwhile, Hua Chenxing and Zhang Han directed mocking glances at Chen Yang, while Li Mi, Chen Xiaowei, and Yang Yoshi's concern was palpable. I must say, Chen Yang's mindset is, if I were in his shoes, I would be mortified to an unbearable extent. Is this what it's like to face such an awkward situation because of low popularity? Have you noticed how worried the goddesses look for Chen Yang? I am really into this. Hey, who says our Yang Jian has no fans? We're just waiting for the right moment. Meanwhile, in the director's room, ring, 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 the director was engrossed in a game, having been inspired to download it after witnessing Chen Yang's impressive gameplay. To his surprise, it was indeed entertaining. Taking advantage of a respawn, he answered the phone. "Hello." On the other end was a staff member from the fan meeting. "Director, there are now numerous fans waiting outside," emphasizing, "very many fans indeed. Should we really let them in for free?" The director casually replied, "These are fans supporting our show, let us consider it a benefit for them." The staff member's tone was hesitant, but having just respawned, the director was ready to jump into battle. "This is decided. I am hanging up." The staff member stared at the phone in disbelief. Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and spoke into his walkie-talkie, "Let them in." Meanwhile, the host finally made up his mind to treat everyone equally. Where are Chen Yang's fans? Suddenly, a tidal wave of fans surged in from outside, far exceeding the original crowd size. As they entered the venue, they promptly shed their outer garments, revealing fitted outfits adorned with Chen Yang's glowing visage. They appeared to be a remarkably organized group. Some brandished a large flag, attaching it to a pole, waving it triumphantly. Others produced a speaker, blasting Chen Yang's song "The Road is Slippery at Night." They danced in unison, chanting, "I raise the flag for Yang Jian, who dares to oppose him. Wipe your nose before pulling up your pants." Yang Jian walks the road of society. A dull blade and a skinny horse, what do you have to battle Yang Jian? With an aura akin to an army of thousands, they overshadowed the collective enthusiasm of all other fans. Chapter 39, You are strong, but my Yang Jian reigns. Wow, what a magnificent sight. Are Chen Yang's fans also into abstraction? This is the first time I've witnessed such a breathtaking scene of fandom. It makes me want to soar and chant along with them. A dull blade is futile, and a horse too thin. What do you wield to contend with Yang Jian? Absolutely stunning. Now I finally comprehend what they are waiting for. What opportunity. A free one. They lack the funds to enter, so they must wait outside. Are these spirited young men really that impoverished? I've seen them share a plate of dumplings among 14 people. I advise you not to underestimate these spirited youths. While they may struggle to scrape together a few coins, with a single call, they can summon a dozen ladies. The host, witnessing the scene before him, was nearly wide-eyed, his jaw almost hitting the ground. Good heavens, is this not truly spectacular? He has seen a myriad of scenes in the entertainment industry, yet this was the first time he encountered such a uniformly organized fanbase. His gaze towards Chen Yang was imbued with newfound respect, for in the realm of entertainment, the number of fans is the most significant source of confidence. Meanwhile, the expressions of Hua Chensheng and Zhang Han darkened significantly, their clenched fists turning pale as their nails dug into their palms. Impossible, how could Chen Yang possibly have so many fans? He overshadowed their prominence entirely. Li Mi, Chen Xiaowei, and Yang Yoshi also looked at Chen Yang in astonishment, their eyes reflecting a mix of admiration and awe. It seemed that no matter how much Chen Yang was pressed, he would always remain composed and poised, capable of turning the tide. The host, possessing some professional decorum, quickly adjusted his emotions. "Teacher Chen Yang, please greet your fans." At that moment, Chen Yang wished fervently to burrow into an underground castle with his toes. This was simply too embarrassing. He never anticipated that a song like "The Road is Slippery at Night" and a tune like "Social Shake" could compel these spirited youths to such an extent, it could be said they were devoted to following him to the ends of the earth. Gritting his teeth, Chen Yang forced a smile. "Hello, everyone," yet before he could finish, a cacophony of deafening cheers erupted, drowning out his voice entirely. "Our Yang Jian. Yang Jian, you are our deity. You are strong, but my Yang Jian reigns." The fervor with which these spirited youths pursued their idol was utterly frenzied. The host endeavored to maintain order while guiding the proceedings, but alas, the influx of fans was simply overwhelming. Each individual added to the clamorous atmosphere, causing the very air to vibrate with sound. Especially as they caught sight of their idol, they could no longer restrain their vocal thunder, shouting with unrestrained enthusiasm. Moreover, fans from various factions were fully committed to showcasing their idol's glory. However, the loudest voices belonged to none other than the Yang family army. Each spirited youth, though gaunt and bony, boasted a remarkably resonant voice. Furthermore, they exhibited remarkable organization and discipline, transforming the meet and greet into a spectacle akin to a military drill. Yang Jian, brave flight, Yang family. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he realized this was the largest gathering he had ever hosted. It was an immense challenge. The host continued to implore with the microphone. "Dear fans, could you lower your voices just a tad? You can't lower them. If you do, your idol won't hear you calling him. Actually, he can hear, if everyone just tones it down a bit. Hey, my microphone." It was Chen Yang who seized the host's microphone. "Where is the Yang family army?" In the expansive venue, Even the fans from other factions exchanged glances, hesitant to shout. The previously raucous meet and greet fell into an instant hush. Goodness, why does Chen Yang's command sound like a royal decree? Doesn't this align perfectly with what he previously claimed about being an emperor in his past life? I never would have imagined Chen Yang could garner such a devoted following, each seemingly a diehard fan, ready to follow him to the ends of the earth. Chen Yang's commanding words were simply too cool. How can I join the Yang family army? I want to be a part of it. Me too. The once crowded and noisy playground now felt as if a mute button had been pressed. The host stood in a daze at this surprising turn of events. His previously hoarse voice had been effortlessly restored. Chen Yang returned the microphone to the host, observing the unutterable expression on his face as he rubbed his nose. Although those two commands felt somewhat embarrassing, they proved remarkably effective. The subsequent proceedings unfolded smoothly. The host announced, "Next, please step forward for photographs with our esteemed guests, and be swift if you wish to obtain their autographs." Under the organization of security, fans began to slowly advance towards the stage. At that moment, a bucket of paint was suddenly hurled towards Chen Yang. Chen Yang reacted swiftly, sidestepping with agility. Smack! The paint splashed heavily onto Hua Chensheng's face. Hua Chensheng stood momentarily stunned, touching his face as the thick red liquid dripped down his hand. He rolled his eyes in disbelief. It's blood. From the crowd, several rotten eggs were thrown at Chen Yang from various directions. Die, Chen Yang! It's all your fault for framing us, Qin Jin, you scoundrel. I will make you pay. Yet, Chen Yang seemed to anticipate their trajectory with uncanny precision. Calmly, he sidestepped left, then right, evading the projectiles with ease. However, the unfortunate recipients were the hapless Zhang Han and Hua Chensheng. The eggs that Chen Yang dodged were mercilessly thrown at them, leaving them gagging from the stench. The haters surged forward, pulling hidden wooden sticks from their skirts, ready to unleash chaos. The live broadcast devolved into utter pandemonium. Look, those assailants among the haters were the same fans in wedding dresses from earlier. These fans are utterly deranged. I just heard them shout about avenging Qin Jin. How terrifying. The live broadcast abruptly cut off. Haters avenge Chen Yang trending. Chen Yang faces retaliation trending. The popular dating variety show is in turmoil trending. The haters wreaked havoc on the venue, and amidst the chaos, they shouted, "Chen Yang, we will return," before fleeing. What on earth happened? Why can't we see the live broadcast anymore? Can anyone shed light on the situation? Seriously, are the women chasing stars this irrational? I was terrified watching the live stream just now. What is going on? Li Mi, Qian Xiaowei, and Yang Yoshi were forcibly escorted away by security before the situation escalated further. Once they were off the stage, they rushed towards the front. Where is Chen Yang? Where is Chen Yang? Hua Chensheng and Zhang Han found themselves in a dire predicament, their anger boiling as they realized that if it weren't for Chen Yang's evasion, all that paint and rotten eggs would have landed on him. Still mentioning Chen Yang. Didn't you hear the haters? They came to retaliate against him for framing Qin Jin. If Chen Yang hadn't sought the limelight and provoked Qin Jin's fans, would this have happened? Qian Xiaowei's eyes burned with rage. What does this have to do with Chen Yang? Clearly, it was Qin Jin's fault. He deserves it. Li Mi coldly retorted, "You lack the ability to garner attention, yet you place all the blame on Chen Yang. Are you even a man?" Yang Yoshi, with her fierce temperament, was nearly ready to confront them had it not been for Qian Xiaowei and Li Mi holding her back. Staff members scoured the area without finding Chen Yang, reporting back to the director. On the other end of the line, the director squinted his eyes. Turn on the backup camera. Chapter 40. Chen Yang is a complete fool. The live stream of Chen Yang is back on. Everyone hurry to watch. Hey, why is the image so blurry? Why is the picture so shaky? I can hear the sound of car horns. It seems Chen Yang is in a vehicle. Oh no, could it be that Chen Yang has been kidnapped by haters? Inside a van, a group of haters dressed in wedding gowns. Let us see how he dares to target our Jin. Chen Yang is nothing but a fool, always seeking the limelight with his abstract antics, and he even dares to slander our Qin Jin. Exactly. Look at how miserable Qin Jin has been lately. The dating show has been paused, and all other activities have been postponed, all because of Chen Yang. Today, we wear wedding gowns to avenge Jin Ji. In a sense, it's like marrying him. And that other girl who wanted to join us in retaliating against Chen Yang, she claimed her boyfriend wouldn't let her wear a wedding gown for another man, so she couldn't he come. Such a person doesn't he deserve to seek revenge for our brother? Indeed, a wedding gown should be worn for the man you love the most in your life. I've loved our brother for so many years, so naturally, I should wear it for him. Rather than wearing a wedding gown to meet Jin Ji, we should wear. Are these people out of their minds? Whose girlfriend or wife could these possibly be? I certainly don't want any part of that. You don't want it? Then I don't want it either. Standing tall in the name of youthful chastity, dreaming of seducing the emperor and becoming a phoenix from a lowly hen. While everyone has the freedom to wear what they like, I truly hope my future girlfriend wouldn't wear a wedding gown for another man. Otherwise, what would be the meaning of it? When my Yang wears a wedding gown to find Shi Yang, it's Fei Yang who should be angry. Why should it concern us, Lan Yang? I only have one. Where exactly is Chen Yang? Har, Chen Yang must be in quite a predicament. It was so chaotic earlier that I didn't even get to see him embarrassed. I want to see too. Is he in the car? He must have been beaten by us and is now in an ambulance. Due to the overwhelming number of viewers, the overlapping sounds from phones created a cacophony, making it nearly impossible to hear anything clearly. Everyone, stop watching the live stream at the same time. I brought a tablet, so let us all watch it together. Thus, the others switched off their phones, the tablet's larger screen displayed the visuals more distinctly, and they turned the volume up to the maximum. Why is there no sound? Hey, this live stream looks oddly familiar. Suddenly, everyone froze, struck dumb. A moment of silence enveloped them as they distinctly heard their own voices echoing from the live stream. Chen Yang was right there. The crowd stiffened in shock. I in the driver's seat. Chen Yang slowly removed. Let us run. But how can we escape from the car? Jump out. They frantically pressed the button to roll down the windows. Chen Yang cautioned, don't jump, it's dangerous. But the haters couldn't heed his words. In their minds, Chen Yang was the greatest danger, yet, while he warned them, he also considerately opened the locked window on the right side and thoughtfully slowed down the vehicle. At that moment, suddenly, the haters erupted in screams. What the heck, this is a cesspool. That foolish Chen Yang did this on purpose. Help, it stinks, I swallowed some. Chen Yang then slowly brought his hand down, covering his nose, shaking his head with a serious expression. I told you not to jump. Little haters really don't listen. As the haters struggled to climb out of the cesspool, a group of police officers arrived in patrol cars. Don't move. You are being arrested for creating a disturbance and gathering unlawfully. What a thrill, what a thrill, what a delightful reward. The police took Chen Yang to the station for questioning. The haters increasingly realized something was amiss. It seemed Chen Yang had anticipated their plan all along and had effortlessly ensnared them all. They glared at Chen Yang in disbelief. How could you possibly be in our van? Our plan was supposed to be a secret within the group. How could you know? Chen Yang blinked innocently and then flashed a radiant smile. Is it possible that I'm also in the group? The haters froze for a moment, their eyes widening. Impossible. We have strictly screened everyone in the group. They are all the ones who hate Chen Yang the most. How could you have passed our vetting process? Chen Yang shrugged, ready to let them die with clarity. He opened his phone, switched to his alternate account, and his username read, "Chen Yang is a complete fool." The haters' pupils dilated. "It's you." Their expressions turned peculiar as they glanced at Chen Yang. "You are truly shameless." This was a genuine exclamation of disbelief. They had allowed "Chen Yang is a complete fool" into their group precisely because they despised Chen Yang so intensely. Each day was filled with curses against him, and the level of vitriol was shocking, as if they had a vendetta against him. Who could have imagined that he was actually Chen Yang? What a brilliant strategy of knowing oneself and the enemy, ensuring victory in every battle. A shapeshifter. Oh, don't think I'm absent. I am always present. Har har har, infiltrating the enemy's ranks, defeating magic with magic. Your father is indeed your father. He has an existence you never expected. Impressive. 666. Enduring hardships has led to a masterstroke. The hater was actually myself. Har 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 har. Truly, this is Yang Jian. I can't help but applaud this maneuver. The only pity is that the image is too blurry to discern what the hater girls in wedding gowns look like, so we can avoid them in the future. Chen Yang makes all haters eat shit. Explosion. What does shit taste like? Explosion. Chen Yang undercover in hater group. Explosion. Haters brought to justice. Explosion. The haters, naturally, were detained, crying and begging for Chen Yang's forgiveness to shorten their time in custody. They offered endless apologies and confessions. Chen Yang agreed to sign a letter of understanding. After all, for him, the haters being detained for a few days made little difference. However, for his supportive fans, it made a significant impact. Thus, the first condition for him to sign the letter of understanding was that they must write handwritten apology letters and personally record videos publicly apologizing online. This way, all his brothers could clearly see the true faces of each hater in wedding gowns, making it easier to avoid future pitfalls. The strategist entered the fray, playing a game that could change the course of history. I suddenly feel so moved. What is going on? What a passionate scene. Using oneself as bait to lure the world into the game, your move is worthy of being recorded in history. Yang Jian has suffered too much for his brothers. Chen Yang's righteousness. In the days that followed, the internet erupted in waves of discussion regarding Chen Yang's abstract maneuvers. Some claimed that Chen Yang had gone too far, questioning how he could treat girls in such a manner. Others praised him for his righteousness in taking risks on behalf of his brothers. The director, concerned that the guests may have been rattled by the hater incident, announced a 3-day pause in the dating show's filming. The primary reason was that the specific address of their villa had been exposed by fans. Too many people were visiting, which would hinder the normal filming process. Thus, the program was paused for 3 days while they quickly sought a new shooting location. As soon as the program halted, each guest's van arrived to pick them up, except for Chen Yang. Hua Chenxing finally seized the opportunity. He had been itching to confront Chen Yang after the embarrassing fan meeting and hater incident. Unexpectedly, instead of making a fool of Chen Yang, it had drawn attention to him instead. However, Li Mi, Jian Xiawei, and Yang Yoshi were fuming. The three shot daggers at Hua Chenxing before turning their attention to Chen Yang. Limi, exuding a strong aura, declared, "Where are you going? I'll give you a ride." Jian Xiawei smiled brightly and sweetly suggested, "My car has plenty of space, come ride with me, Chen Yang." Yang Yoshi haughtily added, "Hey, aren't you getting in the..." A well-dressed, seemingly trained chauffeur exited the car and opened the door for Chen Yang, saying, "Young master." Chen Yang nodded and slid into the back seat. Hua Chenxing. Zhonghan. What? Young master, what kind of plot twist is this? Unfortunately, the Maybach sped away too quickly for Chen Yang to see the expressions on the other faces, which must have been quite the spectacle. Indeed, Chen Yang was a rich second-generation heir. Just recently, when he had planned to ride a shared bike home for a nap, he received a call from an unknown number. Yet, upon seeing that number, an inexplicable sense of sorrow washed over him. Before he could ponder this strange feeling further, he answered the call. "Hello." A slightly raspy voice came through, imbued with an air of authority that brooked no dissent. "I want to see you. A driver will come to pick you up shortly." Before Chen Yang could reply, the call ended abruptly with a beep. Suddenly, memories he had never experienced flooded back, overwhelming him. He reclined on the car's backseat, his expression serious. Chen Yang was indeed a rich second-generation heir, but he was a false one. The original owner had grown up in an orphanage and was later adopted by a couple who couldn't have children. Only upon arriving did he realize that the couple was immensely wealthy. Having been abandoned at birth, the original owner harbored profound insecurity and fear of being abandoned again, thus he was exceptionally obedient and understanding. That couple treated him like their own son, and even his 3 sisters and grandparents showered him with affection. However, a year after his adoption, the couple became pregnant and eventually gave birth to their biological son. The original owner felt as though he had fallen back into a hellish existence. To avoid gossip, the couple never returned him to the orphanage, but from that moment on, he became an outsider, neglected and overlooked. Finally, at the age of 18, when he expressed a desire to move out, the family seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, as if they had sent away a plague. The inexplicable sorrow Chen Yang felt upon seeing that phone number was a remnant of the original owner's emotions. Chen Yang asked, "Are we heading to the old residence?" The driver maintained a stoic expression, yet if one looked closely, they could discern a hint of disdain in his eyes. Does he truly think of himself as a young master? The driver remained silent. Chen Yang shrugged, indifferent. Halfway through the journey, Chen Yang spoke up, "Let us stop at the mall for a bit. I need to buy something." The driver pressed the accelerator, speeding past the shops. "Young master, if we're late, the chairman will hold us accountable, and neither of us can afford that." Chen Yang gazed at his reflection in the mirror, a smirk forming on his lips. On the other end, the call connected quickly, met with a stern reprimand. "Who allowed you to call me?" Chen Yang, unfazed and indifferent, replied, "I'm not coming." The voice on the other end grew colder. "You little scoundrel. If you don't come," his words were cut off, as if someone on the other end had said something. The tone softened momentarily. "Give me a reason." Chen Yang replied, "I don't like this driver." The driver, caught off guard, slammed on the brakes, leaving tire marks on the road. The vehicle came to a halt. Through the rearview mirror, the driver looked at Chen Yang in disbelief, yet he held his ground, refusing to believe that a mere unrecognized young master could get him fired by the chairman. He had been the old man's driver for many years, serving him the longest. The old man said nothing further and hung up. After a moment, the driver let out a relieved breath. "You really think you're a young master? You should take a good look at what you really are." Just then, the driver's phone rang. Chapter 41, Agelessness. "In my eyes, you all are still tender." The driver lifted his chin, snorted coldly, and remarked, "Did you see that? It must be a call for me to abandon you by the roadside." Upon connecting the call, he decisively activated the speakerphone. His demeanor instantly transformed into one of deference. "Hello, Supervisor Lee. Is he with you?" The driver beamed with self-satisfaction, casting a challenging glance at Chen Yang, and responded, Yes, it's me." Supervisor Lee instructed, "You may exit the vehicle." The driver retorted, "Am I to leave him by the roadside?" Supervisor Lee interjected, "No, you are terminated." The driver exclaimed, "What? Supervisor Lee, are you joking? How could I possibly be fired? Hello. All he received in response was the busy tone of a disconnected call. Suddenly, a sharp rap echoed against the car window. It was another sharply dressed individual. "I will be driving this vehicle now." The driver, no, he ought to be referred to as an unemployed vagabond, protested. "On what grounds?" Unfazed, Chen Yang yawned several times from the back seat. In the span of those yawns, the new driver took the helm, while the unemployed vagabond stood in stunned disbelief. Chen Yang instructed the new driver, "Make a U-turn, I wish to visit the mall for some purchases." "Understood," the new driver replied. They returned to the mall they had just passed. Shortly thereafter, Chen Yang emerged from the store with a gift box adorned with a bow. Initially, he had no intention of going, but the memories of the original owner surged into his mind, compelling him to experience those grievances vicariously. Thus, Chen Yang felt a peculiar itch in his mouth, perhaps the medicinal concoction sold by the Chen family could cure his affliction. The Maybach glided to a hotel. As soon as Chen Yang alighted, a staff member approached to escort him to a private room. Upon reaching the grand entrance, the staff member pushed the door open. The lively atmosphere within, filled with laughter and chatter, abruptly shifted to one of somber tension, as if an uninvited guest had intruded. Chen Yang immediately spotted a familiar face. Qin Jin. He sat among the group, his eyes glinting with icy mockery as he regarded Chen Yang. Originally, he had assumed Chen Yang to be an ordinary individual, but upon investigation, he discovered that Chen Yang was the son of his father's business partner, and further inquiry revealed him to be a mere pretender to wealth. A counterfeit phoenix daring to flaunt itself before him. How he relished the thought of trampling Chen Yang beneath his feet, teaching him the true meaning of disparity. The private room contained only 5 individuals. Old Master Chen, General Manager Chen, General Manager Qin Jin, and Supervisor Li. Chen Yang did not spare even a glance in Qin Jin's direction. Instead, he presented the gift box to the waiting Supervisor Li. "This is a courtesy gift for the old master. Please accept it." Supervisor Li found the statement unsettling. He hesitated, casting a discreet glance at the old master's expression, and refrained from accepting the gift from Chen Yang's hands. The others in attendance remained silent. Chen Yang, undeterred, set the gift aside and plopped himself down into an empty seat. General Manager Chen, the original owner's unscrupulous father, frowned and reprimanded Chen Yang. "Chen Yang, is this how you show disrespect to your elders?" General Manager Qin chuckled, attempting to diffuse the tension. "Oh, it's fine. Perhaps we are simply aging, and the youth no longer adhere to such formalities." Chen Yang smiled and replied, "Not aging, in my eyes, you all are still tender." In an instant, the atmosphere plummeted to an icy chill. The once genial smile on General Manager Qin's face vanished. Qin Jin clenched his fists, glaring at Chen Yang. "Chen Yang, repeat that if you dare." Chen Yang languidly reiterated, "Not aging, in my eyes, you all are still tender." The room fell into a profound silence. Supervisor Li was internally reeling. No, did he truly just repeat that? The air thickened with an oppressive stillness. General Manager Chen narrowed his eyes. What was this Chen Yang about? Previously meek and unassuming, now he was behaving like a rabid dog. Indeed, without the true blood of the Chen family, no matter how one is raised, such a person remains the lowest of the low. General Manager Chen took a deep breath, glaring fiercely at Chen Yang. "Chen Yang, what are you still doing there? Are you waiting for our elders to serve you?" Chen Yang had long been eyeing the premium Mao Tai on the table, his heart racing with anticipation. Finally, he could indulge. Upon hearing the words, he immediately rose to pour wine for old Master Chen. After all, one should begin serving from the elders, a modicum of social etiquette he still understood. However, he misjudged the situation. Understanding social niceties meant little if the other party did not. Just as Chen Yang raised the premium Mao Tai bottle to pour into old Master Chen's glass, an aged, wrinkled hand descended to cover the rim. Old Master Chen snorted disdainfully, his tone frosty. "You are not yet worthy to pour me wine." The atmosphere once again fell into a standoff. General Manager Qin and Qin Jin watched with keen interest, convinced that in such an embarrassing situation, Chen Yang would crumble. After all, a common person would have long been humiliated to the point of wishing to disappear into the earth. Yet they overlooked who Chen Yang truly was. To call him a mad dog was hardly an exaggeration. He thrived in perilous situations, unperturbed by old Master Chen's blatant disrespect. Chen Yang forcefully thrust the Mao Tai into old Master Chen's hand. "If you are worthy, then pour it yourself." The room fell silent once more. Beside them, Supervisor Li was on the verge of a breakdown. This young Master Chen had truly lost his mind, yet the spectacle was simply too thrilling to behold. It filled him with both fear and exhilaration. After all, while it was common to encounter subdued fools, a madman running amok was a rare sight indeed. Old Master Chen's face darkened, and he slammed his hand on the table. Chen Yang, damn it, perhaps too furious, the pent-up frustration surged into his stomach, manifesting unexpectedly. Poof! In that instant, the atmosphere within the private room plummeted once more to a frigid abyss. Yet, Old Master Chen showed no signs of embarrassment. The others, seasoned veterans of the business world, quickly shattered the awkward tension, discussing stocks and real estate. Soon, the incident would be forgotten. However, they overlooked the variable that was Chen Yang. He sat at the table, leisurely sipping the premium Mao Tai, savoring the rich aroma as it flowed down his throat, and casually remarked, "Old Master need not feel embarrassed. This is quite normal. After all, with age, one's posterior loosens, and farts resound." Old Master Chen, who was originally unfazed, suddenly found Supervisor Li nearly lost his footing beside them. Trained to remain stoic, he now found it nearly impossible to contain his laughter. "Help me," he was on the verge of bursting into laughter. The atmosphere hung heavy, with no one daring to speak first. Meanwhile, Chen Yang remained blissfully unaware of the thick tension, continuing to drink the premium Mao Tai as if it were mere water. Those who failed to seize an opportunity were fools. General Manager Qin inhaled deeply. Damn. Just as he inhaled, he caught a whiff of that faintly lingering odor. His face turned a shade of deep green, but he dared not utter a word. Qin Jin seethed. "Chen Yang, do you see how my father is fuming because of you? Is this how you behave as a junior?" Chen Yang replied languidly, "Naturally, I cannot compare to you." Qin Jin found himself at a loss, caught between anger and confusion. Did Chen Yang just concede? Of course not. Chen Yang's lips curled into a sly smile. After all, daughters are often more considerate than sons. Qin Jin momentarily blinked, bewildered. His father had no daughters. Suddenly, an image flashed in his mind, himself dressed in a maid outfit. He abruptly stood, the chair scraping noisily against the floor, his face a stormy shade of fury. "You're the real fairy." At that moment, General Manager Chen finally slammed his hand on the table. "Enough?" He abandoned the pretense. "Chen Yang, I have but one matter to discuss today. Delete the photos in which you falsely accused Xiao Jin and publicly apologize, admitting that you maliciously altered the images." Chen Yang continued to sip on the Mao Tai. His demeanor suggested he was treating it like water, much to the dismay of General Manager Qin and Qin Jin. After all, they had provided the highest quality Mao Tai, knowing they needed something from the Chen family. Each bottle consumed was one less in their stock. Little did they expect Chen Yang to treat it so cavalierly. "A true waste of resources," Chen Yang remarked. "Falsely accusing and maliciously altering images is a serious offense, you know." General Manager Qin chuckled. "You need not worry about that. I am acquainted with the chief of the police department. It's but a trivial matter." Chen Yang feigned shock. "Really? So, does that mean any illegal activity can be resolved with just your word?" Previously, Chen Yang had exuded confidence, but now he adopted an expression of awe and admiration that pleased both General Manager Qin and Qin Jin immensely. Qin Jin held his head high, brimming with pride. "You really are embarrassing with your naivety. I'll tell you, the law is meant for the impoverished. I can do as I please." The others present remained silent, tacitly acknowledging this reality. Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, delivering a pointed remark. "I see." General Manager Qin continued, "As long as you admit to having falsely accused our Xiao Jin, I will ensure you face no consequences, and I will grant you a sum of money you could never earn in a lifetime." Under the watchful eyes of the audience, Chen Yang leisurely finished the last drop of Mao Tai. "Then I shall look forward to General Manager Qin's capabilities." Upon hearing this, everyone exhaled in relief. Chen Yang's words implied he would admit to the photo alteration, anticipating General Manager Qin's ability to secure his absolution from the police. They had expected Chen Yang to be a formidable opponent, but he was merely compliant. With the business concluded, the dinner gathering came to an end. Qin Jin retrieved his suit from the chair behind him, his eyes glimmering with derision. "Chen Yang, you rarely have the chance to indulge in such exquisite cuisine. You should take home the leftovers." Had the original owner heard such words, he would have felt ashamed, unable to lift his head, and would have wept privately under the covers at night. But who was the current Chen Yang? When the world kisses him with pain, he shall extend his tongue in response. Immediately, Chen Yang summoned the waiter, pointing at the remnants of his meal. This one, and that one. He indicated untouched lobsters, king crabs, and premium fish, truly delightful fare. Just as Qin Jin was about to launch another scathing remark about Chen Yang's disgraceful behavior, Chen Yang's finger suddenly pointed to an unopened bottle of Mao Tai on the cabinet behind him. Qin Jin was taken aback, instinctively shifting to obscure the bottle. However, Chen Yang swiftly closed the distance, shoving Qin Jin aside. This Mao Tai, I'll take it home as well. Qin Jin, damn it. Old Master Chen strode ahead, his expression grim, glaring at General Manager Chen. Is this the good son you've raised? General Manager Chen feigned innocence. How was he to know that Chen Yang had transformed from a meek pushover into a rabid dog that bites anyone in sight? At that moment, a waiter caught up. Sir, you have yet to collect your items. Supervisor Li glanced over, realizing it was the gift box Chen Yang had presented. He had intentionally left it behind, yet now the waiter had returned it to him. Supervisor Li could only accept it with a forced smile, contemplating how to handle this hot potato. Old Master Chen commanded, open it, I wish to see what this brat has sent. Supervisor Li hesitated, wanting to dissuade Old Master Chen from opening it. But who doesn't he enjoy a good spectacle? Before the eyes of Old Master Chen and General Manager Chen, Supervisor Li unwrapped the gift box. Inside, he revealed a small house-shaped object. As the three men contemplated what it could possibly be, suddenly, a small bird popped out from a window on the house. Grandson, it's time for school. Grandson, it's time for school, Supervisor Li joked. Finally, he spotted a glimmer of hope, dashed forward, and tossed the object into the janitor's trash bin. Their grandson, it's time for school, faded into the distance. The three men exchanged knowing looks. That contraption was nothing more than the cheapest of alarm clocks. Supervisor Li bit his lip, suppressing laughter. If he laughed, his job would be at stake. Old Master Chen clenched his fists, his expression darkening to a fearsome shade as he seethed. Chen Yang dares to send me a clock. Chapter 42. The law is for the impoverished. Chen Yang cradled a bottle of Mao Tai as he made his way home, replaying the recording on his phone. Particularly striking were two lines, let me tell you, the law is for the impoverished. I shall do as I please. Without hesitation, he registered a new Weibo account and uploaded the recording. Almost immediately, the audio detonated online like a deep-water bomb, sending ripples across the internet. Xianzi believed until his death that he simply lacked effort, unaware that some are born to trample on others. Should the poor be looked down upon? At work, scolded as worthless by my boss. After hours, derided as a pauper by Qin Jin. Damn it, I want to annihilate the world. Qin Jin, I have liked you for 10 years, never did I expect you to be this kind of person. You have truly disappointed me. Requesting a thorough investigation, how can a mere businessman disrupt the law? Demanding a rigorous inquiry. There must be a serious investigation. The police chief's phone is about to explode online. Brothers, keep it up. I swear, from this day forth, I will boycott all Qin products. I also vow, from today onward, I shall never purchase a single share of Qin stock. In a matter of moments, Qin Jin's words were edited into a meme video, circulating on various platforms. This incited the fury of ordinary people, bound by the law. After all, there is a saying, water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Moreover, the grievances of the working class run deeper than any ghost, igniting a spark that could set the world ablaze. Before long, Qin stocks plummeted, and all their products faced a boycott. Unbeknownst to them, the central government had just announced the appointment of a new mayor. A new official is always keen to make a strong first impression, to set an. Upon learning of the public outrage against the Qin company, the new mayor deemed it the perfect target for investigation. What was once a company drowning in turmoil found itself facing an abrupt investigation. The sudden raid caught Qin unprepared, revealing glaring discrepancies in their accounts and multiple violations. As the legal representative of the company, Qin Jin was summoned for questioning and even detained. Qin Jin sat despondently in the hold. An officer, expressionless, stated, "You have only 10 minutes." Qin nodded, his former bravado vanished, appearing as though he had aged a decade overnight. Upon seeing his son, Qin Sr.'s eyes turned bloodshot. My son. Qin Jin's gaze flickered as he frantically rushed to the iron bars of the holding cell, his eyes ablaze. Dad, I can't stay here any longer. Get me out, please. Witnessing his once proud son in such despair was unbearable for Qin Sr., yet, given the current predicament, a choice had to be made. Xiao Jin, listen to me. You must make a sacrifice for the Qin family. Qin Jin was taken aback, staring at his father with a hollow expression. Dad, what do you mean? Qin Sr. clenched his teeth. You have to serve time. With the Qin family besieged by both internal and external strife, it was imperative to offer someone up. The public's ire was directed at Qin Jin's words, and he must pay the price to quell the anger of the masses. Qin Jin stared incredulously at his father, erupting in a fit of rage. Why? Qin Sr. replied earnestly, rest assured, I will hire the best lawyer to reduce your sentence. Qin Jin was on the brink of madness, suddenly bursting into laughter. What gives the law the power to confine me? The law only restrains the poor. I will not go to prison. Qin Sr., ignited by these words, rebuked, silence. Qin Jin's eyes flared with fury. It's Chen Yang, it must be Chen Yang, he leaked that recording, I will kill him. Qin Sr., if it weren't for you provoking that lunatic, our company wouldn't be in this dire situation. Qin Jin pleaded with his father, Dad, go kill Chen Yang, I want him dead. Qin Sr., alarmed, glanced around before delivering a slap through the iron bars. Have you lost your mind? The slap made Qin Jin's eyes even redder as he glared at his father. Spare me the lectures. Do not feign a loving father-son bond. Initially, you changed the company's legal representative to my name, claiming it was to facilitate my future inheritance, but it was merely to find a scapegoat. Whether he was angered or merely struck by the truth, he muttered, you have benefited from the Qin family, naturally, you must resolve its difficulties. With that, he hastily departed. Qin Jin staggered back a few steps, his hands forth, his gaze grew distant, and suddenly, everything around him began to spin. He had been born with a silver spoon in his mouth as a scion of the Qin family, and upon entering the entertainment industry, he leveraged his family's connections to ascend to the heights of stardom, admired by thousands. But how had he sunk to such depths? It was him. Suddenly, Chen Yang's face flashed before his eyes. Chen Yang. He had initially been drawn to Dong Jiuyue, aware that she had a useless boyfriend. Yet, it was the allure of a woman with a man that made conquest irresistible. Eventually, his desires were fulfilled. Dong Jiuyue surrendered to him for wealth, power, and resources, but then. In a dating show, the man who should have been a mere waste gradually overshadowed him, leaving him humiliated at every turn. He could not accept it, just a worthless individual, how dare he challenge him? Yet, in the end, he was utterly defeated. Unbeknownst to Chen Yang, life continued. For 3 days, in his modest rented room, he oscillated between eating and sleeping, plus, he indulged in the exquisite Mao Tai he had procured. Such was the life of a deity. On the last night of his brief respite, feeling a twinge of boredom, he whimsically decided to livestream a gaming session. As he activated the stream, Timmy opened, and viewers flooded in, the barrage of comments pouring forth. What? I actually stumbled upon Chen Yang's livestream. Finally, I see my Yangjin again. The black fan movement had me terrified. I'm just glad you're still here. Yangjin, I miss you. I'm a guy one day without watching Yangjin, and I feel unwell. I've been replaying his highlights, never enough to satisfy. I have memoized Chen Xianxu's famous quotes. Can you share a few more? Chen Yang greeted the viewers briefly before diving into a ranked match. In the first round, he chose the mage Angela. He opted not to engage the opposing mage head-on, instead seizing the opportunity to support his teammates while subtly farming. Of course, this was an unethical tactic, but when has Chen Yang ever adhered to morality? Before long, Angela's economy surged silently, and during a lane swap, she fortuitously encountered the opponent's hero, Yuji, albeit from a distance. Yuji seized the opportunity, aware that mags typically couldn't secure a kill in one combo. If she dodged Angela's skills, she could easily dispatch her. Yuji charged her first skill, ready to poke Angela, with her twin ponytails, leaped back and swiftly blinked. As the golden light of her blink illuminated the field, Angela raised her hand, launching her second skill, Chaos Fire Seed, while closing the gap with her blink. Boom. The fireball struck UG. Angela followed up with her third skill, stacking high damage with her flames. In an instant, UG was evaporated. Not long after, UG typed, "Angela, turn on AI mode." Har har har, Chen Yang remains as audacious as ever. His tongue is as endearing as always. From now on, if anyone insults my gaming skills, I'll just say switch to AI to imply they're bots. Har har, I'll jot this down. What else you got? Angela quickly secured several kills, establishing an overwhelming advantage. She rotated to the bottom lane, assisting the top laner in ambushing the enemy, and after securing the kill, she prepared to return to farm, only to find her top laner following her like a lost puppy. Angela, is the demolition fund not in place for the tower? Har har har. What the hell, is the demolition fund not in place? As the game progressed, Chen Yang contributed numerous quotable moments, adding fuel to the meme-making fire. When encountering a couple engrossed in their own world, he boldly swooped in to snatch both the red and blue buffs, leaving behind the remark, "This is the King's Canyon, not your shared bedroom." When faced with an exceedingly inept marksman, his sarcasm was equally sharp. "I could plant a pea shooter on the farm route." Chen Yang, undeterred, replied breezily, "Stop typing, save your limbs for steering." One gaming livestream turned into a showcase of Chen Yang's verbal prowess, witty and outrageous. He spared neither teammates nor opponents from his relentless banter. The viewer count surged, creating a wave of excitement. Soon, another message propelled the small gaming stream into a new crescendo. This round, Chen Yang selected Sekongjin. On the battlefield, chaos ensued as both sides clashed. Our hero had just been stunned by the enemy's ultimate, forced to retreat with scant health. At that moment, shattered the darkness with thunder. Sekongjin entered from the flank, leaping into the air, channeling the power of thunder. Chen Yang timed his entrance impeccably. With his ultimate active, he wielded his thunderous power with fluidity, decimating the opponent's point. 1 kill, 2 kills, 3 kills, 4 kills. Pentakill, pentakill. Pentakill. Just as the livestream audience was convinced that the pentakill was within grasp, a notification pinged on Chen Yang's phone. The screen froze momentarily, allowing the opposing marksman to roll back to say, "I would definitely seek revenge." What if that person is Qian Xiaowei? Would you still retaliate? Wait, Xiao Qian Eats Not Enough seems to be Qian Xiaowei's WeChat name. Why is Xiao Qian messaging Chen Yang at this hour? With only one enemy marksman remaining, with victory all but assured, Chen Yang opted not to push further but instead opened Qian Xiaowei's WeChat. Curious, he wondered what message she had sent in the dead of night. Xiao Qian Eats Not Enough. Chen Yang, I think my stomach feels a bit off. In the sky, Long Howl, your father has arrived. I'm not a doctor. Xiao Qian Eats Not Enough, you're really quite blunt. I just wanted some comfort from you. Xiao Qian is also this adorable in private. My Xiao Qian, my jealousy is flaring up. A girl messaging a guy late at night about stomach pain and seeking comfort. Knowing Chen Yang's straightforwardness, he'll probably just say drink more hot water. In her room, Qian Xiaowei felt a light sheen of sweat as she clutched her phone. After much deliberation, she had finally mustered the courage to message Chen Yang, yet, she was unsure what excuse to use. Suddenly, she realized her period had arrived. With a flash of inspiration, she decided to use this reasoning. She anxiously watched her phone, anticipating Chen Yang's response. A ping. Qian Xiaowei quickly grabbed her phone to check. In the sky, Long Howl, your father has arrived. What did you see? Xiao Qian Eats Not Enough. Much better. In the sky, Long Howl, your father has arrived. As long as you feel better, that's all that matters. Qian Xiaowei felt as if countless question marks hovered above her head. Instantly understood. Chen Yang lives up to his reputation. I'm dying of laughter. I've learned something new. From now on, if my girlfriend says she feels unwell, I'll use this method. After sending the message, Chen Yang promptly switched back to the game. Sure enough, they had won that match, and he was the MVP. He queued for another game, and just as he was about to secure first blood, another message popped up, freezing his phone again. The first blood was claimed by another hero on his team. Chen Yang eliminated the enemy but with no announcement of first blood. First blood is the prime moment to show off, and it was interrupted. No, did anyone notice a highlight? I noticed. The person who messaged Chen Yang wasn't Tian Xiaowei. Right, the username was Jing her little fox. It was Li Mi. Why is DAMI messaging Chen Yang so late at night? Chapter 43 Then you can sleep half a person. As Chen Yang returned to the city, he opened the WeChat of Crystal Core Little Fox. Crystal Core Little Fox. It's so late and I haven't eaten yet, I'm so hungry. Such a nonsensical statement sent the live stream room into a frenzy once more. What else going on? Big Honey actually took the initiative to message Chen Yang. Isn't Li Mi supposed to be the aloof and regal type? And she's messaging at this hour about being hungry, what does that mean? She must want Chen Yang to feel sorry for her and comfort her. I remember when my girlfriend told me she was hungry in the middle of the night, I crossed half the city to bring her barbecue, and she was so touched. I don't believe it, Big Honey, isn't he that shallow? More than anything, I'm curious how Chen Yang will respond. 3 minutes ago. Li Mi sat on the balcony of her spacious apartment, gazing at the neon lights of the city outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, then turned to look at the emptiness of her home. For the first time, an inexplicable sense of coldness and loneliness washed over her. For some reason, the image of a certain person flashed through her mind. Chen Yang. She couldn't help but wonder, if this house had another male occupant, would it not feel so desolate? Thus, Li Mi, almost as if compelled by fate, took out her phone and opened Chen Yang's WeChat, sending him such a nonsensical message. In truth, after years of dieting, she had long since grown accustomed to hunger. Yet, she could not quite fathom why she felt the urge to send him such a message. Ding, the message was sent. With a long cry to the sky, your father has arrived. If you don't eat properly, I'll punish you by making you transfer me 200 yuan. What kind of deathly steel straight man statement is this? Yang Jian, do you want to live alone forever? He could have just taken it. He could have just stood there and taken the food. Even the capital world would weep. Big Honey must be furious seeing this. Har, I was initially quite into the straight man versus queen dynamic, but now, it seems there's no chance. Of course, Chen Yang was merely joking. After sending that message, he switched back to the game interface and continued playing, even achieving a double kill. However, his support hero failed to keep up, and didn't he provide him with healing, leading to his demise. During the respawn time, Li Mi sent another message. Chen Yang clicked to read it. Crystal Core Little Fox sad smiley transferred 200 yuan, please receive the payment. What? No way, she really transferred it. Damn, I've let my guard down. She just transferred the money so readily. Isn't she afraid I'll go on a rampage? Why does she have the right to do this? What is her basis? Naturally, the netizens were taken aback. Chen Yang was also somewhat surprised. After all, he and Li Mi were merely colleagues from a dating show. How could a joke about transferring money turn into an actual transfer? With a long cry to the sky, your father has arrived. Crystal Core Little Fox, didn't you say that if I don't eat properly, there would be a fine? Adhering to the principle that a person who doesn't earn money is a fool, Chen Yang thought that 200 yuan was merely a drop in the... He wasn't one to be overly sentimental about accepting it, so he decisively clicked to receive the payment. With a long cry to the sky, your father has arrived. I'll treat you to a meal next time. You accepted, just like that. Wait, isn't Li Mi supposed to be the clever one in the entertainment industry? How did she get tricked into giving Chen Yang 200 yuan? Hey, be careful with your words, it's not tricking, it's merely a mutual agreement. But don't you think this is adorable? Upon seeing Chen Yang's message stating, I'll treat you to a meal next time, Li Mi felt a sweet sensation rising in her heart. She glanced at her empty home and suddenly no longer felt the chill of solitude. Li Mi curled her lips into a sultry smile, that 200 yuan was truly worth it. After this small interlude, Chen Yang continued his live stream gaming. Didn't you all notice, among the 4 female guests on the show, 2 have actively messaged Chen Yang? We're not fools. How could we not notice? Yang Jian is really impressive. I declare, Yang Jian is the embodiment of a seducer. It's just luck. 2 goddesses are simply looking for entertainment in the middle of the night. Exactly, if Chen Yang were really a seducer, I would do a handstand to wash my hair. If Chen Yang were a seducer, I would eat feces in the restroom. Our Yang Jian has successfully captured 2 goddesses. How is that not seduction? Exactly, if Yang Jian isn't a seducer, then what are you? Damn. If you say he is a seducer, then prove it by getting another goddess to message him. Upon hearing this, the supporters claiming Chen Yang was a seducer fell silent. In a short period, having 2 goddesses message Chen Yang simultaneously was already an extraordinary phenomenon, and these were not ordinary girls, but rather dazzling superstars on stage. How could there possibly be another goddess who would take the initiative to message Chen Yang? However, as fate would have it, unexpected events occurred. While Chen Yang remained focused on his game, not long after, a sound pinged on his phone, ding, but this time, Chen Yang was in the midst of a team fight, playing as Marco Polo, looking for the right moment to unleash his ultimate skill and wipe out the enemy. When the phone lagged, his ultimate was interrupted, and the opposing hero seized the opportunity to escape. Damn, if anyone dares to interrupt me right now, no matter who it is, I will definitely curse them out. Yeah, that was such a good opportunity. The enemy is all low on health. It's driving me crazy. I could have wiped them all out. If I were Chen Yang's teammate, I would have cursed out whoever interrupted him. I timidly want to say, I'm really curious about who messaged Chen Yang this time. Of course, his teammates did not hold back. Jian Wei. What the hell are you doing? Xuanzhu, can't you play properly? Yixing, can you even play? I'm really impressed. One person didn't curse because they hadn't even entered the game before being eliminated, so they didn't dare to. Chen Yang was not the slightest bit angry. Marco Polo, sorry, I was busy with 460. In just a few short minutes, Chen Yang managed to eliminate all the opponents he had missed earlier. With unstoppable momentum, he rampaged through the enemy, breaking their crystal. So cool, I must admit, really cool. Yang Jian, you're the best. Have you all noticed? Every time someone messages and interrupts Chen Yang while he is gaming, he never gets angry. Right, I noticed a long time ago, his emotions are really stable. We girls really like stable men. Exactly, once I messaged my ex-boyfriend, not knowing he was playing a game, and he ended up cursing me out when he lost. We girls don't dislike guys who love gaming. We dislike those who ignore everything while gaming. You girls are all liars. I'm the type of guy who drops everything to attend to my girlfriend's needs the moment she calls, so why can't I find a girlfriend? Hey, bro upstairs, are you really like that? Can we get to know each other? Can I message you privately? Oh crap, are you serious? Chen Yang opened WeChat.it was a message from, I have a pink shovel. Don't scare me, bro. Isn't he that Yang Yoshi's WeChat name? I'm breaking out in a cold sweat. I have a pink shovel, what are you doing? With a long cry to the sky, your father has arrived. Playing a game. I have a pink shovel, oh. Yang Yoshi just asked Chen Yang what he was doing. A rather boring question. Upstairs, do you think you've obtained Chen Yang's true teachings of being a straight man of steel? Exactly, asking what you're doing implicitly means I miss you. I don't believe it. Why would my goddess, Xiao Yoshi, miss Chen Yang? I don't believe it. You don't believe it, then I don't believe it. Chen Yang found the question rather perplexing. Why ask him what he was doing in the middle of the night? If he were truly engaged in something, that would be rather intrusive. On the other hand, Yang Yoshi lay in her bed, in a pitch-black room where a projector was screening a horror film. Bored, she stifled a yawn. Horror films nowadays are becoming less and less frightening. She suddenly recalled the terrifying haunted house from the dating show, and naturally, the fearless person from the haunted house came to mind. Before she knew it, she had picked up her phone and clicked on Chen Yang's avatar. What is he doing now? Yang Yoshi typed and deleted words repeatedly on her phone. No, why should she take the initiative to message him? She didn't want to lose face. After a while, she looked at the empty chat box. This Chen Yang, really, after 3 days of rest, he hadn't thought to send her a single message. Another while passed, she took a deep breath. It's just a small message, what does Yang Yoshi have to fear? So, after much editing, she finally composed the 5 words, what are you doing? And clicked send. After sending, she regretted it. She tossed the phone onto the bed and buried her head in the blanket. Would she seem too proactive, making Chen Yang look down on her? Time dragged on, and her phone remained silent. Chen Yang wouldn't he have fallen asleep? Would he, if she messaged him now, wouldn't he that make her seem desperate? After an indeterminate amount of time, her phone finally pinged, just 3 simple words. Playing a game, Yang Yoshi pouted her delicate lips. This Chen Yang, why is he so cold in his speech? She wanted to be even cooler than him, so she sent just 1 word. Oh, but fearing that it seemed too aloof and might give off a sense of rejection, she reconsidered and added an ellipsis. Yet, after waiting for a long time, Chen Yang still hadn't replied. Was her oh too cold? Yang Yoshi held her phone, repeatedly looking at the chat history with Chen Yang. There were only 3 short lines. Suddenly, a ghost face flashed across the projector, and an idea struck Yang Yoshi. She quickly typed on her phone. I have a pink shovel, I'm a little scared sleeping alone. My Xiao Yoshi is afraid to sleep alone. God, please send me over to keep her company. You upstairs, what are you dreaming about? I'm a girl. If a girl messages a guy in the middle of the night saying she's scared to sleep alone, the guy should take note. She's looking for your affection. Seeking a way to break the ice. It depends on your current relationship. If you're not very familiar, just send a comforting message. If you're already in the ambiguous stage, directly video call her to sleep together. If you're already in a relationship, then what are you waiting for? Go accompany her to sleep. So what stage are Chen Yang and Yang Yoshi at right now? The netizens actively debated, while Chen Yang remained oblivious. Upon seeing Yang Yoshi's message about being scared to sleep alone, Chen Yang, he began typing immediately. With a long cry to the sky, your father has arrived, then you can sleep half a person, the one who is scared is someone else. Yang Yoshi read the message and nearly spat out her soda. What the hell, what does half a person sleep mean? Chen Yang, you dead straight man, you're destined to be alone. What the hell is half a person sleep? Chen Yang's thought process is indeed beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. So straight, it's hard as steel. Yang Jian, you're single for a reason. Wait, hasn't it been noticed that all 3 female guests on the dating show have actively messaged Chen Yang? Screaming version, why is that? What virtue does Chen Yang possess? In no time, clips of the live stream were spread across the internet, sparking intense discussions. Before long, a strange term surged onto the trending list. Chen Yang, seducer exploded, and Chen Yang remained blissfully unaware, completely engrossed in his game, forgetting that he was still live streaming. He didn't know how long he had been playing when, but Chen Yang, deeply focused on the game, didn't hear it at all. As of now, 3 goddesses have actively messaged our Yang Jian. If that is not seduction, then what is? Exactly, what about the ones who said if Chen Yang were a seducer, they'd wash their hair upside down or eat feces? Come out. Damn, did anyone hear that? The doorbell at Yang Jian's place is ringing. At this hour, don't scare me. I heard it too. I thought I was hallucinating. I can guarantee, I definitely heard it. Who would come knocking at Chen Yang's door in the middle of the night? Maybe Chen Yang has offended someone. Chen Yang completely forgot about the live streaming and didn't notice the barrage of comments, still intently focused on his game. A soft sound of keys turning, the door creaked open. A slender figure slowly stepped into Chen Yang's view. Chen Yang, Chapter 44, I want to kick you, but I'm even more afraid that you'll lick my feet. What on earth is happening? In the dead of night, a girl actually has the key to Chen Yang's house. Could it? He looked at the visitor, frowning. What are you doing here? Dong Jiayue's eyes were slightly red, glistening with tears, standing before Chen Yang like a delicate flower swaying in a storm. Yang Ji, I regret it. I shouldn't have let greed blind my eyes. I shouldn't have listened to Qin Jin's nun. It was my fault. Let's reconcile, just like before, intimately as we once were. I promise I will never leave you again. Oh my God, did I just hear some earth-shattering news? So Chen Yang and Dong Jiayue were. That explains everything. I told you staying up late has its perks. I was about to doze off, but upon hearing this, I sat up in bed, listening intently. I must catch every detail of this love-hate drama today. Chen Yang looked coldly at Dong Jiayue. In truth, he had come to understand why the original owner had been so humble before her. The original owner had spent his life feeling abandoned, and Dong Jiayue had appeared as the only light in his existence. Thus, he clung desperately to that light, not wanting to be engulfed by darkness, yet, knowing this made him despise Dong Jiayue even more. A person like her did not deserve the pure and beautiful original owner. Chen Yang said coldly, Oh, what makes you think I would agree to reconcile with you? Dong Jiayue bit her lip, but the hint of entitlement in her eyes was impossible to overlook. Yang Ji, didn't you say you couldn't live without me? Didn't you promise that as long as I returned, you would always be there? Now that I regret it and have turned back, you are still right where you were. If we reconcile, I will agree to everything you wanted before, to make our circle of friends public, to meet my friends. I'll promise you all of it. Yang Ji, I have only you, and you have only me. Chen Yang couldn't help but think how foolish it was. A simple, love-starved man encountering a seemingly gentle yet manipulative woman, it's no wonder it ends in disaster. Chen Yang crossed his arms, observing Dong Jiayue with interest. We are not suited for each other. Weren't we once so happy? Chen Yang replied, You deserve someone better. Before he could finish, Dong Jiayue's eyes brightened. It was clear that Chen Yang still loved her deeply. Chen Yang continued, and not someone like me, who is the best. Chen Yang's tongue is ruthless, he really goes all out. I can guess that Dong Jiayue broke up with him because his words were too harsh. Guessing one. What exactly is so good about Chen Yang? Why does Dong Jiayue still cling to him after their breakup? Brothers, don't you think it's terrifying for an ex-girlfriend to sneak into your house in the middle of the night? You are the perennial favorite among simps, the backbone of the Joker. Dong Jiayue immediately cut him off. Her forehead twitched slightly, her face reddening with anger. It was these very words that turned her into a laughingstock online. Dong Jiayue took a deep breath, gazing at Chen Yang with unwavering affection. Yang Ji, I know you're just saying this out of anger. Have you forgotten, you said that as long as I could come back and reconcile with you, you would do anything for me. This manipulation is too blatant. No wonder some men truly die for women. Being ensnared by such a sinister woman is bound to be devastating. It seems Dong Jiayue is definitely not a good person. As a woman, only women understand women best. I sensed her facade of gentleness and realized her inner malice the moment I saw her. Chen Yang suppressed the mocking glint in his eyes and composed himself. He possessed all the memories of the original owner and understood well that if Dong Jiayue truly pushed the original owner to death, he would be foolish enough to comply. Dong Jiayue, are you foolish, or do you think I am? Dong Jiayue's expression faltered. What do you mean? Chen Yang scoffed. Why did you approach me in the first place? Her initial acquaintance with Chen Yang was no mere coincidence. She had learned that he was the son of the Chen family and later discovered she had miscalculated. He was merely adopted. Then Qin Jin appeared, igniting all her desires. However, it was only during her time with Qin Jin that she realized Chen Yang's true kindness. Even if Qin Jin fell, she still wanted to restart with Chen Yang. She had come to realize that she truly loved him. Dong Jiayue hurriedly explained, Yang, please listen to me. I genuinely love you. I was wrong before, but I will make it up to you, okay? Chen Yang remained silent for a long moment. Yang Jian, you must not waver. Otherwise, I will unfollow you. You cannot show leniency towards a scoundrel. Chen Yang, if you back down, I will hold you in contempt for life. You really don't understand. Sometimes, falling in love is like jumping into a fire, knowing it's dangerous, but I am now trapped in that fire, struggling painfully, and letting go is even more excruciating. Damn. It can't be that our Yang Jian's illustrious reputation will be ruined by this woman. Chen Yang's silence was due to his realization of how foolish the original owner had been, played with by such a woman. Yet he also felt pity for the original owner, who had never experienced true love in his life. Chen Yang forcefully shook off Dong Jiayue's hand as she tried to grasp his sleeve, sending her stumbling against the wall, staring at him in disbelief. Chen Yang, looking down at her, declared, I see you still don't understand. I absolutely will not be with a woman like you because, from the beginning to the end, you have always been a trash. Dong Jiayue's heart tightened sharply, her blood seeming to freeze, her steps faltering. It felt as if she had been struck by a heavy blow, her head buzzing, staring at Chen Yang in shock, her throat felt dry as if parched by a desert, unable to emit a single sound. This kid is so handsome. Give him a reward. Yang Jian, your words are truly sweet. What a thrill, absolutely exhilarating, damn, so satisfying. Those two words sent shivers down my spine. Yang Jian, don't let her get the better of you. She bit her lip, tears brimming, her voice breaking. Chen Yang. You are going too far. Chen Yang shrugged. Going too far? Ho, I have something even more extreme. Not only will I insult you, but I also want to kick you. Kick her, kick her. Just do it. Waiting for that kick? Chen Yang, if you really dare to kick her, I will call you a hero. But if you do kick her and she calls the police, you could be charged with assault. Dong Jiayue steeled herself, closing her eyes. Yang Ji, if you are truly that heartless, then I will accept it. She was gambling, betting that Chen Yang wouldn't dare to hit her. After a long while, Chen Yang indeed did not take action. Dong Jiayue felt a surge of joy. It seemed Chen Yang would only insult her verbally and wouldn't he actually do anything. Yang Ji, you wouldn't dare to. Before she could finish, Chen Yang immediately interrupted with disdain. I want to kick you, your words are too sharp. If anyone said that to me, it would be more painful than actually receiving a kick. Dong Jiayue's mouth snapped shut as if glued shut. After all, she couldn't possibly argue that she wouldn't lick his feet. She gazed intently at Chen Yang, feeling as though she no longer recognized him. How could someone change so drastically in such a short time? He had once been so obedient to her. Chen Yang, uninterested in wasting more words with such a person, declared, if you don't leave, I'll call the police for trespassing. Oh, and leave the key. Dong Jiayue's lips moved as if she wanted to protest further, but upon seeing the warning in Chen Yang's eyes and recalling his sharp tongue, she dared not say more. Dong Jiayue placed the key on the table, lingering at the door, casting a deep, reluctant glance at Chen Yang. Yang Ji, is there anything else you want to say to me? She remained unconvinced, for she could hardly believe that the man who had once loved her dearly now regarded her as insignificant. Chen Yang spoke. You can call me anytime. Dong Jiayue's eyes brightened. Was he still soft-hearted? Chen Yang continued. The account number hasn't changed. It's still at the construction bank. I thought Chen Yang had relented, but it turns out Teacher Chen is still one step ahead. I thought he meant to call, turns out it was about the bank card. So clever, I'm taking notes. Chen Yang. Love, sorry, but money, bring it on. Little sister, construction bank should pay for advertising for Yang Jian. Does Chen Yang know that laughter can truly kill? Dong Jiayue wandered aimlessly down the dark road in despair, tears streaming down her cheeks. The pain was unbearable, her heart ached terribly. Chen Yang's earlier words felt like a dull knife twisting in her heart. Why do people change? They had once vowed eternal love, yet now he spoke to her with such venom. Dong Jiayue pulled out her phone to call a taxi, only to find it dead and powered off. After walking for a while, she finally reached a 24-hour convenience store, where she borrowed a power bank to recharge her phone. As soon as her phone powered on, a barrage of over 99 missed calls flooded her screen. She hurriedly tried to return her agent's call, but it was unreachable. The agent sent her a screenshot of a trending topic along with a message. Dong Jiayue trash trending. Agent, your career in the entertainment industry ends here. Come to the company tomorrow to discuss termination. Dong Jiayue felt as if her legs had been stripped of their bones, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Her face turned pale, her body rigid. It was over for her, she was utterly finished. The 3-day mini-vacation passed in the blink of an eye. The guests of Heartbeat Thump 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 naturally returned for filming. Of course, among these guests were not Qin Jin and Dong Jiayue. In just 3 days, they had become the most despised figures in the entertainment industry. Universally reviled, there would be no chance for redemption. Now, they were merely fodder for laughter among netizens, but soon, they would fade into obscurity. For those who were once elevated and enjoyed being admired, like Qin Jin and Dong Jiayue, this was undoubtedly the most painful and inescapable reality. The villa where Heartbeat Thump Thump was previously filmed had turned into a must-visit location, packed with people eager to take photos. Not only that, but now, replicating the same poses and quotes as Chen Yang had become a new trend. As a result, countless internet celebrities flocked there, creating a bottleneck of visitors. Hence, a new filming location had been selected, featuring an enticing theme that piqued the interest of many netizens. Wet body temptation, merging by the sea, let us welcome an explosion of hormones together. Chapter 45, Sharks Must Yield to Me. My name is Chen Yang. Wow, this theme sounds so exhilarating. I'm already filled with anticipation. All right. I've heard there will be new guests joining later. Unfortunately, the production team has kept it under wraps, and we have no idea who is coming. Regardless of who arrives or departs, as long as Chen Yang is in this dating show, I will steadfastly follow without hesitation. The live broadcast commenced by the seaside. The director knows how to attract attention. The opening gimmick featured wet swimsuits and a blend of flirtation. As soon as the stream began, a torrent of viewers flooded in. The staff announced, "Welcome back, dear audience, to our live broadcast of Heartbeat Thump Thump Thump. This is our real-time stream. Our esteemed guests are currently backstage changing into their swimsuits, so please flood the screen with your expectations." Before long, the screen was filled with anticipation x10088. The live comments flew by rapidly. Yes, I see the comments on the screen. Indeed, we have new guests joining us. But for now, it's a secret. You'll find out shortly, so stay tuned. At that moment, another staff member off camera signaled an OK gesture. Dear viewers, our guest teachers are ready. Let us warmly welcome them to the stage. The BGM teacher, with a knack for setting the mood, played a particularly suggestive tune. The first to appear was Jong Han. He sported an eye-catching pair of pink designer briefs, which revealed a hint of his training, though one would need to flex quite hard to discern any abdominal muscles. Wow, our Han looks quite manly in pink too. Next came Hua Chen-sheng, who was equally bold, donning a pair of fluorescent green briefs that radiated an unmistakable aura of allure. However, it was evident he had indulged a bit too much in recent days, lacking abs and sporting a slight belly that he struggled to suck in. You all are so superficial, only focusing. What matters is our Hua's inner talent. The third to grace the stage was Chen Xiaowei. The moment she appeared, she captivated everyone's attention. With an angelic face and a devilish figure, her swimsuit hugged her form perfectly, accentuating her alluring curves and slender waist. The hem of her swimsuit was just short enough to reveal her long, graceful legs, yet, her face, in stark contrast to her sultry physique, radiated an innocent charm. When she smiled, her dimples appeared, capable of brightening the world. Desire without awareness is the highest realm. The fourth entrant was Yang Yuxi, clad in a black swimsuit. Her slender waist was gently embraced by the garment's straps, easily grasped by a single hand. The bold design at the front was enticing, with her ample curves partially concealed, the subtle contours inviting further exploration. Her rounded hips were tightly encased, the perky silhouette enough to drive anyone wild. She held her chin high, feigning indifference to the multitude of astonished gazes, a slight smirk playing on her lips, exuding a barely noticeable pride. She walked gracefully in a white bikini, her skin glowing under the sun, her voluptuous bosom seemed ready to spill forth, the deep neckline causing onlookers to gulp. the low-waisted design showcased her flat abdomen and enchanting waist. Her long legs resembled finely sculpted works of art, with the upper thighs subtly hinted at, captivating hearts. Her crimson lips resembled those of a poppy flower, irresistibly alluring. In the face of sensuality, eventually, he managed to say, "Teacher Chen Yang's swimsuit will take a little longer." Could it be that Chen Yang has once again stirred up some trouble? If it's the Yang delirium, that would be quite normal. What do you think Chen Yang will wear? Chen Yang's flamboyance is overt. I am guessing he'll wear something bright red, dazzling the entire beach. I bet he'll don a northeast floral cotton-padded jacket, har har. To keep the show moving, the staff decided to bring out the next guest. Our next guest is the newly joined teacher for Heartbeat Thump Thump Thump. Let us give a warm welcome. The treatment for new guests was indeed different. The BGM teacher swiftly switched to a more upbeat and suggestive tune. Soon, a young man wearing black swim trunks, sunglasses, and sporting golden hair made his entrance. Oddly enough, he cradled a basketball in his right arm. Upon reaching the beach, he faced the camera and flashed a charming smile, saying, "Hello everyone, I'm Cai Shu Cohen. I love singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball." After finishing, he clenched his back teeth. Celebrities are clamoring to join. Finally, someone who can challenge Chen Yang has appeared. Cai Shu Cohen comes from an idol background and knows how to capture a girl's heart. Chen Yang is in danger. Exactly, Chen Yang's oblivious demeanor shows no care for the god. I've long found it intolerable. I'd rather Cai Shu Cohen push him aside. I've said it before, simps go sit at the dog table. The staff announced, "Let us welcome our next new guest." A slender figure gradually approached. Her face was petite and exquisite, resembling a porcelain doll, with naturally rosy lips and a gentle smile that never faded. Her skin glowed softly under the sun, and she wore a snug swimsuit that perfectly showcased her alluring collarbone. The design at the front accentuated her curves, inviting the imagination with every subtle rise and fall. She appeared a bit nervous, biting her lip. "Hello everyone, I'm Jong Ruo Nan, please take care of me." Oh wow. It's the nation's first love. My heart is shattered. No, that's my little Ruo Nan. Why, Ruo Nan, are you here for a dating show? Wait for me. Someone, fetch some water to wake those upstairs. The new guests had all arrived, and the old and new guests greeted one another. Cai Shu Cohen, familiar with such occasions, made sure to leave a good impression, calling the males bro and the females praising the adage that seeing is believing, making Jong Ruo Nan appear even more awkward. She mustered a great deal of courage to greet everyone. Jian Xiaowei instantly hopped over, linking arms with her. "Wow, your face is so small." Yang Yuxi nodded with a smile. "Welcome to the show." Li Mi added, "Here, we're all sisters, no need to be formal." Upon hearing these words, Jong Ruo Nan relaxed a bit, her smile becoming warmer and more sincere. "Hey, whereas?" When Chen Yang's name came up, Li Mi, Jian Xiaowei, and Yang Yuxi exchanged glances, feeling slightly awkward. They had only seen the trending topic Chen Yang Demon Chan that morning. Unbeknownst to them, all three had coincidentally messaged Chen Yang that night. Initially, they had all found his attitude somewhat dismissive, but after watching snippets of the live broadcast, they realized Chen Yang's obliviousness was equally shared among them. Each felt a bit more at ease. They had privately discussed their feelings, and it seemed they all harbored a favorable impression of Chen Yang, albeit limited to mere admiration, not love. Moreover, even if they each genuinely liked the same person, it wouldn't shake their friendship in the slightest. As for men, they would simply have to rely on their own merits. Jong Ruo Nan felt a bit awkward herself, more perplexed than anything. She had seen the trending topic too. She couldn't understand how an ordinary boy, who merely enjoyed playing tricks, could garner the affection of three stunning girls before her. Despite being a dating show, it was ultimately a variety program, and surely they must have some scripted reason for their interest in Chen Yang, otherwise, it would defy logic. She couldn't believe a single boy could possess such overwhelming charm to attract all the female guests. The staff searched for Chen Yang but found only his discarded old tank top and shorts in the changing room. By all accounts, Chen Yang should have been ready in his swimsuit, and he ought to have been visible on the open beach. Yet, his absence was conspicuous. Hua Chenxing and Zhang Han casually flexed their biceps. Hua Chenxing remarked, "Didn't He Chen Yang say that exercising is a form of enjoyment? He is not one to seek pleasure, so it's perfectly normal for him to lack muscles." Zhang Han nodded in agreement, taking a deep breath to accentuate his abs. There's no reason to feel inferior for not having muscles. Though Cai Shukoan was young, he had spent considerable time in the entertainment industry and knew how to weigh advantages and disadvantages. Since the dating show premiered, Chen Yang's popularity had remained high, but Hua Chenxing and Zhang Han clearly had more connections in the industry. A small fry like Chen Yang would undoubtedly be overshadowed by them. Thus, Cai Shukoan quickly decided his stance. He added, "I thought Chen Yang was somewhat abstract since I started watching the show. While it's indeed amusing, I believe men should be more grounded." Hua Chenxing and Zhang Han exchanged serious glances at Cai Shukoan's words. "Really?" Cai Shukoan smiled. "Whether or not one has muscles is inconsequential. It is just that Chen Yang's tendency to shy away due to fear of ridicule truly needs some work." Instantly, Hua Chenxing and Zhang Han felt a connection with Cai Shukoan, promptly aligning themselves with his camp. Cai Shukoan's words are so sly. Men understand men best. Cai Shukoan's remarks are quite insightful. Whereas the slyness, it's simply that Chen Yang is too afraid to show up. Our Koan is just speaking the truth. I'm a woman, and I didn't find Cai Shukoan's words sly at all. You're all just jealous of Koan's physique. Teacher Chen Yang, as if responding to their call, a small black dot gradually emerged on the distant sea. The dot swam ashore, approaching them step by step, waving. "Hello, were you looking for me?" One staff member gulped, staring in disbelief at the now larger black dot. "Is that Teacher Chen?" One of the staff members, who had previously informed Chen Yang that his swimsuit would take longer, wore an expression of indescribable complexity, yet with a hint of relief after a struggle. "I did try to advise him." The BGM teacher, wanting to select music based on Chen Yang, he stumbled, accidentally pressing down on the mouse. Suddenly, the volume shot up to maximum, and a bizarre, catchy tune blared. He is coming, he is coming, he is bringing gifts. He is coming, he walks on the clouds." Indeed, Chen Yang had arrived, but what he brought was not a gift. It was an oxygen tank, and instead of walking on clouds, he was clad in oversized flippers. Har har har, as expected, our Chen Yang has a uniquely entertaining entrance. I'm going to laugh myself silly. The comments were filled with an endless stream of laughter. It wasn't surprising that netizens found amusement in such a scenario. After all, when given the rare opportunity to showcase their physiques, the other male guests wore snug swim trunks to flaunt their muscles, while Chen Yang completely enveloped himself in a black wetsuit. He ran his finger across his nose, looking into the camera. "Sharks must yield to me. My name is Chen Yang. My mom says I have rheumatism. I can't handle such a cool line." Chen Yang is truly remarkable. Unparalleled muscle contours. It is undoubtedly true that Chen Yang, clad in a wetsuit, appears far more alluring than in a mere pair of swim trunks. The sleek, jet black wetsuit envelops his form, accentuating his narrow shoulders and slender waist. The suit clings to every contour of his muscles, highlighting his broad and sturdy shoulders. His taut waist reveals no excess flesh, while the flowing lines delineate the powerful outline of his abdominal muscles, and his straight, powerful legs exude an undeniable latent strength. To declare his physique as one in a million would not be an exaggeration. "No, Chen Yang, Dude, you never mentioned your physique was this impressive." "Chen Yang, I am utterly enamored by this body. Ladies, I've heard that guys with well-developed leg muscles are quite something. Do girls really speak so candidly? When women get a bit risk, men have no place in it. Then why does my romantic interest turn beet red at a mild innuendo? My dear brother upstairs, you are too nave. Haven't you heard? True hunters always present themselves as prey. Indeed, women are visual creatures, even the goddesses are not exempt. Brothers, have you noticed how the gazes of the four goddesses have transformed? It has transformed. Indeed, it has undergone a complete metamorphosis. Chen Xiaowei is the most direct among them. She has always been straightforward, wearing her emotions on her sleeve. Upon witnessing Chen Yang's physique, she is utterly captivated, her eyes seemingly sparkling with hearts. Li Mi, being a seasoned veteran of the entertainment industry, appears somewhat unfazed, accustomed as she is to handsome visages. Nevertheless, she too is taken aback by Chen Yang's impressive form. It must be said that people tend to be more forgiving towards beauty. Zhang Ruonan initially held a rather unfavorable impression of Chen Yang, having perceived him as someone who Yet, in this moment, a mere glance causes her cheeks to flush crimson. Her furtive gaze quickly shifts elsewhere. Fearful of being caught blushing by the live-stream audience, Yang Yoshi maintains her usual aloof demeanor. Yet, unbeknownst to her, her ears have quietly turned pink. Meanwhile, the expressions of the other three male guests are difficult to articulate, Hua Chensheng and Zhang Han are seething with rage. Previously, hadn't Chen Yang claimed that exercise was a form of enjoyment? Wasn't he supposed to be someone who seeks pleasure? So why does he possess such an enviable physique, playing tricks on them? Cai Shuquan, on the other hand, is filled with self-reproach. Although he maintains an unflappable expression, his frustration is palpable. This beachwear showcase was a stipulation in his contract with the production team, intended to display the fruits of his recent training and to silence those who claimed he was merely a pretty face with heavy makeup. He had even secured a trending topic before participating. However, no one had informed him that the usually unassuming Chen Yang possessed such an impressive physique. Now, he has unwittingly shot himself in the foot, only serving to highlight Chen Yang. Without needing to guess, he knows the direction in which public opinion will sway post-trending topic. At that moment, the trending topics explode. Chen Yang black wetsuit trending, Chen Yang unconventional style trending, Cai Shuquan unparalleled muscle contours trending. Amidst several trending topics about Chen Yang, Cai Shuquan stands out conspicuously. Upon exploring the topic, it is revealed that multiple marketing accounts have edited clips showcasing Cai Shuquan alongside Hua Chensheng and Zhang Han, emphasizing Cai Shuquan's unparalleled muscle contours. However, astute netizens quickly discern that Chen Yang was also present in those clips, yet he had been conspicuously omitted. The comments beneath the marketing videos are a cacophony of opinions. Oh well, you have to eat too. This is the first time I've seen such a blatant transaction between celebrities and marketing accounts. Why don't they show our Yang Jian's photos? Are they afraid? The sound of money hitting the account is so loud I can hear it. Unparalleled muscle contours, har har. Your payment QR code is practically being thrust in my face. Image of Chen Yang in a black wetsuit beside Cai Shuquan in swim trunks, After all, this is a Korean dating show. They cannot indulge in anything too scandalous, except for Chen Yang, who remains clad in his wetsuit. However, no one voices any objections, for this sleek, all-encompassing wetsuit is far more concealing than casual attire, revealing nothing but his face. Cai Shuquan is the first to change his clothes. He flips his bleached golden hair, blows a kiss to the camera, and winks at the female guests. The ladies, maintaining their decorum, avert their gazes awkwardly toward the sky. Cai Shuquan beams a radiant smile. Hello, ladies. Having debuted at a young age, Cai Shuquan has been a trainee for quite some time. Although he debuted earlier than many, he remains quite young. In a show of politeness, the female guests smile and nod in response. Yet, it is evident that Li Mi, Chen Xiaowei, and Yang Yoshi are surreptitiously glancing at Chen Yang. This irks him somewhat, as he is, after all, an idol and has always been the center of female attention. He is not accustomed to any man garnering more attention than him in their presence. However, he is slightly anxious, having heard that women tend to prefer men who are more mature than themselves. Thus, he feels compelled to showcase his masculinity in front of the female guests. As for Chen Yang, he had been yearning in utter boredom. Suddenly, a spark of excitement ignites in his eyes, as if he has discovered something extraordinary. Chen Xiaowei, her eyes wide and sparkling, with dimples barely visible, calls out to Chen Yang, "Chen Yang, what are you doing?" Chen Yang does not respond but strides purposefully in a particular direction. Instantly, all eyes are fixed on him, curious about what he has found. He suddenly crouches down, picks up an object, and, with excitement, exclaims, "Wow, what a straight stick." Chapter 47. Pure love is a child's plaything. At my age, I prefer pure gold. Cai Shuquan remarked, retracting his more mature words in response to Chen Yang. Har har har, I thought it was something remarkable, but it turned out to be just a stick. Huh, it's merely a straight stick. You girls cannot comprehend the lethal allure a straight stick holds for us boys. It is said that boys cannot resist a very straight stick, and it has been personified in Chen Yang. My boyfriend claimed I had kicked a habit. If it is artificially made, it would be worthless. If it is naturally formed, then it is my treasured sword. If a young man possesses such a divine artifact, even the flowers on the ground would wither. Chen Yang was enamored with this straight stick. Cai Shuquan approached with a smile, saying, "Yang Ji, let me see that stick too." Chen Yang, with a serious expression, replied, "You should speak to me properly, this is my sword." Cai Shuquan, in the end, he still did not get to touch Chen Yang's stick, oh no, sword. Zhang Ruonan struggled to understand, isn't this something that only little boys like? In other words, she found it somewhat childish. Qian Xiaowei shook her head. I think it's fine, after all, women of any age cannot resist various shopping bags. Li Mi chuckled, adding, Chen Yang has always been quite an interesting person. Therefore, it is perfectly normal for him to have a penchant for amusing things. Yan Yoshi remained silent, yet did not echo Zhang Ruonan's sentiments. If it were any other boy showing such fascination for a mere stick, she would certainly deem it childish and boring. But this was Chen Yang. Suddenly, she felt it wasn't quite so childish or tedious after all. Zhang Ruonan stood aghast. She couldn't help but glance at Chen Yang. What kind of enchantment had he cast upon these beautiful ladies? Meanwhile, Cai Shuquan, standing by, felt increasingly uncomfortable. He could not fathom why the goddesses were all engaging with Chen Yang. He had watched their previous shows, whether in haunted houses, graveyards, or heart-rate games. Chen Yang had never been romantic. He couldn't understand what they found appealing about him. The more Cai Shuquan pondered, the more disgruntled he became. He suddenly spoke up, still smiling, Yang Ji, I heard you joined the show just for the appearance fee. Chen Yang remained silent, gazing intently at him. Cai Shuquan continued, perhaps my views on love differ from yours. I firmly believe that love should be pure and devoid of any ulterior motives. As for me, I came on this program to seek true love and engage in a serious romantic relationship. This comment undermined Chen Yang while elevating Cai Shuquan to the status of a pure love warrior, casting Chen Yang as a tarnished sinner who sullied love with materialism. Yet, Chen Yang remained unfazed, extending his hand toward Cai Shuquan. Then you should give me your appearance fee. Cai Shuquan, oh, why was he not following the script? Shouldn't he be desperately trying to argue his point? Chen Yang smirked, retracting his outstretched hand. Pure love is a child's play. At my age, I prefer pure gold. Har har har, pure gold. Yes, Yang Jiao, I second that. No one plays with pure love anymore. Pure gold is far more reliable. Pure love may change, but pure gold remains constant. Yang Jiao's words are always spot on. I love listening to him. If anyone asks me if I'm a pure love warrior, I'll tell them I'm a pure gold warrior. Upon hearing Chen Yang's declaration, the four female guests burst into laughter. Even Zhang Ruonan, who had a slight grievance against Chen Yang, was nearly in stitches. Cai Shuquan suddenly felt his pride wounded. Wasn't Chen Yang indirectly calling him childish? But who was he? He was a dazzling idol on stage, possessing remarkable reflexes. He suddenly pointed to a jet ski parked nearby. Ladies, that jet ski is mine. Once the program's schedule is complete, I'll take you all for a ride. Before the four female guests could respond, Chen Yang immediately added, sounds good. Cai Shuquan, why was he everywhere? He remarked, Yang Ji, you do realize that a jet ski is akin to a motorcycle. They are our men's wives and cannot carry other men, right? Chen Yang nodded in understanding. At that moment, Hou Chenxing and Zhang Han finally changed into their outfits. All the guests were present, and the staff began the proceedings. Next, we will play a game called the Beach Treasure Hunt. Buried beneath the sand at our feet are gold coins prepared by our production team. We will see which guest can unearth the most. The results of this contest will determine the sleeping arrangements for tonight. The better the coins, the nicer the room. Those with the least favorable coins will find their accommodations quite lacking. Are all guests ready? The competition lasts half an hour. The guests replied, ready. The staff member, holding a timer, added, let me remind you, the ownership of the coins cannot be established until the very end. After he finished speaking, he pressed the timer, game on. What does that last remark from the staff mean? I didn't quite understand. It's obvious, it means we can freely snatch coins from each other. We can steal or protect. This game will reveal who has an interest in whom among the male and female guests. In the end, the male guests might even... I was wondering why the production team chose such a game. It seems to have deeper meaning. Wow, after hearing everyone's explanations, I suddenly find this game so exciting. I can't wait to see how the guests play. As soon as the staff's words fell, the guests swiftly ran to a designated spot and began digging fervently. As for Chen Yang, he was determined to make up for all the missed opportunities. He ambled about, carefully observing, and decisively chose a shaded area. Unable to resist, a staff member called out, Teacher Chen. Just before closing his eyes, he uttered his final words, with awareness in my heart, anywhere can be a bed. The staff, indeed, Teacher Chen Yang was always following his whims, uncontrollable. A miraculous man embodying a blend of indifference to material desires and an obsession with wealth. Chen Yang truly is the master of nonchalance. Our Yang Jiao is incredibly carefree. I am genuinely curious. How does Chen Yang, who loves wearing oversized shirts and shorts, tends to be lethargic and often resorts to instant noodles, and can sleep anywhere, remain so obsessed with wealth? Their SA saying. I can do without it, but I cannot be without it. Chen Yang is indeed an enigmatic man. Chapter 48, borrowing your wife. The rhythmic sound of waves, the warm embrace of the sun, and the gentle caress of the breeze created an exquisite atmosphere. Chen Yang reclined comfortably, feeling utterly at ease. He yawned and squinted his eyes, observing others fervently digging for gold coins. A casual glance revealed a somewhat unfamiliar girl who had caught his attention. She seemed to be one of the new female contestants, her name eluding him for the moment. What truly struck Chen Yang was her unwavering seriousness, as if she were engaged in a life-or-death struggle, her hands digging into the sand with fervor that could almost spark a flame. She was entirely unlike him, a nonchalant slacker reveling in leisure, yet she was undeniably impressive, having discovered the most gold coins thus far. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility. It hurts. Cai Shuquan hastily sat on the beach, lifting his foot to reveal he had inadvertently kicked a rock. The crowd rushed over in concern, fearing for Cai Shuquan's well-being, with even the staff joining the commotion. His expression was one of sheer agony. As for female contestants gathered around him, he wore a mask of resilience. I'm fine. I can endure. The women fell silent. They didn't imply he was in serious trouble. After all, it was merely a minor cut on his toe, just a trickle of blood. Yet, out of politeness, one ventured, shall we take you to the hospital? Cai Shuquan grimaced in pain. No need, thank you, sisters, for your I can continue. I wouldn't want to hold up the progress of the show. Hua Chensheng and Zhang Han exchanged glances, both at a loss for words. This brother was perhaps overdoing it. Their minds simultaneously echoed Chen Yang's words, which slipped from their lips. Just go to the hospital. If you don't, it'll start healing. With a laugh, Li Mi, Chen Xiaomi, and Yang Yoshi couldn't contain themselves. This was precisely what they had wanted to say. Even Zhang Ruonan averted her gaze, desperately suppressing the urge to smile. Cai Shuquan felt momentarily stifled, casting a discreet glare at Hua Chensheng and Zhang Han. Weren't they on his side? Why were they undermining him? Meanwhile, the oblivious Chen Yang remained peacefully asleep, unaware of the unfolding drama. Had he known, he would surely have remarked, though I have not roamed the world for some time, the tales of my exploits still persist. As the minor incident faded, everyone resumed their quest for gold coins. Zhang Ruonan had already amassed a considerable bag filled with coins, yet she remained undeterred, continuously digging. What if, by the end, others noticed she had the most coins and attempted to seize them? An idea sparked in her mind. Perhaps it would be wise to bury the coins in a location unknown to anyone else, only to unearth them when the game was nearing its conclusion. Pleased with her cleverness, she surveyed the area. After a thorough inspection, she decided to dig near the shoreline. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, she ventured closer to the water. Once at the edge, the waves lapped at her knees. Feeling a sizable rock beneath her feet, she slowly crouched down, intent on excavating a deep pit in the sand. Just then, without warning, a wave crashed upon her, disorienting her and causing her to stumble into the water. In her panic, she inhaled a mouthful of seawater, erupting into a fit of coughs. "Help me!" Her voice was completely drowned out. The waves surged one after another, each more formidable than the last. In a sudden onslaught, Jong Ruonan was entirely engulfed by the relentless force of the sea. The icy water swiftly enveloped her head, and the immense pressure made breathing nearly impossible. Jong Ruonan struggled desperately, fear threatening to overwhelm her. On the sandy shore, Qian Xiaomi suddenly looked up and exclaimed, "Hey, where's Xianan?" The staff pointed toward the sea. "Over there." Chen Yang, roused by the commotion, gradually awakened. Faintly, he heard them calling for Jong Ruonan. Narrowing his eyes, he sprang to his feet and sprinted toward the direction of the motorboat. As he passed Cai Shukun, he casually remarked, "I'll borrow your wife for a moment." Chapter 49, A Grateful Heart Needs No Words. Just remember to repay with grace. The relentless waves of the sea surged into Jong Ruonan's nostrils, rendering her breathless. Each attempt to rise to the surface was thwarted by the next crashing wave, dragging her deeper into the abyss. Jong Ruonan felt her strength rapidly waning, her body growing heavier, and her consciousness beginning to fade. It was as though the entire world was slipping away from her grasp. Just as despair threatened to engulf her completely, a figure suddenly emerged before her. The dark silhouette approached with the swiftness of dawn breaking through the night. Her face was etched with astonishment. It was none other than Chen Yang. With fervent determination, Chen Yang swam towards Jong Ruonan. His diving suit and flippers proved invaluable, propelling him through the water with remarkable speed. He swiftly grasped her, seizing her arm with a firm grip. Removing his oxygen mask, he placed it over Jong Ruonan's face. Her pupils dilated in shock. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Chen Yang had already pulled her to the surface. With a powerful hand, he held onto Jong Ruonan's delicate ankle. Leveraging her ascent onto the jet ski, Chen Yang followed suit. Climbing aboard as well, lying on the jet ski, he gasped for air. Jong Ruonan's eyes widened in disbelief, her lips quivering ever so slightly. A moment ago, she genuinely believed her life was at its end, and it was Chen Yang who had saved her. Chen Yang, having regained the jet ski, sped away, and if she did not cling tightly, "We're off," Chen Yang declared, the engine roaring to life. With the thunderous sound of the engine, the jet ski shot forth like an arrow. The force of inertia nearly threw Jong Ruonan into the sea, and there was no time to contemplate anything else. She wrapped her arms around Chen Yang, her long fingers digging into his waist, trembling slightly. Dressed in a form-fitting swimsuit, Jong Ruonan's graceful curves were accentuated, her fair skin shimmering under the sun's radiant glow. Having narrowly escaped a dire fate, one would expect her to feel fear and panic. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, as she held onto Chen Yang, her heart gradually found its calm. That was terrifying. My heart was racing like crazy. Chen Yang is so heroic, jumping onto the jet ski to save her. Every second underwater is perilous. Seeing them together on the jet ski is such a delightful sight. This is what a dating reality show should be, truly sweet. Upon reaching the shore, they were immediately surrounded by concerned onlookers. The crew, in particular, looked even more relieved than Jong Ruonan, nearly bursting into tears. "Thank goodness you're all right, thank goodness." They could hardly bear to imagine the consequences had the situation turned tragic. Jong Ruonan bowed solemnly. "I apologize, I was careless and caused everyone to worry." She glanced at Chen Yang, her lips moving slightly. Chen Yang waved his hand dismissively. "A great kindness needs no words. Just remember to repay it with gratitude." Chapter 50, A True Man. Jong Ruonan gazed blankly at Chen Yang, her gratitude lodged in her throat. The turmoil within her heart resembled ripples stirred by a stone cast into the sea. Chen Yang moved aside, only then realizing a sharp pain in his arm. as if something from the ocean floor had inflicted a deep gash. Blood flowed incessantly. He shook his hand, attempting to cast off the crimson stains, but to his dismay, the bleeding intensified. Suddenly, Jong Ruonan's heart raced with alarm, and she hurried over. "You're hurt." Upon hearing this, Li Mi, Chen Xiaowei, and Yang Yuxi all rushed to his side. Chen Yang wanted to express that their reactions were overly dramatic, that the injury was not so grave, yet he found himself unable to interject. Chen Xiaowei was nearly in tears, exclaiming, "This wound is severe, we must get to the hospital." Li Mi, though anxious, tried to maintain her composure, asking, "Do we have any medication? We need to stop the bleeding." Yang Yuxi had already dashed off to retrieve the first aid. This injury was distinctly different from Cai Shuquan's earlier scrape. The wound was soaked with seawater, the flesh grotesquely exposed, a sight to behold. Soon, the first aid kit arrived. Jong Ruonan, her eyes glistening with unshed tears and tinged with red, offered, "Let me treat your wound." The gravity of the injury weighed heavily on her conscience, as she felt responsible. In contrast to the others, who were fretting and wincing at the sight of the injury, Chen Yang bore an air of indifference, as if the wound were not his own. He waved his hand dismissively and seized a bottle of 75 alcohol from the kit. Without a second thought, he twisted off the cap and poured the alcohol directly onto the wound. The onlookers were instantly filled with respect. Chen Yang's response to his injury was undeniably commendable. Indeed, there was no comparison. While Cai Shuquan had nearly fallen apart over a minor abrasion, Chen Yang, with his significant wound bleeding, he was truly a tough man, pouring the alcohol without so much as a furrowed brow. This is what a true man is. Goodness, that was a timely slap in the face. I wonder, does the pretty boy Cai Shuquan's face hurt? Compared to Cai Shuquan, there's no need for tears. He's still a man if he weeps. Naturally, Cai Shuquan felt no pain in his face. Instead, he was filled with indignation. Why was there such a stark difference in how Chen Yang's injury was treated versus his own? Furthermore, Chen Yang must have been afraid of him stealing the limelight, deliberately injuring himself to garner attention. How shamelessly competitive. After the production team confirmed that Chen Yang and Jong Ruonan were unharmed, they proceeded with the next segment. 10 minutes later, they decided on the final number of gold coins to select their rooms. Jong Ruonan suddenly spotted the bag of gold coins she had dropped in the sea washed ashore. She hurried over to retrieve it. After much hesitation, she finally made up her mind. Jong Ruonan approached Chen Yang, who was still lounging in the shade with his eyes closed. She gently prodded his arm with a finger. Chen Yang lazily opened his eyes a mere slit. Jong Ruonan felt a slight flush creeping to her ears as she presented the bag of coins to him. "This is for you." Chen Yang, puzzled, asked, "What do you—" "Just remember to repay the kindness." Fearing he might misinterpret her intentions, she clarified, "I don't mean that this can fully repay you for saving my life. I simply wanted him to have a comfortable night, considering he was injured because of her." Not far away, the staff were whistling to signal the end of the game, calling the guest teachers to gather. Chen Yang promptly flipped over and remarked with a smirk, "Why don't you wait until you can exchange this bag of gold coins for real gold before giving it to me?" Jong Ruonan paused, glancing at the bag in her hands, seemingly contemplating how much it would cost to convert it all into real. By the time she regained her senses, Chen Yang had already walked away. Jong Ruonan hurried to catch up. "Don't you really want it? You don't have a single coin. What if you sleep poorly tonight?" Chen Yang shrugged nonchalantly. "I'm a rugged man. I can sleep anywhere. You, as a girl, would have a problem if you don't sleep well." Jong Ruonan abruptly halted in her tracks, her pupils slightly trembling at his words. As a girl, what's wrong with Jong Ruonan? She seems momentarily frozen. Wow, that statement from Chen Yang is simply what? Hurry up and tell me, I'm on the edge of my seat. That statement from Chen Yang is a killer for a girl who once bore the name Jong Ruonan. Honestly, I know you all are blaming Jong Ruonan for going to the seaside for victory, which put her in danger. She is indeed competitive because she has always strived to prove she is no less than a boy. I want to cry. She has suffered because she is a girl, and now he tells her she deserves protection because she is a girl. From now on, I ship the gentle, sensitive girl with the iron-willed straight man. Number of coins, Zhang Ruonan, 33 Cai Shuquan, 28 yen. The second and fourth prizes are high-end suites, the fifth and seventh prizes are standard double rooms. However, for the eighth prize, the staff produced a woven bag labeled with polypeptide urea in yellow. Chen Yang, the staff quickly explained, No, this is a delivery that arrived online, the delivery box was damaged, and the merchant didn't provide a bag, this is the only one we had on hand that could barely hold it. Chen Yang opened the yellow woven bag, revealing several pieces of fabric and some steel frames. A tent. Chapter 51. The humorous release of flatulence. How amusing it is to release gas, yet when it comes to actual flatulence, it all depends on you. Har har har, while everyone else is lodging in luxurious hotels, Chen Yang is left to sleep in a precarious tent all on his own. How pitiful. Without comparison, there can be no pain. It seems Chen Yang is truly left to his own devices in setting up his tent. Perhaps Chen Yang, in his state of utter disregard, will simply lie down on the har har har, how desolate. Wait, why do I find the tent rather appealing? Exactly, I think it's quite charming. One can gaze at the starry sky above and listen to the soothing sounds of the ocean waves. They have never endured such squalor in their lives. Their eyes betray an unmistakable glee at Chen Yang's plight. Yet, Chen Yang remains utterly unfazed that he can sleep anywhere, as long as there is a shelter from the wind to prevent him from succumbing to the cold at night. Hua Chenxing urged, since the rooms are booked and nightfall approaches, we should hasten to the hotel. Zhang Han concurred, indeed, I am eager to partake in the hotel's dinner. Cai Shuquan expressed genuine concern for Chen Yang. Brother Yang, are you truly all right spending the night alone in a tent by the seaside? If you find it too difficult, you could sleep with me tonight. Just admit defeat and apologize to everyone. I'm sure the viewers watching the live stream would understand. Our Kunkan is so considerate. Indeed, it seems Cai Shuquan is quite kind-hearted. Usually, you ladies can spot a green tea girl from a mile away. Why is it that such a quintessential male green tea has gone unnoticed? Cai Shuquan is being rather underhanded, making it clear that Chen Yang cannot bear to lose. This tactic of retreating to advance is truly clever, putting Chen Yang in a tight spot. After Cai Shuquan spoke, his face retained a mask of sincerity, but inwardly he was brimming with self-satisfaction. Now, Chen Yang had no choice but to concede to the tent, lest he publicly acknowledge his inadequacy. Naturally, Chen Yang was well aware of the underlying implications of his words. Having played games until the early hours of the morning, he was now yearning for rest, only to be interrupted by this fool. Chen Yang could not be bothered to engage in pleasantries. He gazed at Cai Shuquan, his expression impassive, and stated, the humor in the release of gas is merely for amusement, the reality of flatulence still hinges upon you. At this pronouncement, several staff members could not suppress their laughter, stifling their mirth in alarm. It was unavoidable. Chen Yang's words were exceedingly cutting. Cai Shuquan's eyes widened in shock. After all, he had only previously witnessed Chen Yang's retorts online. Hearing them face to face, especially directed at himself, was an entirely different experience. The impact was profoundly disarming. He found himself stammering. What did you say? Chen Yang smiled. When I regard you as a person, it would be wise for you to act the part. Cai Shuquan was momentarily silenced, his face flushing with embarrassment. He struggled to articulate a response, feeling as though he might suffocate from the effort. Chen Yang's tongue is indeed venomous. Delightful, absolutely delightful, this is how one ought to deal with insipid green tea boys. Noted, next time I encounter a green tea boy, I shall employ the same method. Hold on, what does Chen Yang mean? Clearly, Kunkan was concerned for him, yet he still chose to insult him. Chen Yang lacks decorum. Long live the Yangjian doctrine. Aside from Chen Yang, the other guests awaited the program team to transport them to the hotel. Yet Chen Yang exhibited no concern or disappointment whatsoever. Instead, he eagerly began searching for the most advantageous spot to pitch his tent. In this fast-paced and cacophonous era, to find a serene and untrammeled place in nature, to rest in such tranquility, to listen to the sound of the waves and the whispers of the wind, is undoubtedly a top-tier form of healing. What further delighted Chen Yang was the fact that this camping venture was paid for, elevating his enjoyment to its zenith. Before long, he had swiftly erected the tent, which turned out to be even larger than he had anticipated, likely accommodating for 5 individuals. The sun began its descent, casting a golden glow across the shimmering sea. The dying rays of the sun painted the clouds in hues of crimson, while the ocean sparkled like scattered fragments of gold, and the earth was enveloped in a gentle twilight. In such a romantic tableau, a tent stood quietly in a corner, capturing the breathtaking beauty all around. Chen Yang reclined within the tent, his hands crossed beneath his head, leisurely swinging his legs, eyes closed, savoring the moment. Oh my, this is simply breathtaking. This is not a punishment. It is clearly a reward. No 5-star hotel can compare to this beauty. I have longed to go camping, but work has always held me back. Chen Yang has reignited that desire within me. Isn't this the life I have always dreamed of? Chen Yang is truly remarkable. He can transform any undesirable situation into a source of enjoyment. I feel an overwhelming urge to lie down in there and sleep for a night. Is this not a sanctuary amidst the chaos of modern life? Where is this? I must go camping here in the future. Not only were the viewers in the livestream stirred with anticipation, but the guests witnessing the scene firsthand were equally astounded, particularly the female guests, whose eyes sparkled with admiration and longing. Hua Chensheng, Zhang Han, and Cai Shuquan were seething with frustration. How dare Chen Yang flaunt and steal the spotlight during what was supposed to be a punishment? Finally, the program team's vehicle arrived. One by one, the guests boarded the car. Was the last to enter, her long leg just crossing into the back seat when she suddenly halted. She recalled the tranquil afternoon she had spent. Mi declared, I have decided, I too shall sleep in a tent tonight. Huh. What a splendid decision, Big Mi. If I were there, I would surely want to stay too. There will be countless opportunities to stay in fine hotels, but such natural beauty might be a once-in-a-lifetime experience. At that moment, Jian Xiao jumped down from the vehicle as well. Her bright, dark eye sparkled. I want to join too. Initially, she had found the idea of camping dull, but now seeing Chen Yang enjoying himself inside the tent made it seem so intriguing. Yang Yoshi also disembarked from the car, arms crossed over her chest, awkwardly stating, I've had my fill of upscale hotels, a night in a shabby tent to change things up might not be so bad. The staff were left bewildered. Why were they all vying to sleep in the tent? Wasn't that supposed to be their punishment? Zhang Han, Hua Chensheng, and Cai Shuquan's expressions grew increasingly grim. Are you truly willing to endure such hardship alongside Chen Yang? Why forsake a perfectly good hotel to sleep in a rickety tent? Chapter 52, He has brought trouble upon himself. Jian Xiaowei retorted, how can this be considered suffering? It's quite delightful. Look, she turned around to point at Chen Yang, but where is he? Scanning the area, she found that Chen Yang had already made his way to the beach to catch some sea creatures. In the next instant, he had successfully captured a large crab. Jian Xiaowei's eyes lit up with excitement, and without uttering another word, she dashed towards Chen Yang. Limi and Yang Yoshi also disregarded Hua Chensheng and the others, heading in Chen Yang's direction. Hua Chensheng, Zhang Han, and Cai Shuquan were seething with anger, their faces darkened with frustration. Why was it that Chen Yang, even in the face of punishment, managed to garner admiration from the goddesses? Fortunately, there was still Zhang Ruonan in the car, who did not wish to associate with them. Cai Shuquan chuckled, Sister Ruonan, you truly have the foresight. How could a mere tent ever compare to a 5-star luxury hotel? Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Ruonan opened the car door and stepped out. Her gaze was fixed intently on Chen Yang, the sight of the wound on his hand striking her as particularly distressing. I won't be going to the hotel either, she declared. Cai Shuquan's smile immediately froze on his face, convinced he must have misheard. Sister Ruonan, you are the top performer, it's the best hotel room, why would you choose not to stay? Jong Ruonan replied, if you like it, then you should take it. With that, she too walked towards Chen Yang. Cai Shuquan, Hua Chenxing, and Zhonghan were left grinding their teeth in frustration. What was so appealing about that shabby tent? Had they known, they would not have exhausted themselves digging for those worthless gold coins, only to end up sewing a wedding dress for Chen Yang. HMPH, however, if they wished to stay, so be it, they would relish the opportunity to hear them lament about their choices tomorrow. Har har har, I'm about to die laughing. Has punishment transformed into reward? The goddesses never lacked opportunities to stay in luxury hotels, yet they have never experienced tent living, which is undoubtedly more alluring. Oh my, thinking about it sends chills down my spine. What if Chen Yang is deliberately avoiding digging for gold coins under this pretext? Your assessment of Yang is overly optimistic, he is simply lazy. Upon learning that all 4 female guests wished to stay in the tent, Chen Yang furrowed his brow. What chaos are you all trying to create? It was far more enjoyable to be alone. He glanced at Chen Xiaowei, who pouted defiantly, I don't care, I'm staying regardless. Chen Yang responded with silence. He turned his gaze to Li Mi, who was studiously avoiding eye contact with him. Chen Yang sighed silently. Next, he looked at Yang Yoshi, who widened her beautiful eyes defiantly. What, do you want to force me to leave? Chen Yang remained silent once more. Finally, he turned to Zhong Ruonan, who was pouting with her head lowered, offering no response and refusing to leave. Chen Yang thought to himself, he had truly attracted a multitude of troubles. With a sense of resignation, he shrugged, if you wish to stay, then be it, set up your own tents. The thought of having to assemble tents for 4 people alone was utterly exhausting. He had come here to relax, not to engage in competition. Suddenly, a staff member appeared out of nowhere, forcing a smile. Teacher Chen, you won't need to set up the tents. Chen Yang nodded in agreement. That was fine by him, the staff member continued, because the production team has only prepared 1 tent. Chen Yang, Chapter 53, the goddess becomes a neurotic, only 1 tent. Does that mean the goddesses can only share a tent with Chen Yang? A lone man and 4 women, wow, how thrilling. Har 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 har, just imagining myself as Chen Yang makes me want to laugh out loud in my dreams. No way, my dear Mimi, Xiaoqian, Yushi, and Ruonan. Please share the address. I need to send Chen Yang a 39-meter-long machete immediately. The netizens had completely lost their minds, yet, Chen Yang did not follow the expected script. He decisively declared, such a rare and fortuitous opportunity, and Chen Yang actually said no. The staff were at a loss. Well, seeing Chen Yang's resolute refusal left them perplexed. They turned to the 4 ladies. Oh no, the 4 female guests. The guests looked at him with wide, pleading eyes. The staff, suddenly invigorated, immediately turned back to Chen Yang with renewed determination. Teacher Chen, what would it take for you to agree? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yang replied. Chen Yang warned them, I'll draw a line for the tent, and you must not cross it at night. The 4 guests obediently blinked. We promise to complete the task. The goddesses are simply too adorable. Have you noticed that no matter how aloof the goddesses usually, stars twinkled in the heavens? The staff had prepared skewers and a barbecue grill. Chen Yang expertly began grilling the skewers. The meat sizzled, releasing fragrant oils, with cumin and chili sprinkled on top. An enticing aroma wafted through the air. Li Mi, Chen Xiaowei, Yang Yushi, and Zhong Ruonan sat nearby, their eyes glued to the barbecue, mouths watering incessantly. Chen Yang announced, all set. The 4 of them immediately lit up with excitement. Chen Yang handed each of them a skewer. Enchanted by the aroma, they completely forgot about any image concerns and eagerly devoured the skewers. As they bit into the juicy meat, the flavors of the tender meat melded perfectly with the spices, creating an astonishing taste. Chen Xiaowei, Li Mi, and Yang Yushi had witnessed Chen Yang's culinary skills before, yet they were still left in awe. Though they had tasted many exquisite dishes from renowned chefs, they paled in comparison to Chen Yang's home-cooked meal. Chen Xiaowei was nearly in tears from the deliciousness, exclaiming, Chen Yang, this skewer is the best I've ever had. Li Mi nodded in agreement. Indeed, this skewer is incredibly fragrant. Yan Yushi said nothing, her cheeks stuffed like a greedy little hamster, which spoke volumes about how delicious it was. However, it was Jong Ruonen's first time tasting it. Initially thinking the previous show had been scripted, she had considered it an exaggeration, but upon taking her first bite, the flavors exploded in her mouth. For the first time, she felt the inadequacy of language. This was simply, unbelievably delicious. Chapter 54, Are you enticing us to commit a crime? Chen Yang skillfully grilled the skewers all at once, managing to control the charcoal to its minimum, allowing anyone to indulge whenever they pleased without the fear of them growing cold. The female guests engaged in lively discussions about which cosmetics were most effective, what makeup styles were currently in vogue, and which clothes were trending. Chen Yang found himself unable to interject, so he turned his attention to the scenery around him. He picked up a bottle of beer and took a hearty swig. The sound of the cap popping drew the attention of the four ladies, who turned to look, their eyes widening in astonishment. Beer? Chen Yang gulped down a generous mouthful, the icy liquid cascading down his throat, bringing with it a refreshing chill. Delightful. Barbecue paired with beer, living to 99. Barbecue and beer, the richer you live. Oh my, when will I ever experience such a life? I hereby declare that the person I envy most is no longer the world's richest man, but Chen Yang. With the wind in my hair, gazing at the sea, surrounded by beauty, barbecue, and beer, this is truly the pinnacle of life. Yan Yoshi's eye sparkled with longing. Are you trying to lead us astray? Chen Yang's eyes widened in surprise as he instinctively covered his chest with his hands. Please, don't get carried away. Yan Yoshi's face flushed instantly. What are you thinking? What I meant was not what you assumed. I was referring to this. She pointed at the beer in Chen Yang's hand. Chen Xiaomai pouted. Exactly, Chen Yang, your enjoyment makes us yearn for a taste as well, but beer is notorious for causing weight gain. Li Mi sighed. Although the entertainment industry appears glamorous, it demands constant vigilance regarding one's figure. Otherwise, one risks ridicule. They lived in fear of indulging in even the slightest indulgence, terrified of gaining weight. Jong Ruonen averted her gaze, yet her mouth betrayed her as it watered at the sight of the beer in Chen Yang's hand, which looked undeniably enticing. Chen Yang spoke up. Have you ever heard the saying? Instantly, all four goddesses turned their attention to him. With a smile, Chen Yang waved the skewer in his hand. Anxiety, like grilled meat, tastes better when it's a little charred. The four girls stared at Chen Yang, momentarily stunned, as if his radiant smile had momentarily blinded them. Yan Yoshi was the first to recover, feeling a rush of warmth flood her cheeks and ears. She snatched the beer from Chen Yang's hand and took a big gulp, suppressing the heat within her. Chen Yang thought, not that, drink all you want, but don't take mine. Fortunately, he wasn't particularly finicky. Once Yan Yoshi finished her sip, he resumed drinking. Not long after, he felt a piercing gaze fixed upon him. Turning his head, he met Chen Xiaomei's doe-like eyes. I want to drink too. Chen Yang sighed. I'll open another bottle for you. Chen Xiaomei immediately shook her head. I'll just drink yours. If she opened a new bottle, she knew she'd be unable to resist finishing it, which would be excessive and disastrous if it led to weight gain. Thus, sharing Chen Yang's would suffice to satisfy her craving. Chen Yang acquiesced and handed her the beer. Chen Xiaomei, embarrassed, extended her greasy hands. My hands are dirty, you feed me. Chen Yang, taken aback, complied. Open your mouth. Chen Xiaomei's eye sparkled as she eagerly opened her mouth, ready for Chen. Soon, the cool liquid flowed into her mouth. The aroma of the beer wafting through the air.it was utterly delightful. Just as Chen Yang prepared to take another sip, he caught Li Mi's gaze. He sighed heavily, naturally saying, open your mouth. Li Mi took a sip, licking her lips afterward. This beer seemed far superior to any she had previously tasted. Chen Yang noticed Jong Ruonen's confusion. He sighed again, feeling indebted to these ancestors. Aren't you going to open your mouth? Jong Ruonen was about to protest her disinterest, but Chen Yang had already brought the beer to her lips, and she found herself involuntarily complying. The beer touched her tongue, the bitter and sweet flavors dancing together, tantalizing her taste buds. She lifted her gaze slightly, and there was Chen Yang's enlarged face before her. Instantly, she felt her cheeks flush with heat. "Chen Yang, you beast! Draw your sword, Chen Yang." "Today, it's either you or me. I'm about to faint in the bathroom." Why, Chen Yang, what merit do you have? I remember last time, when Chen Yang ate instant noodles, he also shared indirect kisses with the goddesses. First 3, now 4. My jealousy is about to pierce through the earth. Though the livestream comments threatened to obliterate the planet, the scene remained serene and tranquil. Shortly after, Li Mi, Chen Xiaomai, Yang Yoshi, and Zhang Ruonan's gazes began to blur, having not consumed alcohol in ages. Even a small amount sent them into a pleasant daze. Chen Yang marveled at their composure. He had to admit, these four had remarkable tolerance. As they leaned against one another, they refrained from drunken antics or nonsensical chatter, simply enjoying the moment in peaceful silence. It spared him much trouble. Meanwhile, he continued to leisurely sip his beer. By the time he reached the third bottle, he too felt a lightheadedness. As he turned, he was greeted by a breathtaking sight. On the sandy beach beneath the moonlight and the glow of the bonfire, the gentle breeze played with their hair, caressing their beautiful faces. At that moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility and peace. Perhaps it was the effects of the alcohol or the desire not to leave this moment with regrets, but Chen Yang reached for the guitar, which had merely served as decoration moments before. Chen Xiaomai was the first to react. Blinking slowly, with slurred speech, she asked, "Chen Yang, are you going to play the guitar?" The other 3, slightly tipsy, widened their eyes in anticipation. Chen Yang nodded. Thus, the 4 female guests, or perhaps at this moment, 4 children, sat up straight, propping their chins on their hands, their bright eyes fixed intently on Chen Yang. Their gazes, though slightly hazy, were filled with eagerness. "How can Yang Jian play the guitar?" "No way, Chen Yang, such an abstract person, plays music." Don't forget, Chen Yang once created military songs using a metal spoon and a metal basin. Indeed, it would be extraordinary to hear a tune in such a beautiful atmosphere. I think Chen Yang might play, but only a bit chaotically. It won't he compare to a professional. Is Chen Yang no longer being abstract? Will he perform something like Slippery Roads again? That would ruin the mood. Please, don't ruin such a beautiful moment. Chapter 55. If you cry again, I'll have to get physical. Chen Yang strummed his guitar, producing a captivating melody that took the audience in the live stream by surprise. It seemed that Yang Jian possessed a certain talent after all. Chen Yang cast a glance at the vast expanse of dark blue in the distance. Alcohol truly has a way of evoking emotions. His slender fingers glided over the strings, and the accompaniment began to resonate. In this world, if you have too many grievances, when you stumble, you hesitate to move forward. What on earth? I was ready to embrace Yang Jian's abstract baptism, but I didn't expect him to get real. Is this an original song? This song? As a music student, I must say that both the melody and the lyrics are absolutely remarkable. Did Chen Yang really just play this casually? Serious face JPG. Experts see the essence, while novices merely enjoy the spectacle. I may not understand music, but I find this song truly delightful. Don't cry, let the fireflies lead you away. Folk songs from the countryside, an eternal refuge, come home, return to the initial beauty. In an instant, the live stream erupted in a flurry of comments. Why do these lyrics make me feel like crying? Why do my eyes sting as I listen? These words truly pierce my heart. Oh my goodness, it's so beautiful that it makes me want to weep. Woo woo, it's too beautiful. My ears are pregnant. Don't give up so easily. Just like I said, if you can't reach your dream, why not pursue another? Color your life vibrantly first, paint love in your favorite hues, put on a smile. Success is not the goal. Woo woo. Chen Yang's singing abruptly ceased. Why are you crying? The first one began to weep, and soon the other 3 joined in. Woo woo, woo woo, woo woo. This wailing was causing Chen Yang's ears to ache. He scratched his head and, in a gentle tone, implored, please, stop crying. If they continued, others might think he had wronged them, yet his words had no effect. Instead, the sobbing grew louder. Chen Yang took a deep breath. "If you cry again, I swear I'll get physical." The moment those words escaped his lips, the crying abruptly ceased. The four girls, devoid of their usual goddess-like demeanor, gazed at Chen Yang with tear-streaked faces, looking utterly pitiful. Their eyes were glazed with intoxication, and their flushed cheeks betrayed their inebriated state. Chen Yang rubbed his forehead. It seemed they were merely tipsy. He regretted ever claiming they had good drinking manners. Ultimately, it was Chen Yang who had to carry each of them back to the tent. However, they were far from compliant. As he hoisted them onto his shoulders, they squirmed and protested drunkenly, claiming discomfort, refusing to settle down. Yet, after each received a gentle slap from Chen Yang, they pouted but remained silent. Having finished his task, Chen Yang felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. All notions of emo dissipated, and he... Chapter 56. When an abstract individual takes things seriously, it will be a fatal blow. Is Chen Yang no longer singing? Just like that, it's over. I was still recording it to listen to every day in the future. How could he just stop singing? Desperately seeking the complete version. Is Chen Yang... That was far too brief. Wait, I still haven't recovered from the brainstorming session. Was that song genuinely sung by Chen Yang? Is it really the abstract king, the eccentric, the ironclad man Chen Yang who sang that? It is incredibly beautiful. Please tell me the title. Who is this handsome young man singing? Wait, those four beside him looking dazed must be Li Mi, Qian Xiaowei, Yang Yoshi, and Zhang Ruonan, right? Who on earth is this young man? How does this singer resemble someone I know, an abstract eccentric? Huh. Someone said this is Chen Yang. This joke is too funny. He is indeed Chen Yang. Huh. This profound and astonishing song that has shocked the nation is sung by Chen Yang. I've made my decision. I am going to undergo surgery to remove my infatuation brain and love the eccentric Chen Yang mindlessly from now on. A soul-cleansing masterpiece. Explosive, seeking the complete divine song. Explosive. So beautiful it's explosive. Domestic entertainment music is saved. Explosive. Chen Yang, the abstract individual engaging in emotions. Fatal blow. Explosive. With merely a brief live streaming segment, it rapidly soared to the top of major music platforms. Subsequently, many revealed that this song had saved their lives. It seemed that netizens had grown increasingly curious about Chen Yang. After all, who wouldn't he want to delve into the enigma of a person described by the contradictory titles of abstract, eccentric, and musical genius? Chen Yang's fanbase surged once more, now comprised not merely of former detractors but of genuine admirers. Early the next morning, at the Ajijia Company. In the boss's office, Zhu Yiping arrived at the company while stifling yawns. Ajijia Company was a small establishment, with few artists under its banner, none of whom garnered much attention. However, Zhu Yiping was indifferent, as he was a wealthy heir merely dabbling in the business to appear less aimless. Yet, in recent days, he had been utterly vexed. His father incessantly criticized him for being unproductive. He found it difficult to refute this, yet he harbored a desire to prove himself. What if one day one of his artists achieved meteoric success? His company would inevitably prosper, and his own value would skyrocket. Then his father would have to reconsider his disdain. Zhu Yiping reclined on the sofa, sighing. Ultimately, it was all mere fantasy. Perhaps he was destined to rely on his family's fortune for life. Bang! Zhu Yiping, lost in his melancholic thoughts, was startled. What the hell is happening? And he exclaimed, tears brimming in his eyes. Chen Yang has truly made it. Zhu Yiping looked utterly bewildered. What? After pondering for a considerable time, he barely recalled that this individual was an artist under his management, someone he had signed merely for his good looks. He had allocated some resources to him, only to discover he couldn't handle the pressure, and then there was nothing more to it. And he presented Zhu Yiping with Chen Yang's fan count, discussions about him on marketing platforms, and snippets of his new song. Zhu Yiping's eyes widened in astonishment. He is now this popular. Chapter 57. Get out of my way. Andy nodded vigorously. Zhu Yiping was taken aback. How come I had no idea? Andy shot him a glance. Who could possibly be aware of such matters when one spends every night reveling in bars and sleeping through the day? Originally, she had merely arranged for Chen Yang to participate in a dating show to help him unwind, especially since Chen Yang had always been a topic of discussion, albeit often receiving negative reviews, which she had scarcely paid attention to. She simply wished for him to enjoy himself. Little did she anticipate that a single song from yesterday would cause such an uproar. This little rascal, how could he possess such remarkable talent and keep it hidden for so long? Ju Yiping suddenly sprang to his feet, his face alight with excitement. All right, from now on, Chen Yang is our key protected asset. All resources and publicity will be dedicated to him. And he nodded emphatically. Understood. Morning broke. The waves lapped gently at the shore, shimmering under the soft light of dawn. Sunlight filtered through the translucent windows of the tent, casting a warm glow inside, while the slightly humid air made the nose of anyone still lost in slumber feel cool. As Chen Yang awoke, he felt as if he had been run over by a vehicle, his body heavy and lethargic. Attempting to rise, he discovered he was utterly immobile. Lowering his gaze, he understood why. Jian Xiaowei had turned his right arm into a pillow, embodying the true nature of a foodie, dreaming of delectable treats while smacking her lips, drool pooling on his hand. Meanwhile, Yang Yoshi, feeling too warm, had taken hold of his chilly hand, using it as an ice pack against her collarbone to cool down. Limi and Zhang Ruonan had not spared him either. Chen Yang took a deep breath. Get out of my way. The moment those words escaped his lips, the online audience, who could only hear through the audio equipment, erupted in excitement. Did I just hear something? Did Chen Yang just shout, get out of my way? Where are we supposed to go? But isn't it a bit out of place for Chen Yang to be the one saying that? Could it be that the four goddesses are impossible, absolutely impossible? Since no one is clarifying, I shall commence my rumors. What, a lone male with four females, a night of springtime revelry. The production team arrived early to pick them up. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by the sight of the four female guests, well-rested and vibrant, juxtaposed with Chen Yang, whose complexion was pallid and eyes-shadowed. Inside the vehicle, Jian Xiaowei, Yang Yoshi, Limi, and Zhang Ruonan all sweetly endeavored to appease Chen Yang. Jian Xiaowei handed him a pastry provided by the production team, smiling warmly. Chen Yang, this bread is absolutely delicious. You must try it. Chen Yang remained silent. Limi, you decide what to do. The staff in the vehicle felt their eyes nearly pop out, not daring to breathe. They could only observe quietly, pretending not to exist. Chen Yang sighed. Now he was filled with regret, profound regret. He should never have agreed to let them sleep in his tent for the sake of a barbecue and a few bottles of beer. At that moment, Jian Xiaowei rubbed her backside, perplexed. Why does my rear hurt so much this morning? The others immediately echoed her sentiments. Yang Yoshi nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. Yes, I feel the same, it's as if someone slapped me. Limi concurred, I feel that way too. Zhang Ruonan, blushing, added, me too. The four women turned their gazes towards Chen Yang. Don't you feel any discomfort? Chen Yang recalled how he had carried each of them into the tent, delivering a playful slap to each. He suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Well, the tent floor is hard, and I'm rather resilient. It is quite normal for you to feel uncomfortable your first time. The four remained skeptical. Is that true? Chen Yang, feeling guilty, rubbed his nose. Yang Yoshi widened her eyes, glaring at Chen Yang. You didn't actually hit us, did you? Upon hearing this, the other female guests glared at him with faint ferocity. Chen Yang quickly grabbed the bread and took a bite. This bread tastes delightful. Upon arriving at the filming location, they found another villa provided by the production team. This villa was situated in a more secluded area to prevent fans from interrupting the filming process again. Unlike the previous villa, this one featured a fish pond, vegetable garden, and orchard. One could easily survive here for 10 days or even 2 weeks without needing to buy groceries. As soon as they disembarked, the 4 female guests, visibly irritated, marched ahead, ignoring Chen Yang, who playfully smacked their backsides, infuriating them further. Chen Yang trailed behind, shrugging in exasperation. This scene was keenly observed by He Chen, Zhang Han, and Cai Shuquan, who exchanged glances filled with suppressed glee. They must surely regret choosing tents over a hotel. Now, the female guests were upset with Chen Yang. It seemed he had been thoroughly sidelined. And no matter how he tried to seize the spotlight, he could no longer win the favor of the female guests. At that moment, the production team began to outline the day's activities. Today, we have a new game format called Who Lives Better? How did this turn from a dating show to a survival game? This show was never purely a dating program. Adding some engaging elements makes it even more entertaining. What kind of game is this? I've never heard of it. Chapter 58, Successful Team Formation. The staff continued, from this moment forth, we shall not provide any funds or food. What you eat, how well you eat, and whether you can procure sustenance, all of this will depend solely on the guests' own efforts. The guests are permitted to employ any means to acquire what they desire. Upon hearing this, all the guests, except for Chen Yang, breathed a sigh of relief. After all, given their notoriety, a mere stroll down the street while proclaiming their hunger would undoubtedly result in thousands offering them food. Even the craving for exquisite delicacies would be easily satisfied. However, it was evident that the endeavor would not be so straightforward. The staff elaborated, I currently possess 8 blank slips of paper, on which each guest must inscribe the name of their desired partner. His popularity and talent are undeniable. Although he can be a bit pretentious at times, he is quite admirable overall. My dear brother Cai Shuquan is undoubtedly the best. I can already envision all 4 girls selecting our Kunkan. I am so curious about who Kunkan will choose. Zhang Han is quite appealing too. He has always been gentle and possesses a way with words that warms the heart. I timidly wonder why no one is choosing Yang Jian. Chen Yang is, well, you could say he has his merits, but he is rather abstract, lacking in romance. He is a quintessential straight man who would drive anyone to frustration, and it's impossible to win an argument against his tongue. Who would choose him? As a woman, I actually find Chen Yang rather amusing. Before long, the guests had settled on their heartthrobs. He Chen exuded confidence. And no matter how Chen Yang had previously employed tricks to gain the fleeting attention of the female guests, he had now succeeded in angering them, leading to his exclusion. Among the remaining male guests, he considered himself the most talented. Surely, anyone with eyes would choose him. Zhang Han harbored similar thoughts. He was the most refined gentleman among the male guests and possessed a way of speaking that could leave the female guests blissfully disoriented. Naturally, he was a prime candidate. Cai Shuquan, too, had his own calculations. Regardless of the circumstances, he was the youngest and most handsome among the male guests. What woman could resist a charming young lad? Thus, he believed himself to be in the most advantageous position. The 4 female guests would undoubtedly inscribe only his name. Alas, he could select but one. As for Chen Yang, he had already envisioned his perfect day. Sleeping, playing video games, and when hunger struck, enjoying some fruits from the orchard outside. A day well spent, the staff announced. Today, only one successful couple may enjoy free activities. All other guests must remain within the Surely, all 4 female guests had chosen them. However, it was unfortunate that they could select only one. In truth, they could each have entertained all 4 female guests. Wait, there is only one couple. What is going on? This is too thrilling. Doesn't this feel oddly familiar? Remember the last heart rate game when all the female guests chose Chen Yang? Impossible, it can't happen this time. Exactly, does everyone really believe Chen Yang has some sort of charm? Besides, the goddesses were quite upset with him this morning. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, the staff finally declared, the only successful couple is teacher Yang Yoshi and teacher Chen Yang. Instantly, the majority present were left in a state of bewilderment. Hua Chensheng, Zhang Han, and Cai Shuquan's faces darkened in disbelief. No, how could this be possible? This was utterly inconceivable. Chapter 59, You Dare Call Me a Pig. Goodness, is that really Chen Yang? I told you, our Yang Jian is a succubus. Let's see who dares to refute that. Chen Yang truly has something remarkable about him. Wait, even the goddess is fond of this type. It seems I must cultivate a similar persona to Yang Jian if I wish to find romance. Only successful pairings are announced, while the rest remain concealed, the staff affirmed decisively. I assure you, I am not mistaken. Cai Shuquan narrowed his eyes. Initially, he had chosen Zhang Ruonan, believing that as fellow newcomers to the show, they would share a mutual appreciation. However, he was taken aback when she did not select him at all. It was evident she had opted for either Hua Chensheng or Zhang Han. He was convinced that apart from Zhang Ruonan, Li Mi, Qian Xiaowei, and Yang Yi, for the next selection, he resolved not to choose Zhang Ruonan again. He was certain he could form a pairing with one of the remaining 3 female guests. How fortuitous! Zhang Han and Hua Chensheng shared the same sentiment. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, Li Mi, Qian Xiaowei, and Zhang Ruonan cast lingering glances towards Chen Yang, all of whom had indeed selected him. Chen Yang, however, had not chosen any of them. The possibility of forming a pairing had not crossed his mind, especially since he had selected someone he deemed the least likely to choose him. Yang Yoshi often displayed a haughty demeanor, always opposing him. He had thought that by selecting her, he could easily enjoy a day of leisure without responsibilities, yet, to his surprise, they ended up forming a pairing. Chen Yang looked at Yang Yoshi, puzzled. She felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze, suppressing her bubbling excitement and feigning a stern expression, her chin slightly raised. I am just afraid you have no one selecting you. Yes, no one. However, your choice of me does indicate you possess good taste. The production team escorted Chen Yang and Yang Yoshi to the town. After unceremoniously depositing them on the street, the crew departed without a backward glance. Yang Yoshi watched them leave, unable to believe they had provided them with not a single penny. Having eaten only bread that morning, they were not particularly hungry yet. However, if they were to endure until evening without sustenance, they might very well faint from hunger. Chen Yang sighed. It would have been better to remain in the villa. At least the Yang Yoshi widened her eyes, clenching her small fists and waving them at Chen Yang in the air. What do you mean by that? Was he implying that being paired with her was a burden? Just as her fist was about to land on Chen Yang, she withdrew it. With a huff, she placed her hands on her hips and turned her back on him. I will never speak to you again. She was no longer inclined to form a pairing with him. It utterly infuriated her. Chen Yang found himself perplexed. What had caused her sudden change in demeanor? Her expression seemed as fickle as flipping through a book, changing in an instant. Chen Yang sighed. Remaining in this standoff was unproductive. How about I imitate a pig's wink for you? Upon hearing this, Yang Yoshi's eyes brightened. She turned to look directly at Chen Yang. Was he attempting to appease her? However, this was truly the first time someone had tried to charm her in such an unconventional manner. Chen Yang, it seemed, was not one to follow the usual path even in matters of consolation. Yang Yoshi suppressed the smile threatening to break through, pouting as she adopted a somewhat reluctant yet proud demeanor. Fine then. Chen Yang echoed, fine then. Yang Yoshi blinked in confusion. I shall not allow anyone to starve in my presence. You are the pig. Just as Yang Yoshi's fury threatened to bury Chen Yang, he spoke once more. And this pig encountered a penguin that had fallen on the road. The pig mocked the penguin, asking if it intended to lie there for eternity, to which the penguin retorted in frustration, Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Apologetically, initially resolved to ignore Chen Yang forever, Yang Yoshi was momentarily taken aback by his words. In an instant, her heart raced like a drum, her ears and cheeks visibly flushed with embarrassment. Ah, how sweet, so sweet. I'm rolling on my bed from the sweetness. I'm utterly smitten, utterly smitten. Chen Yang's move, this move, is remarkable. As a girl, I genuinely believe Chen Yang has a talent for charming people. When I heard the penguin say yes, I do. I admit, even through the screen, I felt a flutter. Wait, has Chen Yang leveled up? If I recall correctly, wasn't he a man as straight as his charm techniques are unparalleled? Taking notes, I'll provoke my girlfriend later and try this move, let's see if it works. Yang Yoshi shot Chen Yang a glare, but then she burst into laughter. Chen Yang exhaled in relief, the crisis had passed. Yang Yoshi asked, so what shall we do next? Chen Yang smiled mysteriously. A date, of course, wouldn't lack for a moment. Her heart raced uncontrollably, like a startled deer, each step felt like walking on clouds, and she followed Chen Yang in a daze, navigating through twists and turns. Chen Yang instructed Yang Yoshi to wait by the roadside moment. He is capable of anything. Exactly, I believe Chen Yang can always surprise people. He might even bring a BMW. Be bolder, what if he brings a sports car? Beep, beep, a honking sound echoed. Chen Yang emerged riding a small electric scooter, performing a graceful drift to halt beside Yang Yoshi. He patted his little steed and looked at Yang Yoshi. Get on. Wait, the vehicle he mentioned is this little electric scooter. Chen Yang is letting my little Yoshi ride a scooter, that's so low-key. Riding a little scooter with a goddess sounds quite amusing to me. Yet, Yang Yoshi displayed no signs of disdain. Without a second thought, she swung her long legs over the seat. However, the back seat of the scooter was too small, and she nearly lost her balance upon sitting. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around Chen Yang's sturdy waist. When her soft, boneless hands brushed against his firm abdomen, she instinctively gave it a light squeeze. So this was the sensation beneath that slick diving suit. Chen Yang quipped, have you had enough touching? Only then did Yang Yoshi realize what. Oh dear, what am I doing? Her face flushed instantly. Chen Yang then instructed, hold on tight. With a gentle twist of the throttle, the little scooter shot forward like an arrow. This startled Yang Yoshi, who collided abruptly with Chen Yang's back. Chen Yang was taken aback as well. Was the throttle really that powerful? After riding for a while, Yang Yoshi finally remembered to ask, Chen Yang, where are we headed? Chen Yang smiled enigmatically, hearing someone shout, who is the king of turtles? My life is the longest. Chen Yang immediately waved his hand. That's me, that's me. Yang Yoshi followed Chen Yang's gaze, spotting a sign that read Mate 1 contact point. Chen Yang then told Yang Yoshi, I've pawned my phone at the rental shop. May I borrow yours? Despite being utterly bewildered, Yang Yoshi handed over her phone in a daze. Wait for me here. Yang Yoshi nodded obediently, sitting patiently on the back of the scooter. After a considerable wait, Chen Yang returned with a bag. Yang Yoshi inquired, what is this? Chen Yang replied, a yellow robe. Today, we are That's a bit too much. Delivering takeout is so exhausting. How can we let little Yoshi endure such hardship? Clearly, if they just showed their faces on the street, countless people would rush to treat them to a meal. Why must they deliver takeout? Exactly, with Chen Yang and Yang Yoshi's fame, they could easily dine at any establishment without paying, and might even receive a promotional fee. Am I the only one who thinks Chen Yang's perspective is quite valid? Isn't asking for free meals on the street akin to begging? Dining without paying is essentially dining and dashing. I never expected Chen Yang to advocate for self-sufficiency. My view of him has changed once more. Support Chen Yang. Started with looks, captivated by talent, loyal to character. Chen Yang, you are a true man. To the prospect of delivering takeout, Yang Yoshi surprisingly felt a surge of interest. Her eyes sparkled. Sounds great. Chen Yang retrieved the yellow delivery uniforms, and together they donned. Chen Yang and Yang Yoshi look like they are wearing designer clothes rather than uniforms. Chen Yang had just registered as a delivery person using Yang Yoshi's phone. Soon, ding. New order on Mate 1 delivery. Yang Yoshi appeared particularly excited, her eyes twinkled. Are we going to deliver takeout now? Chen Yang replied, yes. Yang Yoshi, now adept at hugging Chen Yang's waist tightly, exclaimed, let us go. Chen Yang successfully picked up the first order, following the navigation. Suddenly, his phone chimed. Customer, bro, when will you arrive? I haven't eaten for ages. Upon seeing this, Chen Yang quickly converted the voice to text. Rider. I'll be there soon, don't worry. Chen Yang said to Yang Yoshi, hold on tight, I'm speeding up. Okay. Yang Yoshi nodded obediently, her arms tightening around Chen Yang's waist. In an instant, the little electric scooter zipped away. Chen Yang executed a drift, smoothly turning into a narrow path. The path was strewn with pebbles, but Chen Yang showed no fear. Accelerating further, the scooter jostled violently, almost falling apart. Meanwhile, Yang Yoshi felt as though her eyes were about to explode with stars from the bumpy ride, and her body shook along with the jolts, especially in her more voluptuous areas, causing a bit of discomfort. Initially, Yang Yoshi resisted voicing her discomfort, but she eventually could not hold back any longer, biting her lip. Just then, another chime drowned out her voice. It was a message from the customer. Customer. Bro, where are you? I'm starving to death. Chen Yang could not ignore such words. The customer is king. Rider, almost there, I'll glide over. Rider, I shall not allow anyone to starve in my presence. Har har har, Chen Yang, are you unaware that someone might just laugh to death in your presence? Laughing to death is beyond his responsibility. That is not part of his job description. Chen Yang's voice over the background sounds like the wind rushing past. Oh my goodness, a delivery boy like this, I would fall head over heels. Her chest and rear were in agony. Eventually, she discovered a useful technique. The closer she pressed against Chen Yang, the less painful the jolts became. She subtly tightened her embrace around him. This really alleviated the discomfort. Rider, hang in there, brother, don't die. Just then, with a graceful maneuver, the scooter left a mark on the ground and came to a stable stop. Had Yang Yoshi not clung tightly to Chen Yang, she would have been flung off. Soon, a gaunt young man, with sunken cheeks and dark rings under his eyes, staggered down the stairs. I can't help but feel that when this customer said, "Don't he scare me? He has a shadow, not a ghost." The young man's gaze seemed unfocused. Upon seeing the yellow uniform, he accepted the delivery, murmuring, "Thank you." At that moment, his phone was still playing music. A familiar melody reached Chen Yang's ears. Don't give up so easily, just like letting go, just as I said, for dreams that cannot be chased, why not change to a different dream? Color your life vibrantly. First, paint love with your favorite color. Smile. Achieving fame is not the goal. Yang Yoshi blinked, murmuring, this song is really nice. Why haven't I heard it before, but why does it sound so familiar? The young man's previously vacant gaze suddenly sparked with life. He abruptly looked up. This song is not merely nice. It is a divine melody, composed by Chen. His eyes widened in disbelief. Chen Yang. Tears streamed down his face in an instant. Chen Yang, bewildered, responded, wait, brother, it's just a delivery. No need to be so emotional. The young man shook his head vigorously. Am I dreaming? I've actually met you. I was utterly lost, having lost all hope in life, but I fortuitously heard your song last night. Though it was just a few lines, it made my pain vanish in an instant. You saved me. Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback by such overwhelming emotion. After contemplating, he figured he should offer some comfort since this was a fan of his. Chen Yang rubbed his nose and said earnestly, actually, you are not without options. The young man's eyes widened. What insights do you have, Teacher Chen? Was the beacon of hope finally? Chen Yang continued, you still have one more path to tread. Huh. Oh my goodness, har 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 har, is that really how you comfort someone? 6. I thought Chen Yang was going to say something profound. Clearly, I overestimated him. As expected of Yang Jian, har 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 har. It's known that our Yang Jian has a saying, whatever, as long as you're alive, if not, just die. The young man suddenly burst into laughter, as if the shadows that had long loomed over his face had dissipated. Looks like this is not it. As long as he doesn't want to die, that's good enough, the young man asked. Chen Yang, what is the name of that song? Chen Yang replied, Dao Xiang. The young man he nodded. Sure. Chen Yang was in a hurry to deliver the next order, bidding farewell to the young man. The young man watched Chen Yang leave. Just as Chen Yang was about to turn the corner and disappear from view, he suddenly halted, turned back, and it was as if a warm light had enveloped him, filling him with hope for the future. Ding, a new order on Meituan delivery. Chen Yang rode the little scooter towards the merchant. As time gradually approached noon, the sun blazed hotter. Yang Yoshi raised her gaze, observing the sweat-drenched, sturdy back before her. A mixture of emotion surged within her, sour yet sweet. Her heart ached with tenderness, accompanied by an inexplicable feeling of comfort and reliance. After much internal struggle, Yang Yoshi finally mustered the courage to voice her thoughts. Chen Yang, you've worked hard. Chen Yang shook his head. Not hard, just unfortunate. He remarked, what is so difficult about this? Look at those who truly work as delivery riders, running for 10 hours a day without uttering a word of fatigue. Yang Yoshi pouted in response, and fell silent, yet her little expressions were animated as she playfully nudged him from behind. If she said he was working hard, shouldn't he say that it was effortless for her sake? Truly a straight man, utterly clueless about romance.